Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Had the Perfect Healing Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter 1. Izuku sighed as the teacher slammed his hands down on his desk. Seriously? Since you're all third years, it's time for you to start thinking seriously about your future. I'll pass out handouts for your future plans now, but... The blonde teacher scooped up his notes. You're all. He proceeded to throw all of the handouts into the air above his head. Pretty much planning on going into the hero course, right? The man beamed excitedly, and Izuku watched the papers fall, drifting downwards as the class exploded around him into chaos. Yes. They all cried out excitedly. Izuku side-eyed a boy pulling out his eyeballs, a boy elongating his neck, and a girl with fire for a hand. The person in front of Izuku was just cheering, because his head was literally a wooden shape with a pointy end like a pencil. Yes, you all have wonderful quirks. The teacher laughed playfully. But using your powers at school is against the rules. Izuku sighed and seriously considered banging his head against his desk in frustration. It didn't get better as Kaken spoke up. Don't lump us all in the same group. Izuku looked one row in front of him and one seat to his left where Kaken was, and wasn't surprised to see him sitting completely wrong in the chair. Kaken had his ankles crossed on top of his desk, leaning so far back his head was hanging upside down off the back of the chair. Izuku was disappointed. I'm not gonna be stuck at the bottom with the rest of these rejects. Kaken sat up to smirk. Here we go. Izuku muttered into his face mask. That was uncalled for, Katsuki. Some students yelled, waving their fists around. Yeah. More of the class agreed. You should all shut up like the extras you are. Kaken gave them a manic grin with crazed eyes. Oh, if I remember correctly, you want to go to UA High, right, Bakugo? The teacher prompted, looking at a clipboard. Kaken's grin only widened. UA? That national school? Someone asked shrilly as the class oohed and awed. It was in the top 0.2% this year, you know. Someone else exclaimed. Their acceptance rate's always really low too. That's exactly why you guys are just extras. Kaken cut through the chatter. He then jumped to stand on his desk and Izuku put his mostly covered face in his gloved hands. I aced the mock test. I'll definitely surpass All Might and become the top hero. Kaken yelled even louder with confidence. My name'll be inscribed on the list of top earners. Oh, Midoriya wanted to go to UA too, right? At the words, Izuku lifted his head. The teacher was leaned forward on his elbows to look at Izuku behind pencil head. Kaken sat back down and huffed, staring at Izuku. The class exploded. People were beaming and cheering, clapping and congratulating him wildly. Oh, I knew you'd do it. One girl squeaked. We believe in you. A boy gave him a thumbs up. You'll be the best healer there is. Izuku sighed, frowning. Not that they could see. His mouth at all, his bright green eyes, plus the parts of his forehead not covered by green curls that looked slightly like a bush, being the only exposed part of his face. I'm not going to be a healer, he said, annoyed. I'm going to be a hero. The class seemed to freeze, before everyone started laughing violently. Good joke, Midoriya. Healers are heroes, I get it. As if a healing quirk would be of any use in a fight. Some people clutched their stomachs as they laughed, others pounded on their desks loudly. Izuku barely resisted snapping at them. Okay class, time to pay attention again. Eyes up front. The teacher called to the class who calmed a minor amount. Midoriya, I know you'll be a great healer. He smiled at Izuku and the green-haired boy felt his heart clench, like every time someone said that to him. The bell chimed and everyone packed up, a group chatting about karaoke or something near the front, and Izuku slung his bag over his shoulder. Glancing to the side, he made eye contact with Kaken. He wasn't glaring, but Izuku still looked away quickly. The way those red eyes were always watching, scrutinizing him in a way that told Izuku that Kaken just knew Izuku wasn't going to end up a healer, and he didn't like it. Izuku shuffled out of school and began his usual walk home. He sighed, realizing it was a Friday so his mom would be home from work already. That would be fun. Especially today, what with the high school applications. He unlocked the door and was immediately greeted by the smell of his mother's cooking and the sight of her easygoing smile. She looked almost exactly the same as she did when he was little. Pretty and sleek green hair that matched her eyes, slim waist and long legs. Her smile was bright too, not carefree, exactly, but bright. Happy in a way Izuku just can't reach. Izuku pulled his shoes off tiredly, leaving them by the door as he reluctantly made his way inside. Izuku! His mom called happily, turning around to look Izuku's way. Did you have a good time at school? Don't forget you need to apply to UA today. She handed the slip he'd been ignoring, the one labeled Future Course Survey form. He took it wordlessly and headed for his room. I have homework. I'll see you at dinner. Izuku muttered as he pulled his door open. He heard her yelling something back, but he ignored it. She probably just repeated that he needed to go to UA High School. Specifically their healer's course. UA started a healer's course when Recovery Girl was given a staff position after her field retirement. They'd set it up so kids with aspirations to be healers or medics could get their education alongside future heroes to build better bonds. The theory was that the healers from UA would team up with heroes from UA. They'd take a written exam and a practical exam based on the medical field. Almost nobody enrolled because of how few people there were with healing quirks. Healers in general were becoming less common, slowly being replaced by field medics. There was a healer course student about every 5 or 6 years, and usually only one at a time. There had been 2 healer students at UA once, when Izuku was about 6, one with a healing quirk and one with a pain-soothing quirk, but there hadn't been any since then. They'd graduated 4 years ago, and Izuku's mother hoped he'd be the next star of the UA healer's course. Izuku, of course, had been given so many anatomy and medical-oriented textbooks growing up that he could do the written aspect in his sleep. He was also nearly positive the physical exam involved mockly injured patients, maybe in a battle-type field area, that the participants would have to assess, treat, and keep calm. Which he could also do easily as well. He'd taken so many classes as a child. However, it wasn't what Izuku wanted. He didn't care if he had to be a hero practically quirkless. He'd have to treat illnesses the same way if he was a healer anyway. His quirk only worked on things caused by injury. Izuku sighed and pulled off his gloves in the safety of his room, followed by his face mask. Izuku then rested his head on his arm, plopped on his desk, and shut his eyes. Maybe he was dumbing his quirk down a little, making it seem less impressive, but it wasn't like telling the full truth helped him any. It usually only dug him into a deeper hole. Tilting his chair back in a way that made his neck hurt, Izuku sighed again, then he paused as he caught sight of the cover of a notebook sitting under his desk. It was one of the ones he used to scribble in about his quirk, using them almost like diaries. Leaning a little to the side, he saw a whole stack. So that's where they ended up. Izuku remembered when he'd loved it, before people started steering him the wrong way, before he started to question if he'd ever really be a hero. He reached down to grab the top one, gently flipping it open to run his fingertips over the words with a soft smile. I got my quirk today. Mommy says I'll be a great hero. I can make people's aukis go away just by touching them, and Kaken says I'll be a great hero too. Izuku remembered that day, scribbling away an orange crayon filling the whole page with 2 sentences. He grabbed another book and flipped to a random page. Good news, I learned that any skin contact works. I'd previously been using just my hands when I practiced, but Mom cut her palm while cooking and she was healed after she brushed up against my bare shoulder. Kaken says I'll be a healer. People tell me healers aren't the same as heroes, and I need to stop saying I'll be a hero. Maybe they don't understand what I mean? Izuku's smile slipped, wishing he'd never noticed. He grabbed a random other book from the stack. People try to help me learn how my quirk works. I wish they wouldn't. I get really tired after using it over and over, especially when people are extra hurt. Some people don't even ask, they just brush past me or grab my arm, and it feels like all my energy is just gone. Where did it go? I'll ask Mom. Kaken always yells at them when they grab me. It makes it a little better. Update. My quirk is energy-based, like Recovery Girl's but the opposite. Instead of using the patient's energy, I'm using my own. They said I'll pass out if I keep overworking my quirk, smiling as if I'm doing it on purpose. I wonder if wearing long sleeves would work. I already wear gloves. Izuku's grip tightened on the notebook, and he released it with a sharp breath. He reached for another, head nearly smacking into the underside of the desk as he reached, and flipped it open. I've decided I don't like middle school. I thought people would stop redirecting me as I got older, because I really do want to be a hero. Instead, they treat me like I don't know the two words are different. Healer and hero. Why don't they understand I want to save people, not heal them after they've already been saved? Doctors and healers are amazing. They do so much for us, and I really admire that. I admire them like I admire teachers. They help us at school, and they're invaluable to the community. However, I don't want to be a teacher. In that same way, I don't want to be a healer. Maybe that doesn't make sense. The kids here are creative. They touch my neck, my legs, my ankles, anywhere they can reach to steal my energy. Kaken tried helping, but he can only do so much. He's the same as always, keeps us close but never on the same level. Does he even think I'll be a hero anymore? Are we still the same kids we used to be? Izuku tried to ignore the emotions building inside him as he grabbed the notebook in the bottom. The last, dated to the end of his first year of middle school. 2 years ago. Kaken doesn't talk to me anymore. He and I aren't even friends these days. Is it my fault? Does he hate that I'm not doing what everyone wants? He used to say I'd work as a healer at his agency. Are we even best friends still? Sometimes I think he hates me inside, and doesn't talk to me so he won't say it. Izuku flipped to the last page of that same book, and his hands shook as he traced the pencil lines where it was ingrained in the paper. He'd pressed too hard while writing it, evidently. This is my last entry. Kaken and Aunt Mitsuki said I would be a good healer again today. Mom says that too. She never hears me, not really. She loves me a lot, but also not at all. She loves showing off my quirk to strangers, flaunting it and telling them how special I am and how amazing I'll be once I'm a healer and go to UA High. Better than Recovery Girl, she says. Talking back isn't allowed, so I've given up trying to explain it to her. Is that true? Is that what I'm meant to do? Be a healer and stay on the sidelines, waiting as villains rage and crash and burn until the anger is gone and the rubble is left and fire is out? Waiting until I feel useless, and then rush to help people who need my quirk? Is it always my quirk? It comes back to my quirk, always. Why is that all I'm worth? Midoriya Izuku. Izuku felt as droplets slid off his chin and watched as they splashed onto the paper, distorting the harsh pencil marks but not enough to wipe the pigment away. Izuku didn't move, simply sitting as angry tears fell and his uneven breathing shook his frame. Why didn't anyone believe him? Why didn't they understand? Wasn't he more than his quirk? Was that all people cared about? Would they still care if he had a fire quirk? A nail-growing quirk? What about if he'd been quirkless? Would they still love him then? Izuku hugged himself, dropping the notebook onto the floor, and glared to slow the tears. It was fine. He was fine. He could still save people as a healer, even if he didn't get into the hero course. But it still hurt. He still had to try. Izuku! He looked up as his mom opened the door, and hurriedly wiped the tears off his face. Baby, what's wrong? She wiped her hands on her apron, stepping further into the room. I want to be a hero. Izuku said hoarsely. His mother froze. I want to be a hero so badly. Healers are heroes. His mother said gently. You were born to be a healer, it's what you're meant to do. But I don't want to. Izuku said, frowning as he wiped his eyes stubbornly. I don't want to be a healer. You don't really have a choice, baby. Inko said, walking over to smile as she lifted his chin. You'll make a wonderful healer, and someday you'll be so happy you'll forget all this childish nonsense. I've always wanted to be a hero, and I always will. Izuku said, turning his head away so her hand no longer cupped his chin. You know that. Every little kid wants to be a hero, Izuku. Inko said pointedly, straightening. Everyone grows up someday. She kissed his forehead lightly, then walked out of the room and gave him one last smile before she gently shut the door. Izuku buried his face in his hands and squeezed his eyes shut, trying not to cry again. He'd forgotten how it felt to be touched so gently, and he wished she would stop. Affection from his mother was so confusing, and it only made him feel worse. He halfway wished she just hit him again instead. He took a deep breath and sat up, looking around his room for some kind of a distraction. He failed. He could see the 3 solo pieces of hero merchandise his mother had given him over the years. A Night Eye action figure, a custom Eraserhead-themed poster, and a Crimson Riot stuffed animal. The rest of the stuff she'd given him were medical or healing inspired. Like the medical symbol on his bedsheets, the rod of Asclepius, stacks of books with Recovery Girl's face on them in neat rows on bookshelves, and so many toy doctor kits. Apparently, they'd been popular pre-Quirk at some point and had made a comeback when Izuku was little. He hadn't had very much beyond small toys and onesies, but she'd donated the few All Might things he had as a small child. Same time she started slowly steering him towards Recovery Girl and healing too. He'd held tight to heroics, but he had let All Might go. Izuku didn't need to be a hero like All Might, he just wanted to save people at all. A hero who people could believe in, one who saved them before and not after they were hurt. It hurt so badly that his mother never believed in him, that she actively told him it wasn't possible. Izuku gritted his teeth and glared at the medical paraphernalia around his room, clenching his fists in determination he hadn't known existed until that moment. Izuku straightened and looked at his desk, the course survey form still on it, and picked up a pencil easily. This time, as he wrote UA High School, Healer and Hero courses, he tried to convince himself it was for the best. It would please his mother for him to take the healer tests, even if Izuku knew it would take its toll on him. Either way, he was going to be a hero, and nobody was going to stop him. Chapter 2. Izuku frowned slightly, looking up at the UA sign. UA entrance exam location. Izuku swallowed heavily and stared. On the outside he was covered mouth to toe in black clothing. Izuku figured he looked a little odd, but he didn't particularly care. His middle school uniform being black, plus his black medical face mask, black gloves, and black scarf he wrapped around his neck. New people, new scenarios, he wasn't risking any exposed skin. He then turned as he heard Kaken's voice. "Oi, what are you doing at the hero course exam?" Kaken frowned as Izuku fell into step beside him. "Healer's exam isn't till tomorrow, idiot. I'm taking the test here like everyone else." Izuku answered stiffly. Kaken's lip curled. "There's no harm in trying," Izuku said curtly. "Besides, I've taken self-defense classes." "Only because you can't be a defenseless little healer who can't protect himself." Kaken glared. "Just don't get in my way." Izuku sighed. "I'm not planning on it. I just want to get in." Kaken gave him a scrutinizing look before a sharp nod. They navigated, following the crowd, to another sign. UA High School Hero Course. Exam Orientation. The room was large, in auditorium style with what looked like hundreds of seats and dozens of rows packed with students. Izuku sat down with Kaken, and waited until the lights dramatically turned on above the stage one by one. The UA logo appeared on a huge screen, yellow letters and blue background on full display. For all you examinee listeners tuning in today, welcome to my show today. Izuku squinted from where he sat and sighed when he recognized Present Mike. The guy ran a radio show, Put Your Hands Up Radio. Everybody say, "Hey." He leaned forward with a hand cupping his ear, in perfect timing to hear dead silence. What a refined response. Present Mike shrugged dramatically, shaking through his frame. "Then I'll quickly present to you the rundown on the practical exam. Are you ready? Yiawa." The last part was a dramatic shout, also answered with silence. "I listened to his radio before." Izuku whispered to Kaken. "That's Present Mike." Kaken just glared at him and remained silent. As it says in the application requirements, you listeners will be conducting 10-minute mock urban battles after this. The screen behind the hero shifted to show a main tealish area that read, "You are here," surrounded and linked to 7 other colorful areas labeled AG. You can bring whatever you want with you. After the presentation, you'll head to your specialized battle centers, okay? Nobody answered once again as everyone seemed to be checking their cards. Okay. The hero repeated, a little annoyed. In other words, they won't let you work with your classmates, huh? Kaken muttered. Izuku turned to him, to see he was peeking at Izuku's card. Oh yeah. We have consecutive examinee numbers, but different battle centers. Interesting. Izuku noted. His number was number 2234, and he was in Battle Center B. Kaken number read number 2233 and was in Battle Center A. Kaken clicked his tongue in annoyance. Don't look at my card. He snapped. Izuku narrowed his eyes. You looked at mine first. Izuku retorted, and Kaken scowled. When he said nothing, Izuku turned to face the screen with a huff as it dinged and changed. It showed a model of a very squished and tiny city. 3 different types of faux villains are stationed in each battle center. As Mike spoke, dark shapes appeared on screen with numbers 1P, 2P, and 3P labeling them. You earn points for each of them based on their level of difficulty. An oddly pixelated and cartoon-y version of present Mike showed on screen, moving down an alley and coming across one of the dark shapes. Your goal, dear listeners, is to use your quirks to earn points by immobilizing the faux villains. As Mike said this, Screen Mike tapped different shapes labeled 1P, 2P, and 3P to destroy them. Of course, attacking other examinees and any other unheroic actions are prohibited. Mike waved a finger as if scolding a child at the crowd. May I ask a question? Izuku glanced at where the voice came from to see a tall boy shoot to his feet, hand in the air, straight as a board. Izuku realized what the boy said was less like a request for permission and more of an order. Okay. Mike pointed at the boy in the crowd, and he was lit up suddenly by a bright spotlight. Izuku noticed the boy was in the yellow suit jacket and holding up a sheet of paper. On the printout, there are 4 types of villains. If this is a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. The boy seemed dead serious, voice never wavering. He lowered the paper and placed a fist on his chest stoically. We examinees are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. He then spun around, giving Izuku a good look at his blue striped tie and square glasses as he pointed directed at Izuku. In addition, you over there with the curly hair. Izuku raised an eyebrow nobody could see, and simply waved. You've been whispering this whole time. It's distracting. If you're here on a pleasure trip, then you should leave immediately. I'm here to be a hero, Izuku said blandly. Like everyone else. Okay. Mike made calming down motions to the boy standing, before grinning with a thumbs up. Examinee number 7111, thanks for the great message. The 4th type of villain is worth 0 points. Izuku decided he didn't like hashtag at the front of the room. The screen was once again showing the squished city with the dark shapes, this time with 4. The new one had a 0P hanging above it. This guy's an obstacle, so to speak. Izuku narrowed his eyes as a pixel Mike once again began strolling the animated city street. There's one in every battle center, an obstacle that will go crazy in narrow spaces. Pixel Mike was approached by a bouncing dark shape, and the little character hightailed it away. It's not impossible to defeat, but there's no reason to defeat it either. Little Mike kept on running down the street. I recommend that you listeners try to avoid it. Thank you very much. Izuku realized 7111 was still standing with a spotlight on him, and the boy was now bowing deeply. Please excuse the interruption. He sat down heavily, still straight as an arrow. That's all from me. Present Mike held out his arms. Finally, I'll give you listeners a present, our school motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Mike announced, bent backwards funny as the screen exploded with plus ultra in yellow surrounded by pink and blue and what looked like a giant splat of green behind the words. Now, everyone, good luck suffering. The stage lights went out, and Izuku sighed as he pushed himself to his feet. Izuku was dropped off the UA bus at a place with another sign. UA High School Hero Course. Entrance Exam. Battle Center B. Izuku had to admit, the signs were a little excessive. Everyone was given time to change before the buses left, and Izuku looked around to see people in loose jackets and tank tops. Examinee 7111 was wearing what looked like a skin-tight spandex exercise suit in blue. Izuku himself was wearing loose black pants, for mobility, better gloves with grips for traction, same with his shoes, a black long-sleeve turtleneck, and his black mask still firmly in place. So, nearly the same look as before but without it being his school uniform. Well, people around him were in awe of the large city in front of them, apparently surprised it was so big and there were even more on school grounds. It was as if they didn't know they were at UA. Izuku tried to relax and resisted tensing up as he kept all his anxiety under control. He knew he was getting into UA regardless of the results from the hero exam. He could do the healer exam in his sleep, but he wanted to pass this exam, this course. It's where his dreams were. He stepped a bit closer, examining the giant doors in front of the crowd of excited examinees but froze when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Immediately Izuku spun around and slapped the hand to the side, away from him, and Izuku glared upwards to see examinee 7111 looming over him. "Touch me again and we'll have problems." He seethed. Izuku noticed people staring, but ignored them as he took steps back away from the boy. 7111 looked annoyed. "That girl appears to be trying to focus. What are you doing here?" Izuku resisted, blinking blankly. "I have no idea what you mean." Izuku stuffed his hands in his loose pockets. He felt comforted by the smooth metal resting there. "Are you taking the entrance exam to interfere with everyone else?" the boy said intensely. Izuku narrowed his eyes. "No, shove off. I don't care what you think of me, just don't touch me. I'm not bothering anyone." People were staring as Izuku turned his back on the boy who had crossed his muscular arms. "Okay, start." Izuku looked up at the voice, giant doors creaking open, and only paused for a moment from surprise. He started running with the main pack, sprinting through the doors. Izuku turned sharply, 2 blocks from the big group to the left, and kept running. He'd have better luck if he wasn't close to others who could take his points unfairly, like point stealing. Izuku knew Kaken wouldn't do something like that. It wouldn't be fun for him if he wasn't earning them himself, but most people weren't like that. They would just wait for someone to distract the bot before. The building beside Izuku exploded and he bounded towards it, flicking his knife out of his pocket. It was a special knife, but he didn't particularly care in that moment. Time to use his special knife for not its intended purpose. The robot beeped, something about a target, but Izuku was already halfway there. He closed the gap and landed on its huge green metal arm and slashed his knife into it. The robot trembled, a one-pointer, Izuku realized. Izuku jumped higher and slammed his knife through the back of the tube head, the camera, It dimmed, red fading to dull metallic gray, and shut off. Izuku nodded to himself as he jumped off the dead bot, rolling as he landed. He had work to do. It was a while after Izuku heard Mick's announcement of 6 minutes and something seconds, and he was starting to hear people's voices yelling out about how many points they had combined with robot destruction noises. Changing direction, he headed further down his street and one over, away from the sounds. Another 3-pointer confronted him, and he took it down as quickly as he could, like the others. 2 stabs as he climbed up its torso or arm, and 2 in the head. Dodging flailing arms and sometimes also lasers, Fun times. Izuku swiped his forehead with a sleeved arm, careful to keep the knife away from his face. He would have continued running, if not for the ground jerking out from under him. Maybe Izuku was being a little dramatic. A building nearby went down, 2 actually, and as the ground shook underneath it, the shock resonated outwards all the way to Izuku. He shut his eyes and took a deep breath, then sprinted for the rumbling. The 0-pointer wasn't exactly subtle as the smoke cleared. As he ran, Izuku found himself cursing Present Mike and his misleading explanation. "It's an obstacle," he said. "It's not unbeatable," he said. "Just avoid," he said. "It goes crazy in small spaces," he said. What utter sheet. Izuku panted as he ran. Everything is a small space when you're that big. He found the street where the robot was emerging from, and everyone was just staring instead of acting. Izuku climbed up a fire escape and crouched on a roof for a better vantage point. The robot was massive. It towered over the street and roofs, its shadow covering half a dozen examinees in the street. Windows cracked, buildings creaked, the ground shook, and still people didn't move. Not until one enormous fist slammed into the ground, cracking the street and splitting the concrete. That's when the screaming started. Izuku watched as people ran, sprinting away. Some tripped and clung to other people as they ran, some sprinting away easily, others were completely frozen. Izuku swung down using a telephone pole and wobbled slightly as he landed. The dust settled, and Izuku spotted white and brown throwing the remaining dust cloud. There was a person stuck in the rubble. Izuku took off right down the street. Ow! Izuku ran straight for the feminine voice, faint struggling to be heard. He arrived and distantly heard the 2-minute warning as he assessed the situation. The robot was too close, and she was injured. She was on her stomach, struggling on her elbows with both legs pinned to the knees. "Miss, please stop struggling," Izuku said. She looked up with tears in her eyes, huge and brown. "I need to move the rubble." "Don't move." Izuku started shoveling the rubble off quickly, the grips on his gloves helping. The debris on her legs was small in size, but there was so much of it. He then grabbed her under both arms and heaved her out. She shrieked in pain and he winced. "You'll be just fine, breathe for me. That's it, you're okay." The robot lifted an enormous fist to squash them and Izuku dove out of the way, girl in tow. They rolled, him landing on the hard concrete, holding her tightly to his chest. They were in an alley, out of the robot's direct line of sight. He sat up and set the girl down, laying her on her back in the alley. "I'm using my quirk on you. It won't hurt, I promise. I'm going to heal you." Izuku didn't wait for a response as he tugged off a glove. She looked quite green in the face, he noticed, brown hair pillowed underneath her head. Nausea from quirk overuse, or from the injury? Izuku's glove slipped free and he touched her cheek lightly, the easiest skin to find. The girl gasped. Her eyes flashed green for a moment, a toxic green much brighter than any that existed outside of Izuku's quirk, and Izuku closed his eyes in concentration before releasing her face. 1 full second. He could handle 1 second of drawbacks. Izuku breathed deeply as a wave of exhaustion, rocking into him before it faded. He was fine then. What was that? The girl mumbled, eyes still huge and a little dazed. He stood and then helped her to her feet with his one gloved hand. As soon as they were both standing, Izuku slipped his other glove back on. "My quirk is called Band-Aid." He smiled at her under his mask. "Nothing was broken, just bruises and stuff. You'll be just fine, I fixed it all up." He then turned to the mouth of the alley, saying nothing else, watching dust block any visibility and leaving only crashes and destruction to track the robot's movements with. "Time's up." Present Mike yelled. A huge alarm went off, and Izuku grinned under his mask. He did it. Exiting the alleyway, the girl padding along behind him, Izuku made his way out of the destroyed area and onto an intact road. Izuku grinned as he was given gummies by Recovery Girl once she tracked them down. He really did admire her. At some point the girl he'd saved disappeared, but he didn't mind. As long as she was safe. He had no idea how many points he had, but it was at least he'd find out soon enough. When he got home, unscathed and completely safe, his mother was waiting. "Izuku!" His mother was standing with her hands on her hips in the middle of the living room. "Hi, Mom." Izuku sighed. Inko walked right up to him and slapped him across the face. It stung, and he bit his tongue as his curls fell across his eyes. "What were you thinking? You snuck out with only a note as explanation?" Izuku didn't bother turning his head back to face her, content to stare at the floor. "I'm fine, Mom," he whispered. "I know I didn't tell you I'd be going to entrance exams today, but I did a good job. I saved a girl." Izuku finally raised his eyes. "I healed her too." "Oh, Izuku, I told you that you were always meant to be a healer. Even if it was a heroics exam, you did the right thing eventually." Izuku recoiled a little at her proud smile. "But Mom, I also saved her." Izuku repeated. "I jumped in front of a robot taller than a building and I got her away from danger." You ran towards a robot? Taller than a building? His mom's voice was shrill in a way Izuku didn't like, and he winced. Mom, that's what being a hero is all about. I want to save people from danger. That will definitely mean redirecting that danger towards myself a bit. Heroics as a career is dangerous. His mother's expression softened into something close to pity. I know, Izuku, but this isn't what you're meant to do. She reached forward to touch his cheek, and he stiffened. You know you'll only get hurt, right? I'm just trying to keep you safe, baby. Izuku clenched his teeth and tried to control his tone. So what? Kids get hurt all the time. Do you remember how often Kaken accidentally blasted himself with his quirk? I've certainly never done that. Remember how he accidentally blew up a table? His headboard? Ended up in the ER for trying to fly and hitting a tree. Izuku sighed when his mother didn't respond. Hero school is a safe place to make mistakes. We go there to learn. What if I become a healer one day, and, say, I'm attacked by a patient who's delirious and he stabs me with a nearby scalpel? You gonna tell me I can't be a healer? Or is it just heroics that's too dangerous? Oh, Izuku, you've made up your mind, haven't you? Izuku moved around her, refusing to make eye contact. You'll regret it. You were given that quirk for a reason, and if you... It's my life. Izuku bit out, facing away from her. This is what I want. I took the exam, and now we just wait and see if I pass. He glanced over his shoulder and locked eyes with her, green on green, numb denial in his and angry disappointment in hers. Just try to understand. Please. I'm never going to approve of you throwing your life away like this. She said firmly, people are going to die, you know, because you're selfish. Izuku turned and stalked to his room, shut the door, and didn't come out until dinner. Izuku had taken the exam, and yet he felt just a little bit worse because of it. Chapter 3. The next day Izuku was once again outside UA High School, this time alone. There were no bustling students. No crowds to follow. No Kaken. Taking a deep breath, Izuku entered the school and followed the little signs with the rod of Asclepius on them. The staff with a snake around it. He found himself in a nurse's office with beige walls and white beds, door wide open. He stepped inside to find Recovery Girl sitting on a stool at a desk in front of a computer, typing away. My name's Midoriya Izuku. I'm here for the 9 a.m. healer's exam. He said politely, yet straight to the point. I wasn't sure where to go, so I followed the rod symbol. Recovery Girl looked up and smiled at him. Hello, hello. She waved and hopped down. She barely came up to his waist, including her gray bun stuck through with a syringe. The practical is out in one of the battle centers with 3 participating teachers, and the written is in here with me. Izuku nodded in understanding. Where do we start? Recovery Girl smiled and tilted her head up, bringing out a clipboard. We'll do the written and move to the practical when you're done. Izuku nodded sharply as she handed him the clipboard. On it there was a thick packet and a pen, and he sat down on a bed and set to work. First, he read through the whole thing thoroughly. He wanted to understand the questions, how they set it up, and why the specific answers mattered. There were 150 questions total, which was also good to know. Izuku then started methodically working his way through question by question, backwards. He clicked and unclicked the pen as he thought, he tapped his chin when he had to recall something, and the rest of the time he was boredly writing things he had always known and always would. Like how many muscles and bones were in the human body. Izuku was so bored for most of it, scribbling in answer after answer without even processing the mindless questions. However, some were more interesting. Several answers he had to create a step-by-step treatment plan, no quirks, for certain injuries and illnesses. Those he spent maybe a full minute on. He double-checked his work once he'd finished, and then handed it to Recover Girl, who actually frowned at him. You're done already? Izuku blinked. Yes. I knew that this exam would be simple. Recovery Girl frowned harder, but she took the packet from him. You finished a 150-question test in an hour and 22 minutes. She told him. Izuku nodded easily. That sounds about right. She looked completely confused for some reason, but Izuku just shrugged it off as he followed her from the room. He had a practical to do. Recovery Girl led him to the same locker room he'd seen the day prior and pulled open the closet that had been locked during the hero exam. It was full of scrubs and medical uniforms, and some already looked ready for field work. Recovery Girl then turned to him expectantly. Your mission is to go out into a field tent and wait. Heroes will bring you victims which you will then treat. You'll need to be in proper field medic gear. Healers have costumes, like mine, but here you're pretending to be a medic. Understood? Understood. Izuku nodded. I'm guessing no quirk usage? Field medics typically don't have license due to their useless or unhelpful quirks in the medical field. Those with healing quirks just become healers, instead of medics. Recovery Girl's eyebrows shot up. What exactly is your quirk? In its entirety, please. Izuku sighed. What? Here goes nothing. My quirk is called Band-Aid. Any contact from my skin to someone else's activates it. My energy flows outwards and reaches for everything it can fix. The person I'm touching usually goes still and says it feels soothing to touch me. Their eyes flash green, bright green, just the first moment of contact. Izuku explained as quickly as he could, getting it over with. My quirk can fix any injury, old or new. I can regrow organs and limbs, I can heal scars, I can mend broken bones without needing to set them, and my touch also cleans the wounds in such a way that, once they're healed, there's no chance for infection. In addition, once I've healed them, I know exactly what was wrong. I know precisely what I've fixed and why. My quirk's only limitations are illnesses and genetics. I can't cure cancer or the common cold, and I can't heal someone who was born blind or without a leg. That's all. Seeing the look on Recovery Girl's face made him want to cringe. That's the most amazing quirk I've ever heard of. Recovery Girl's eyes were wide, starstruck awe apparent in her expression and tone. My drawback is that I'm using my own energy, as I mentioned. If I'm injured, I can't heal as much. If I'm tired, I can't heal as much. Once I'm out of energy completely, I pass out. I have no idea what happens if someone's skin touches mine while I'm passed out, past my limit, and I don't feel like dying to test it. She nodded thoughtfully, and Izuku cleared his throat. So, quirk usage? I'm guessing no. No quirks. Recovery Girl said, reigning in her obvious amazement and awe that Izuku was quite used to and absolutely done with. You'll be posing as a medic, as I said, and you're correct. Most medics don't have quirk licenses. Understood. Any other rules? We will provide enough medical supplies for every injury we send your way. If you run out and a patient dies, that's fewer points. Each patient will have a number on them that indicates how many points they are worth. Izuku frowned. That didn't seem right. Why would some be worth more than others? You'll need to keep calm under pressure. That's all. No quirks, points for patients that survive. Keep calm, use medical supplies wisely, stay put, and trust the heroes. He listed. Will points be deducted if I disobey the stay put order? They will if a patient dies. The hero frowned. Izuku tried to clarify for her. Let's say my patients are stable, and I see an injured patient 150 yards from where I'm camped in my medic tent. Will I lose points for leaving the tent to retrieve them? No, but you won't gain any either. This isn't a hero exam. Recovery Girl frowned. Every patient will be brought directly to you by a hero, and it's better safe than sorry to watch over your patients. Izuku nodded. Fair enough. She then gestured to the closet and walked away with her creepy syringe cane clicking on the hard floors. Izuku sighed and resisted tearing his mask off to breathe. He rummaged through it to find the right pieces of clothing. They'd been bundled together all wrong. The field medic armored shirt wasn't paired with the pants, and neither was the vest. The medic belt was with some sterile hospital scrubs usually used in surgery rooms. Was it some sort of extra test? What kind of an idiot healer candidate didn't know which uniforms were which? Finally dressed in the proper white and red armored uniform, Izuku headed for the bus waiting for him. There was no sign as he arrived at the testing grounds this time, and Izuku had to resist a sigh when he realized he'd been actively looking for one. A hero that looked vaguely like a marshmallow was waiting at the giant doors, and Izuku hurried over, gloves on tightly. Smoke was pouring out of some of the buildings, and one looked on the verge of collapse. The concrete was caved in at odd intervals, and Izuku wished that had been the set for the hero exam. It seemed more interesting. I'm 13. The situation is dire, medic. Follow me. Izuku snapped to attention and followed the hero in, closely behind. What's the situation, 13? He said immediately. It was proper protocol to respond verbally, if possible, so the leader can make sure the follower hadn't wandered off. It was especially used in school training and during apprenticeships. Two heroes are fighting a villain with a fire quirk. He's smashing and burning buildings with civilians inside. We've set up a medic tent, and we're just waiting for you to arrive. Understood. What are my orders? Izuku asked as they approached the tent. It was basically a white box, one metal pole in each corner, with several holding up the tarp-like ceiling. The walls were plastic sheets that crinkled and had slits that opened on every side. He noticed a small out-of-the-way walled-off area, probably a bathroom. Stay put, we need you out of danger. Your skills in life-saving first aid are invaluable. Two heroes, Eraserhead and Midnight, will bring you civilians. Keep as many alive as you can. They pointed to several boxes in each corner, beds spread around and blankets folded. Unpack quickly. Civilians should be arriving any minute. I'll be on rebel duty, not civilians. I won't see you again. Understood. Leave me to my work, then, please. Izuku brushed by them and set to work. 13 dutifully got out of the way and then shuffled away through one of the flaps. Izuku opened the boxes carefully, one by one. The first held bandages and tape, as well as supplies for stitches and gauze. The next held alcohol wipes as well as stronger stuff to pour on wounds that could become infected. The next held medications, pills and vials of every sort. The last held syringes and bags for disposal. Izuku just looked, never unpacked them. He had no time and he knew it. A hero came zipping in and Izuku was on his knees examining the girl in seconds. Situation. The robot was covered in soot. Instead of a face it had a painted 1P on it. Otherwise, it looked mostly human. The wounds had silver inside them but they did bleed and the synthetic flesh could probably be stitched if need be. Found her in a burning building. She was crushed by a beam that was on fire. Izuku gave the hero a once-over before nodding. Understood. You can go, Eraserhead. Izuku said firmly and moved away, finding the creams and bandages he needed to wrap the heavy burns he couldn't yet see. When he rushed back the hero was gone, and Izuku started methodically examining the clothing. Some hissed with heat, and the robot made a noise close to pain. Giving robot speech capabilities sounded like just the kind of expensive addition UA would put into an exam. I'm sorry, I need to remove any clothing that might be in your burns. Hang tight, everything is going to be okay. Izuku worked quickly, using tiny scissors from his belt pouch to cut the shirt apart to reveal detailed, but ultimately fake, burns all the way down the robot's rubbery abdomen. He set to work. Izuku carefully treated it and cleaned. Doing it as quickly as he could. When he finished with the abdomen, he shook the robot's shoulder gently to wake it. He felt stupid, but resolved himself to treat the robots like real people. Miss, can you tell me if your lungs burn? The robot made a coughing noise, dry and wheezing, and Izuku grimaced. Not much he could do about smoke inhalation. Miss, it's important you stay awake. You've inhaled some smoke. It'll all be fine once you get to a hospital, but you'll have to keep holding on till then. Breathe deeply, oxygen helps. Drink some water. It also helps. He set a water bottle down next to the robot and tried not to feel silly. Izuku heard a noise and looked up to see Midnight land cradling a child robot. Situation, Midnight? He called as he stood and rushed over. Little thing was crying, abandoned in an alley. I have no idea if he's hurt. He wasn't near the fight at all. Most likely abandoned, around 14 months old. I'll handle it, Midnight. Go out and help. The heroine jumped away and Izuku missed her wink, back already turned and checking over the robot child. It had a 3P on its face and it was actually squirming some. He once again cut open the clothing carefully, checking the child thoroughly for bruising or anything. He found nothing and frowned. I think you're just hungry or very cold. He reached for a blanket and wrapped up the child. He then laid the robot down and went to check on his first patient. "Miss, are you awake? I need to check for signs of any internal bleeding." The robot shifted slightly, one arm catching one of Izuku's gloved hands. "How about you hold my arm instead? I need my hand specifically, but you can still hold on to me if you really need to." Izuku gently moved the hand to his elbow and set to work. He rolled the robot's stomach and face towards himself, with consent, and could find no extra bruising on her back. Izuku nodded to himself. "Please keep drinking the water, if you can. At the hospital I recommend x-rays, but I don't think you've cracked any ribs." Another whoosh and Eraserhead was back. Situation. Midnight landed right behind him. "Two teenage boys," Eraser said as he handed Izuku his robot, "Sons of a hero, number 19 I think." Izuku set the bot down to see a 5P on his forehead. "I got his younger brother." Both were unconscious under some rubble. Izuku took the other and laid him down next to his brother bot. "Understood. Make sure you bring every last civilian." Izuku then ignored the heroes, checking a boy for head wounds. He found head trauma on one, and it was bleeding. He'd have found it faster if it were a human. The blood would have been obvious and everywhere. Head wounds bleed. Izuku started putting pressure on it when he heard a voice. "My throat hurts." It was the wobbly robotic voice of his first patient. "I know, miss, I'm sorry. You inhaled some smoke. Drink your water and it will be okay. If there's any lingering damage to your lungs, I'm sure the hospital will fix it," Izuku said as soothingly as possible, one hand on the teen's head and one reaching for the nearby bandages. "Water," the robot said, "Wob. Remember to stay awake. Smoke can be very bad for you and I want to be aware of any side effects," Izuku stated. He then finished wrapping the 5P's head and felt for a pulse. Strong but a little slow. He could work with that. The brother bot had a broken leg, and Izuku was halfway through a makeshift cast when the baby started crying. The splint was mostly on and the bone was set. Izuku stood carefully and scooped up the baby robot. It stopped crying instantly, meaning the baby just needed to be held. Izuku took off his jacket and tied it around his waist. He then pressed the child to his chest and put the jacket back on. He zipped it up this time, keeping the baby in place. He returned to making the cast. When Izuku finished, he found nothing else wrong with the boys, both having strong pulses. "We have a stomach wound." Izuku headed over immediately as Eraserhead landed, a woman in his arms. There was blood all over Eraser and the robot. "Lay her here," Izuku ordered. Eraser's eyes caught on the baby zipped into his jacket, but he didn't comment as he gently set the bot down on her back. "Any other injuries?" "Too much blood." Apparently she was halfway impaled and pulled the metal out. Izuku grimaced but nodded. "Understood. I have this under control." Izuku's medic gloves were stained with red now as he started cleaning the wound and wiping away the excess blood. He found the blood to be coming from her side, missing her organs, but it definitely impaled her all the way through. He checked her pulse, slow, and he couldn't check her robot lungs for breaths, useless. So he just worked as if she was unconscious. He grabbed gauze and everything he needed to start stitching her up. He then applied pressure for a while before he began the stitching progress. The robot didn't move as he worked, and the baby only wiggled a few times, so he figured it was fine. He then wrapped her torso in bandages to keep the wound clean. Her pulse wasn't much better and Izuku realized he had no idea where the blood transfusions were, and so he searched frantically for blood bags. They were underneath rows of syringes, and he pulled out type O for the robot. It was safe even though he didn't know her blood type. Izuku grabbed an 4-needle and tube, inserting it carefully under the rubbery skin into the strange synthetic veins. He then left it and checked in with his other patients. The boys were okay, starting to wake up but not conscious yet, and the first woman was fully conscious and sipping her water. The robot dumped it on her face. She was slightly in shock, it seemed, but not badly enough he needed to intervene. He did check on her often and gave her a blanket. After 10 minutes of no patients, the stomach wound woman was doing better, her pulse back up to a more normal zone. Izuku grinned. When he checked it, That's when Eraserhead and Midnight started bringing in people more quickly. 2 people every 5 minutes had Izuku running around, baby on his chest as he worked, treating all types of injuries. Concussions, scrapes, bruises, 1 internal bleeding case. 1 teen had been playing around with what he thought was one of his parents' unloaded guns and shot himself in the foot when the fire alarm went off. 1 person was just super drunk and needed water and to sit down. Izuku was sweating in all his clothing, so made sure to drink his own water as well as giving it to patients. When checking them, he kneeled to keep himself off his feet when possible, and even managed to eat a little as he went. He took very few bathroom breaks, making sure his patients weren't in immediate danger when he absolutely had to. 1 of the boxes had granola bars, he found, and he did hand those to bots that needed it, but Izuku ate at least a dozen of them. Izuku had no idea how long it was before 13, Eraserhead, and Midnight all returned empty-handed, but he was exhausted. Any more patients? Izuku asked, not looking up as he once again put a cold cloth on a bot's head. None. You can stop now, the test is over. Izuku straightened and rolled his shoulders. Are we finishing medic protocol and moving them to a hospital and then logging their injuries, symptoms, and our observations, or are we actually done? Izuku was tired, but he was willing to put in the effort to finish if it was needed. Kid, aren't you tired? Izuku looked to Eraserhead and nodded slowly. Of course I am. I know my limits and my limit is probably another hour, maybe 2 if I'm being optimistic. He answered easily. However, don't worry, I'm much more exhausted after using my quirk. It SCKS way more than being physically exhausted. This was easy in comparison. Izuku admitted. What does your quirk feel like? Midnight asked curiously. It feels like a wave of exhaustion, as if heavy adrenaline fell away too suddenly and you nearly collapse. Izuku said bluntly. When I'm not the one initiating the healing, it feels worse. Usually I feel heavier, sluggish, but the longer I hold contact for more complicated injuries, the more energy is taken. Right before I pass out, I lose feeling in my legs, slowly developing until I can't move at all, and then my vision fades until I'm completely blind. He smiled at them tiredly. Anyway, how long has it been? I stopped counting the hours after 4. You were counting? 13 asked, surprised. Izuku frowned. Of course I was. I'm ashamed I lost count, actually. But the gunshot wound 1 distracted me enough because that kid wouldn't tell me what really happened. Izuku grinned softly. Such an irrational thing to do. He then took off his jacket and set the robot baby down. It didn't start crying, so he left it and the jacket there. This way. Eraser led him out of the tent and Izuku blinked when he stepped out of the warm tent. And into the cold air. It's dark. He pushed back his grimy bush of curls to see the sky, cold air feeling nice on his forehead as he looked up at the stars. Hold on, this exam lasts all day? Izuku frowned. I don't mind, I had food and water and everything, but nothing was mentioned in the printout beside that it was a first aid practical medic type scene. It wasn't supposed to be all day. Midnight admitted with a shrug. What do you mean? What she means is we stop the exam when a patient dies. Izuku stopped walking immediately, eyes wide as he stared at Eraserhead. One of them died? I checked their pulses every 20 minutes. What did I miss? The heroes stopped too, Eraserhead shaking his head with a huff. Kid, you missed nothing. All your bots survived. We ran out of patient bots to bring you. Izuku blinked. Seriously? He questioned. 13 nodded and they started walking again. Seriously? That was a 12-hour shift you worked, which is a full day and incredibly accurate for the villain attack in the scale we posed you in. They said as Izuku passed through the giant doors. It's 10:15 p.m. and you finished your written exam at about 10:25 a.m. Students have never performed as well as real medics do, it's unheard of. Midnight said, shaking her head. Why don't you have a medic license already? You don't even need your quirk to save lives, and the age of acceptance is 10 years or older for apprenticeships. I'm going to be a hero, Izuku said in response. The heroes all stopped as Izuku took 1 step onto the bus and turned to face them. He gave them each a nod. I hope to return to UA as a student. With that, he entered the bus and took a seat. He couldn't wait to get to the locker rooms and change. Wait, would they let him shower? He was covered in robot blood. Chapter 4. A week after his exams, Izuku was laying on his back on the couch, throwing a ball up and then catching it. Up catch, up catch, up. The ball was coming down when the door crashed open, and Izuku smacked it away by reflex instead of catching it. Izuku! His mother called, jogging over and holding up a thick envelope. It's your results. Her smile was so wide and proud it made Izuku a bit nauseated. He took the envelope and leaned away from her grinning gaze. Thanks, Mom. He stood shakily and nodded to her. I'll go open it in my room and share the news after. He then rushed away before she could protest and shut his bedroom door firmly. He sighed quietly in relief as soon as he was alone. Izuku set the envelope on his desk and scooted his chair in. He took a deep breath, just staring at it before he worked up the courage to open it. He broke the seal to pull it open, and saw a disc of sorts upon a packet of several papers. The disc slid, heavy metal falling out to rattled on his desk before lighting up, and it shot a bright projection onto his wall. Izuku startled, scooting his chair backwards so he didn't have to crane his neck oddly, and it lit up. To show recovery girl in her nurse's office. Midoriya Izuku. Never have I ever seen a student as thorough and well-studied as you. If I didn't know you'd turned 14 last July, I would have thought you were a seasoned medic older than 20. Izuku smiled grimly. Yeah, he knew his stuff all right. You scored every answer correctly and thoroughly on the written exam, a perfect score, in record-breaking times. Your practical was also flawless. Every time a patient was in distress, you found a way to comfort them with words or treatment or simply nourishment. Izuku sighed and resisted slamming his head into his desk. Great. More people to worship the ground his healing quirked but walked on. Like he needed that from someone as prominent as her, especially if she kept talking about it, spreading it around like he was some prodigy. He really wasn't, he was just raised that way without much choice. I'd like to enthusiastically welcome you into the healer course at UA. However, I've been informed you also took the hero course entrance exam. She squinted at the camera, a smile stuck in place. I'd be happy to split your time between the clinic and the heroics classroom, if need be. You're a fantastic medic, and you'll be an even better healer. If nothing else, you should consider a medic's license. I could always give you one as soon as school started if you asked. She smiled at the camera, lips way too wide up her face. I'll be glad to see you at UA, and remember, you'd make a fantastic healer. The video shut off and Izuku tried to breathe. He'd already known that was what she would say, and yet it still hurt. What she pictured for him would never happen. That wasn't what he wanted. He wouldn't let it happen. Izuku looked back at the envelope, riffling through the thick papers, and he noticed a second disc sitting inside. Eyes wide, Izuku swapped it with the one he'd already watched, and pressed the small button on the bottom. Immediately the whole screen was consumed by All Might's face. I am here. As a projection. All Might's voice boomed as the camera zoomed out, exposing an awful yellow and brown striped suit. I came all the way to this town just to work at UA. All Might struck a pose and Izuku could only stare blankly. A teacher? The notion was ridiculous. Izuku refocused as All Might put his hands on his hips, plastered grin never falling. You passed the hero course written exam with 97% correct. Excellent job, Midoriya. He gave a big thumbs up. In the practical hero exam you earned 24 points. That's a fine amount of points, however. Izuku winced and wished it had a lower volume setting. The entrance exam was not graded only by villain points. All Might grinned and made an X with his arms. Rescue points. They're given by a panel of judges as the other basic ability we at UA looks at. They awarded you 20 rescue points. Bakugu, 77v0 are 77p. Kirishima, 39v35 are 74p. Shizaki, 36v32 are 68p. Kendo, 25v40 are 65p. Ida, 52v9 are 61p. Tetsutetsu, 49v10 are 59p. Tokoyami, 47v10 are 57p. Aways, 50v6 are 56p. Midoriya, 24v20 are 44p. Kaminari, 29v11 are 40p. Midoriya Izuku, 44 points, 9th place. Izuku abruptly froze, eyes blown wide and every trace of his previous negativity wiped away like a pre-Quirk etch-a-sketch. You passed and earned a spot in UA's hero course. Welcome. This is your Hero Academy. Izuku stared at the screen, eyes burning with tears. He'd saved that girl, out of nothing but heroic instinct, and he had done it right. He was going to be a hero. He got up quickly and opened his door, smiling brightly for what felt like the first time in years. Mom! She spun around, apparently having been pacing outside his room the whole time. I got into both courses. She beamed at him proudly. Oh, I knew you would. Inko clasped her hands together happily. I never doubted that you'd get in. You'll be going into the healer's course, of course. I'm actually going to the heroics department. Izuku said, swallowing nervously. I scored 9th. I did a good job. Don't you see now that I'll be a good hero? Just because you scored well doesn't mean you're any good at being a hero. She snapped, and Izuku tried not to wince. You'd practically be throwing your life away with a decision like that. Can't I at least try? Izuku couldn't help the pleading in his voice. This is what I want, why can't you understand that? Baby, I'm just trying to do what's best for you. She made a sour face, but I'll allow it for now. If it doesn't work out, you'll be switching to the healer's course immediately. Izuku felt his heart clench. I'll be fine, this is what I want. Izuku insisted again. It'll work out, I promise. Inko narrowed her eyes. I'll let you dream a little longer, as long as you remember healing is what you were born to do. You're wasting all I've given you with your worthless fantasies. Izuku flinched. I trust that you'll come around. Mom is always right, remember? Sure. Good night. Izuku went to open his door, but his mom reached forward. Night, Izuku. Inko stepped forward to kiss his curls, and Izuku resisted flinching away from the soft hand she put on his cheek. When she finally turned to leave, Izuku exhaled roughly. He then slipped inside his room and clicked the door shut before he collapsed into bed. He was going to be a hero course student. One of the 40 kids between 2 classes for his year. He'd done it. Izuku had done it and he was going to stick with it. Even though his mother didn't exactly approve. It would work out. Izuku believed it'd be fine. It had to be. When Izuku and Kaken both ended up at Aldra Junior High's principal's office at the end of the year, the man excitedly worshipped the ground they walked on. As usual. I can't believe we have 2 students from our school matriculating into UA. The balding man said, beaming at them. Kaken was slouching, bored, and Izuku was just staring, utterly unimpressed. Both of you were guaranteed spots, of course. Midoriya will make a wonderful healer, and you, Bakugo, will be a splendid hero. Actually, sir, I took both the healer and the hero course exams, and I received acceptance into both. Izuku informed him blandly. I've chosen to attend the hero course. The man recoiled, looking absolutely shocked, and Kaken made out hihois. But you have a healing quirk. The principal said, as if Izuku was stupid or didn't already know. I'm aware. Izuku sighed again. Can we go now, sir? The principal nodded, still in shock. Izuku tried to leave, but was then dragged out by Kaken, who snagged his elbow. How did you do it, huh? Kaken seethed quietly as they exited the school. No way you got in. I saved someone. Izuku said quietly. Bullshit. Kaken growled, and Izuku gasped as he was shoved roughly against the brick wall behind him. You cheated somehow. Look, I didn't cheat. Izuku snapped, glaring back at him. I brought a knife, which helped, but honestly I just took the exam. Kaken looked vaguely like he'd rather explode than listen to reason, so Izuku shouldered past him harshly. Leave me alone. Izuku didn't see him again for a while. Izuku, do you have everything? Inko asked as Izuku zipped his backpack. Yes, Mom. Izuku said as he pulled on his black backpack. Including my extra mask and undershirt. Oh, you don't need those. She huffed. People need healing. Izuku, how can you heal them if you're in all that clothing? Izuku's hands tightened on his backpack straps, and he took a deep breath. Whatever. Izuku muttered, pulling open the door. I'll be late at this rate. He only got a single step out the door. Izuku! What now? Izuku turned back to see her staring at him, eyes hard and smile gone. Keep in mind that you know how to be a healer already. It's what you're good at. She said, if heroics is too hard, I won't say I told you so. I know, Mom. Make sure you come home in one piece, baby. Those classmates of yours might not like having a healer in class. Izuku then turned around, forcing himself not to flinch as he shut the door. He rode the train with one earbud in but no music playing. Izuku noticed people smiling at his uniform like they wanted to talk to him about being a UA student or something, and he did not want that. So Izuku paid them no mind, more focused on keeping his breathing steady and his heart rate even. Once he arrived at the school, Izuku hurried through the massive halls of UA and searched the building for his classroom, Class 1A. He'd looked at the digital map they gave him before he left home, but it looked so much different in person. He finally spotted a huge door with a sign labeled 1A above it, and he sighed in relief. Don't put your feet on the desk. Izuku slid the door open and heard immediately. Ah, that's 7111 yelling at Kaken. Izuku sighed. Kaken was sitting as he usually did, feet up and lounging in his chair as if he were at a spa. 7111 didn't seem to like that. Ha! Kaken grinned with one raised eyebrow. Challenging and arrogant. Don't you think that's rude to the UA upperclassmen and the people who made that desk? 7111 was standing upright, straight as possible, one robot-like arm chopping away. Nope. Kaken leaned forward, his grin growing. What junior high did you go to, you side character? Izuku came further into the room and slid the door shut behind him, neither boy noticing him. I attended semi-private academy. I am Ida Tenya. The boy put a hand on his chest, the other one still out but not karate chopping the air anymore. Semi? You're a DMN elite, huh? Kaken strained his neck as he sat up even further. It was impressive really, he was near folded in half since his legs were still up on the desk. Looks like I'll have fun crushing you. Crushing? 7111 recoiled, aghast. Maybe terribly horrified? He was a very expressive person, evidently. That's cruel. Do you truly aim to be a hero? Kaken looked away, and that was when the two spotted Izuku by the door. In fact, that was when the whole room noticed Izuku. The boy, Ida 7111, closed the gap between them, walking stiffly like a robot, which honestly seemed like a personality trait at that point. I am from semi-private academy and my name is Ida Tenya. He said loudly. Heard. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya, you realize there was something more to that practical exam, didn't you? Izuku paused, eyeing the boy in curiosity and confusion. I had no idea. I misjudged you. He raised his choppy hands and looked away in seeming shame. I hate to admit it, but you are better than me. I really didn't do anything. Izuku said blandly, but if you're apologizing for touching me, I forgive you. The door slid open behind him, and he noticed the girl he saved stepping inside. Oh, that mask! She exclaimed, beaming brightly. You're the boy who healed me. You got in. So did you. Izuku acknowledged. Congratulations. I saw you got 9th, that's so cool. She beamed, and then rubbed the back of her head a little nervously. I only barely got in. I didn't have a ton of rescue points, so I got placed 21st. Well, you got in. Izuku shrugged. So it worked out, evidently. We should sit down. She nodded happily, and Izuku headed to his seat. Kaken glared at him as Izuku sat down, but he said nothing, so Izuku called it a win. I wonder if today's just the entrance ceremony and orientation? The girl said, turning to, I wonder what our teacher's like. Aren't you nervous? Go somewhere else if you want to play at being friends. A tired voice came from the open doorway. 7111 and the girl were still at the door, and they both recoiled with a gasp. This is the hero course. The voice continued. A strange crinkling sound could be heard, though Izuku could not see what caused it, followed by a zipper noise. Okay, it took 8 seconds before you were. Quiet. Time is limited. You kids are not rational enough. The door shut behind the man as he entered, and Izuku could see the voice belonged to a very tired-looking person in a loose jumpsuit. He had long black hair that fell in front of tired dark eyes, and he wore all black with an odd-looking gray scarf. Izuku blinked. It was Eraserhead from his exam. He seemed different when he wasn't being so intense and rescuing fake civilians. Plus, his yellow eye goggles were missing, and his scarf wasn't covered in robot blood. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuda. Nice to meet you. It's kind of sudden, but put this on and go out onto the field. Eraserhead pulled a handful of gym uniforms out of a yellow sleeping bag. Izuku blinked, and then sighed before he planting his head on his desk. Changing rooms, EW. Chapter 5. On the field, a dark long-sleeved turtleneck under his gym uniform and a pair of gloves, Izuku was ready. He also kept his mask on, but that was obvious since he never took it off in public, even for food. He only ever ate lunch at school if he was alone, like hiding in a bathroom stall or something. Would that work at Udata? A Quirk assessment test? The class exclaimed loudly, some groaning. What about the entrance ceremony? The orientation? The girl he'd saved asked, eyes wide. If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events. Eraserhead said in his usual soft monotone. Izuku wondered if the panic and urgency he'd pretended to have for Izuku's exam was specifically saved for heroics. Why waste emotion on your class when you can be half asleep, right? UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's also how the teachers run their classes. Aizawa stared the class down. The teacher's dark eyes then swept the chalk-painted field in front of them. You kids have been doing these since junior high, too, right? The teacher held up his phone. Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still uses averages taken from results of students not using their quirks. It's not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating. He stuck his hands in his pockets lazily. Bakugo, you finished at the top of the practical exam, right? In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? 67 meters. Kaken said evenly. Then, try doing it with your quirk. Kaken walked up to the circle without complaint, taking the ball. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Eraserhead added boredly. Hurry up. Give it all you've got. Kaken stretched, pulling at his shoulders and loosening them up. Izuku knew what was coming and sighed. Kaken loved showing off, especially in dramatic ways such as exploding softballs. Then well, Kaken gripped the ball tightly, winding up his throwing arm, and his grin finally appeared in all its arrogant glory. Die! Kaken screamed as he released the ball. The ball hurtled away, Kaken's explosions having propelled it up and away into the sky. A trail of red-hot sparks followed it, along with rings of smoke. Very dramatic, very Kaken. Know your own maximum first. Eraserhead said quietly. His phone beeped, and he held it up. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. The screen read 705.2 meters, and people around Izuku gasped. 750 meters? Seriously? Izuku turned to look at the idiot who apparently couldn't read, and it was a blonde with some black mixed in. Izuku saw the ponytail girl behind the blonde had noticed his inability to read as well, and looked slightly annoyed by it too. What's this? It looks fun. A solid pink girl bounced up and down in excitement. Literally, she was pink from her hair to her toes with the exception of yellow horns and golden irises in black scara. We can use our quirks as much as we want. As expected of the hero course. A guy with a mullet and oddly shaped elbows put in. It looks fun, huh? Eraserhead's voice was different, and Izuku tilted his head as he listened. You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? Suddenly he was smirking, not a smile, not really, more menacing amusement than anything else. Alright. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be punished with expulsion. The teacher never raised his voice, just stayed ominous and amused. Izuku thought it made perfect sense, honestly. The class, however, did not seem to agree. Ha! The majority collectively yelled, eyes huge and leaning forward in disbelief. We're free to do what we want about the circumstances of our students. The teacher lifted the dark hair off his face to reveal a wide and toothy grin, eyes wide and slightly crazed. Welcome to UA's hero course. Last place will be expelled? But it's the first day of school. The girl Izuku saved, he really needed to learn her name, yelled, hands clenched anxiously in front of her. No, even if it wasn't the first day of school, this is too unfair. Izuku scowled into his mask. Fairness wasn't something that worked like that. Natural disasters, big accidents, and selfish villains. Calamities whose time or place can't be predicted. Japan is covered with unfairness. The teacher met each of their eyes in turn, his calm voice washing over them sternly. Heroes are the ones who reverse those situations. If you wanted to go talk to your friends at Mickey D's after school, too bad. For the next 3 years, UA will do all it can to give you one hardship after another. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Eraserhead grinned again, still toothy but less crazed, and he curled a finger, beckoning them forward. Daring them. Overcome it with all you've got. Izuku looked around to see people finally getting serious. If it was one thing Eraserhead could do, it was speeches. It must be why he was such a good teacher. In their first lesson, he'd already told them to know their limits, and inspired them to try their best. Amazing. Alright, demonstration's over. The real thing starts now. The first test was the 50-meter dash. Izuku didn't like the creepy robot boxes that told someone when they could start running, but the robot spoke anyway in a creepy high-pitched voice that grated his ears. On your mark, get set, go. It sounded so cheerful, and Izuku glared at it instead of watching 7111 and a girl? With some kind of frog mutation. Well, he's like a fish in water. Izuku heard Aizawa mumble. Probably 7111. He went zoom. He seemed to have some kind of speed quirk, related to the engines in his calves. It'll be worth seeing what others do. The girl he saved tapped her clothing before running, and a guy with a tail hopped in a really cool way. Was his tail super strong, then? The pink girl just ran, and the blonde wearing an odd belt tried to shoot himself backwards and succeeded? Sort of. He shot a laser out of his stomach though, so that's cool. If I shoot for more than a second, I get a stomachache. The blonde said proudly. Izuku and the people around him all seemed to agree that this boy was sort of odd. Looking at the upper limit of your quirk and the room for growth in each result, it becomes what you can and can't accomplish. Eraserhead said blandly. Izuku ended up at the line with Kaken, and they ignored at each other. Kaken was grinding his teeth though. Izuku could hear it. On your mark. Izuku really didn't like that robot's voice. Get set. Go. Explosive speed. Kaken yelled, throwing his arms behind him to propel him forward. Izuku ran after him, obviously not as fast. Explosion really was an amazing quirk, if its holder was sort of a jerk. 4.13 seconds. The robot yelled first. 5.92 seconds. It called as Izuku crossed. Izuku jogged a little further as he came to a stop, and then paused to look at Kaken. He was staring at his own smoking palms. When I use both hands, the force disperses. He muttered thoughtfully. Izuku just turned away. The second test was for grip strength. Izuku paid less attention to his own score, and more to the duo of boys that were crowded around a boy with 4'6", a boy with too many massive arms. Wow. 540 kilograms? What are you, a gorilla? Oh, an octopus? Odd Elbow's boy exclaimed. Octopuses are secretary. The tiny one with purple ball on his head agreed, seemingly wistful. Standing long jump was the third test, and Kaken did well in that one too. So did the frog girl, ice boy, apparently Odd Elbows was actually tape elbows, and so on. Izuku was middle of the pack on that one, he noticed. Repeated side steps were interesting, especially when the midget just plopped some of the purple ball onto the ground and let himself be thrown between them repeatedly and quickly. Izuku was pretty proud that his score was better than Kaken's. Izuku was just barely below Ice Boy for that one, who seemed to be gliding through. the test even more easily than Kaken. However, that girl with the magic pink sparkles created trampolines and would have won that exercise if not for the purple midget. She seemed to be doing something like that for every test, he realized. She didn't stand out, but she was clearly in the lead. Then came the ball throw, and Izuku actually enjoyed watching the creativity flow. Apparently the girl who he saved had a gravity negation quirk of some kind, and she sent the softball into space. That's amazing! She got infinity? A redhead yelled. The blonde who couldn't read was standing beside him, and he looked mildly terrified. As he should be, women are scary and powerful. Izuku walked up to the circle and turned to the teacher. Eraser, anything goes as long as I'm in the circle, right? Aizawa looked suspicious, but he nodded. That's correct. He confirmed. Izuku sighed in relief. Great. He tossed the ball in his hand lightly upwards, catching it and judging its weight. Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out his knife, snapping the mechanism open with practiced ease. Gasps rang from behind him, and Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Reeling his arm back, Izuku threw the ball as hard as he could, and the knife followed as quickly as Izuku could manage. The knife flew end over end before slamming point first into the ball, propelling it even farther forwards. He glanced at Eraserhead as he waited, satisfied. His special knife was finally being used for its intended purpose. His mom didn't know about the knife, of course. Izuku had picked it out specifically when she gave him money for medical textbooks. It was a throwing knife, which he used for more than throwing, evidenced by his hero exam, but it was special because it was quirk-infused. The designer's father had an accuracy quirk that could be used to make objects fly in a fixed direction without stopping until they hit something. It was like being in space, sort of. The object just stayed in motion until something stopped it. The man made support weapons for heroes mainly, but his daughter preferred making simpler weapons for civilians. She sold it to him when he was about 10 years old, for the same price as 7 of Izuku's college-level medical textbooks. Aizawa's phone beeped, and he held up his screen. 980.6 meters. Izuku hummed happily. Must be how far the fence is. He muttered. Midoriya. Kaken yelled, popping off explosions. That's cheating. What's with the knife? I asked permission. Izuku shrugged. Then he headed away from the circle with a nod to Eraser. I'll need a second to retrieve that knife after class, sensei. Eraser just beckoned to the next student. Sit-ups were next, and Izuku beat Ice Boy for that. Izuku was almost smiled when he realized. Seated toe touches after that he didn't really enjoy, but he didn't do too badly. Middle of the pack. The pink girl was amazing though. By the long-distance run, people were getting tired. 7111 did really well with Ice Boy following close behind. Ponytail made some kind of bike? Scooter? It went really fast and had wheels. She went by so fast he didn't get a good look at it. Izuku was 3 places behind Kaken, which he was satisfied with. Soon enough the tests were over, and they stood facing the outside of the gym they'd been using occasionally, their teacher in front of them. I'll quickly tell you the results. The total is simply the marks you got from each test. It's a waste of time to explain verbally, so I'll show you the results all at once. Aizawa clicked his phone and a blue holographic scoreboard popped out of it. Yairo Zumomo. Todoroki Shudo. Bakugu Katsuki. Ida Tenya. Tokoyami Fumikage. Izuku continued scanning for his name. Ashido Mina. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku stared at the board, not bothering to read the rest. 11th was perfectly acceptable. He glanced over at Kaken, who was glaring at the ground. Was he upset? No. That's not fair. The tiny purple student cried. He must have gotten last. Aizawa cleared his throat as he clicked the hologram away. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion. He tucked his phone away, voice casual. Eraserhead then grinned once again. It was a rational deception to bring out the upper limits of your quirks. He announced it proudly, still grinning. What? Some students cried out. I'm not expelled. Oh yes. The small purple one cried, sitting down on his knees. My chances of becoming a hero and touching melons is safe. Izuku looked over and considered kicking the boy for the comment. Of course it was a lie. Izuku looked at the girl who spoke. She was the ponytail one who created things out of her body. She was the girl in first, then. It should have been obvious if you just thought it through. That was a little nerve-wracking, huh? Tape Arms said to the redhead. I'll take up the challenge anytime. The redhead boasted, fist clenched with a grin. Izuku thought that he might be like a slightly quieter version of Kaken. Fewer explosions, but just as hyped for a fight. With that, we're done here. Eraserhead cut in boredly. There are handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom, so when you get back, look them over. He then just walked off. Izuku watched him go before deciding Eraserhead was a good teacher. Midoriya. Izuku turned as he heard his name, and noticed it was he looked halfway like he wanted to pat Izuku's shoulder, but evidently thought better of it. Did you get a chance to retrieve your knife? Yeah, I got it. Izuku pulled it out of his pocket, easily flipping it open to show the boy. 7111 nodded stoically, and then he walked side by side with Izuku for a bit. I was really taken in by Aizawa-sensei. 7111 said thoughtfully, interrupting the silence. I even thought, this is the best of the best, and such. I just didn't think a teacher would encourage us with a lie. His arms were crossed, but he didn't look angry. He was weeding out the weak. Izuku told him blankly, making the boy look at him in surprise. Aizawa-sensei was testing us. He wanted to see how far we could go if we were properly motivated. I see. 7111 muttered. Such roundabout teaching methods, yet obviously effective. You too. The boys paused at the shout, and they turned around to see the gravity girl running after them with her arms at a weird angle. You heading for the station? Wait for me. You're the Infinity Girl. 7111 said, acknowledging her. I'm Uraraka Ochako. She beamed. You're Ida Tenya? The girl nodded to him, and then glanced at Izuku curiously. Midoriya, right? Midoriya Izuku. He confirmed with a nod. Thank for healing me, by the way. Uraraka smiled brightly. At the entrance exams. Sure, you're welcome. Izuku said awkwardly, blinking. You mean he administered first aid? 7111 questioned. No, he has such a cool quirk. Uraraka beamed, bouncing a little as they walked. You called it Band-Aid, right? It's a healing quirk. Shouldn't you be in the healer's course, then? 7111 asked, looking at Izuku oddly. No. Izuku said coldly. He stopped walking, which made them both pause as well. I want to be a hero. My quirk has nothing to do with my ability to save people. In fact, I plan on using it while I'm saving people to be the best hero I possibly can be. Uraraka was staring at him, mouth open and eyes wide, and 7111 was watching him with a very intense and contemplative expression on his face. I see. 7111 muttered. Very well. I apologize for insinuating you had to be a healer just because of your quirk. Izuku nodded and began to walk again. I think you'll be a great hero, Midoriya. Uraraka pumped a fist. You saved me after all, right? That sort of means you're already a hero. She smiled brightly at him, and he looked away to watch his feet as they walked. Right. Izuku whispered. I did. Chapter 6. The next morning at UA, Class 1A had regular classes like English before lunch, and then afterwards was their first hero basic training class. Izuku was sure the others were as excited as he was for it, and wondered throughout the whole morning what they'd be starting off with. Hopefully not something too difficult or dangerous. I am coming through the door like a normal person. All Might, #1 hero of Japan, shoved open the door and entered looking more like a lost superhero than a normal person. The class whispered and gasped excitedly. It's All Might. The blonde who couldn't read exclaimed quietly. Wow, he really is a teacher here. The redhead yelled. That's a costume from the Silver Age, isn't it? Frog Mutant Girl checked, one long finger on her chin. As she spoke, All Might made his way to the podium a little bit too extravagantly. Its style is so different, it's giving me goosebumps. The one with the tail said in awe. I teach hero basic training. All Might struck a strong pose with both hands on his hips. It's a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of becoming a hero. Izuku thought that should have been obvious. It was literally in the name. You'll take the most units of this subject. All Might then turned around to flex his back muscles, also standing on one foot. Let's get right into it. This is what we'll do today. He spun, striking another pose, and held up a card that read battle in very fancy lettering. Combat training. Combat. Kaken was grinning, a little bit crazed with excitement. Training. Izuku finished softly. And to go with that are these. All Might gestured to the wall, which whirred and started ejecting little cubbies with numbers on them. Costumes made based on your Quirk registrations and requests you sent in before school started. After you change, gather in ground beta. The class pretty much exploded in cheers. Yes, sir. Afterwards, they immediately launched to their feet and Izuku sighed as they all rushed forward excitedly. He was kind of glad. If luck was with him, they'd go so quickly he'd have the locker room all to himself. Izuku ended up in the locker room a little behind everyone else, but unfortunately wasn't alone. Kaken eyed him as Izuku walked into the locker room, but said nothing as he finished pulling on his black and orange costume boots. Izuku set down his case and clicked it open. The form, the clothing allowance, was submitted before the student's enrollment in UA High. It was a Quirk registration confirmation, along with physical measurements and desired designs for a hero costume. A support company working with the school would create the costumes and bring the designs to life. Unfortunately, the support companies tended to tweak things if they don't agree with how the costumes are designed. For example, what they'd done to the back of his costume shirt. Izuku's hero costume, overall, was designed to be practical. Being raised a healer, he'd studied lots of ways people manage to injure themselves. That included hero costumes. So he chose loose and dark green pants that matched the darker parts of his hair, and made sure to request a tough fabric with armor padding on his knees. He had a red, long-sleeved turtleneck that hugged his skin made of the same tough material with armor over his upper torso to protect his heart and lungs. He wore green gloves that had an opening to expose his inner wrists, but were securely fastened to his upper wrist so they wouldn't slide off. He designed them because, in a scenario where he needed to heal someone in a hurry, he might not have time to take off his gloves. Thus the wrist exposure. As well as that, when fighting, the inner wrist wasn't a spot many people would go for or think to touch randomly. It was relatively safe. As for gear, he had a black utility belt that had flares as well as explosives. Kaken had insisted on those when they were children, and Izuku hadn't ever objected or thought to remove them. Izuku also had medical supplies in case he was too exhausted to use his quirk safely. Besides, there's no such thing as excess medical supplies. For weapons, he had a heavy serrated knife, obviously, and a dozen throwing knives. He liked knives. Izuku had asked for a mask in 2 separate pieces. The bottom piece was metal and clicked on to cover his mouth. It functioned as a gas mask as well as to cover skin. The second part was an eye mask. It was reinforced glass to protect from shards getting in his eyes if they cracked, and they looked similar to the glasses Hawks wore but tinted green. The whole costume was perfect, except for the design on the back of his shirt. They added that goddamn staff of Asclepius along his spine. It marred the back of his costume completely, a blatant label that screamed, "This guy is a healer, in every way." Izuku wasn't a healer. He refused to be a healer, and they couldn't force him by marking him as one. Fancy healing Quirk be d'med. Instead, he simply stripped off the red shirt and put on his blue gym top over his black undershirt like he had for the Quirk assessment. Annoyed, he tugged on the shoes which he'd asked to have shock absorption added. They were black with dark green laces, and had steel toes for wicked kicks. Finished and sighing, he exited the locker room and tried to breathe. He was probably the only one who didn't have a complete costume, and that stung worse than Izuku thought it would. Izuku walked briskly towards the brightly lit entrance to ground beta where the rest of the class was, and ignored the glances he received from classmates as they spotted him in his dark blue gym top. "Now, it's time for combat training," All Might said loudly. A person in a suit of armor suddenly had an arm raised, but his hand only came up to eye level, bent at the elbow. Very robot-like to match the armor. 7111? Sir, this is a battle center from the entrance exam, so we will be conducting urban battles again. 7111 exclaimed, equally loud. No, we're going to move ahead 2 steps. All Might held up 2 fingers, or the peace sign, as he spoke. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside, but if you look at the total numbers, atrocious villains appear indoors at a higher rate. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals. In this society filled with heroes, truly intelligent villains hide in the shadows. For this class you'll be split into villains and heroes and fight 2-on-2 battles indoors. Without basic training? Frog Mutation Girl had a super cool suit. Practical, maybe in need of some padding. This is a real battle, to understand those basics. However, the key this time is there's no robot you can just beat up. All Might explained confidently. How will wins and losses be determined? The ponytail girl from the Quirk test asked. Her costume was the perfect example of support companies doing the complete wrong thing. She looked more like Estirpar than a hero. Lovely. Can we beat them up anyway? Kaken grumbled, probably about the robots. Will the punishment be expulsion like with Aizawa-sensei? Uraraka fidgeted in her bodysuit. Izuku did a double take after seeing her. Was she wearing heels? How shall we be split up? 7111 asked loudly, hands still raised not quite all the way. Isn't this cape crazy? Izuku turned to see the blue laser stomach Quirk blonde hiding in his cape, looking like Dracula at a glitter festival. I'll answer all your questions. All Might yelled, cutting through the chatter. Although he looked to be sweating under the pressure a little. He pulled out a tiny book and started reading. The situation is that the villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes are trying to dispose of that. The heroes need to catch the villains or get the nuclear weapon back in the allotted time. The villains need to protect the nuclear weapon for the whole time or catch the heroes. All Might tucked the little book away to hold up a yellow box with black lettering that simply said lots. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots. They're being determined so haphazardly? 7111 exclaimed. He looked rather affronted, which made Izuku sigh. Don't heroes have to work with whoever is on the scene at the time, regardless of agencies? Izuku pointed out. The armored boy glanced back at him slightly. I see. The discernment to look ahead. 7111 nodded and bowed deeply to All Might. Please excuse my rudeness. It's fine. Let's do this quickly. All Might turned around to make a superhero pose as he yelled. Izuku walked forward with everyone else to line up and draw lots. Team A, Uraraka and Midoriya. Team B, Todoroki and Shuji. Team C, Yaoyorozu and Mineta. Team D, Biguanida. Team E, Ashido and Oyama. Team F, Kuda and Sadat. Team G, Kaminari and Jair. Team H, Tokoyami and Azui. Team I, Ajuru and Hagakure. Team J, Siro and Kirishima. Oh, it must be fate. Uraraka beamed at Izuku. I'm counting on you. Yeah. Izuku acknowledged with a nod. You too. So why are you in your gym shirt? Don't you have a costume? She asked, tilting her head. They messed it up. Izuku told her. Does it not fit? It does. Then what's wrong with it? I just refuse to wear it. They messed up and I'm not wearing it until it's fixed. I'll be talking to Aizawa-sensei about it as soon as I can. She seemed chastised by Izuku's anger, but she just nodded with a nervous smile. Oh. Sorry, it's just, they put a healer symbol on it. Izuku frowned under his mask. That's not right, you're not a healer. Uraraka exclaimed, clenching her fists. Izuku was surprised by her passion, but he appreciated it. Aizawa-sensei will definitely fix it. I hope so. Izuku replied with a sigh. The duo then turned to where All Might was standing. The first teams to fight will be. All Might had one hand in a villain's box, black, and one hand in the hero's box, white. He scooped up one ball in each hand to reveal a black ball labeled D and a white one labeled A. These guys. That was Izuku against Kaken. Team A will be the heroes, and Team D will be the villains. Everyone else, head to the monitor room. Yes, sir. The class piped. As the rest of them moved away, Izuku caught Kaken's eye, and the boy glared heavily. Izuku didn't glare back, but he did sigh. Izuku and Uraraka were given a map as they approached a building, and Izuku looked down at his copy carefully. Villain team, go in first and set up. All Might prompted. In 5 minutes the hero team will break in, and the battle will start. Yes, sir. 7111 exclaimed. Izuku watched as Kaken and 7111 moved to enter the building, only to be called over to All Might. Young Ida, young Bakugo, learn to think from the perspective of the villains. This is pretty close to a real battle. Go all out, don't be afraid to get hurt. Izuku frowned lightly, and wondered what Aizawa would think of All Might as a teacher. Eraserhead actively told them to know their upper limits, to know what they can or can't do to stay safe and in control. All Might was telling them, it's fine to get hurt. Didn't seem like a positive notion to Izuku. Yes, sir. 7111 replied without hesitation. If things get out of hand, I will stop it. All Might told him. Yes, sir. Ida repeated. Izuku resisted another sigh as he saw Kaken's "I'm so done, let's fight already" face. Kaken soon disappeared into the building, and All Might left after giving Izuku and his partner the building's blueprints. It's a lot of work to memorize the building's floor plan, Uraraka said quietly. She then looked away from her paper to beam up at the building. But All Might is just the same as when he's on TV. Unlike Aizawa-sensei, it looks like there's no punishment. So we can relax. No. Izuku cut her off. She glanced over in surprise. That's exactly why Aizawa-sensei lied about punishing us. He thought we wouldn't try our best unless we thought we'd be expelled. Obviously, he was right. Izuku turned to face her. This is combat training, it's not a game. 7111 isn't going to play nice, and neither is Kaken. 7111? She blinked slowly. You mean Ida? Izuku nodded. Yeah. He's 7111 in my head because that was his examinee number at the entrance exams. Izuku shrugged. Anyway, we can't relax. That's my point. We need to do our best, fake punishment on the line or not. Her brown eyes widened, and then her face settled into firm determination. Yeah, let's do our best. She pumped a fist in the air and Izuku nodded. Now, let's start the person-to-person combat training with Team A and Team D. All Might's voice sounded from their earpieces. Let's go, Izuku said. Uraraka nodded firmly, and they chose a window on the boron floor to climb through into the building. We've infiltrated successfully, Uraraka stage whispered. Izuku took a deep breath and examined his surroundings, letting Uraraka just follow his. They were in a sort of corridor, a maze of hallways that were all relatively narrow. Izuku crouched as he walked, carefully making no noise as he checked every corner. Izuku kept a hand near his knives as he made his way down the hallways, already knowing Kaken would head straight for him. He just needed to figure out where. Kaken appeared from around the next corner, and Izuku immediately dodged. Shoving Uraraka out of the way, Izuku slid as he landed on a crouch and glared at where Kaken could be seen through the smoke screen. Uraraka landed on her butt and gasped for breath as she tilted back a bit far and was practically lying down. Oi Midoriya, don't dodge. Kaken's voice was unusually quiet, and it made Izuku sigh as he pushed himself to his feet. I knew you'd come for me, Izuku muttered, climbing to his feet. Uraraka got to her feet as well, and backed up several steps anxiously. I won't do enough damage to make All Might stop us, but I'll get as close as I can. Kaken grinned, and then he sprinted forward with his right hand held threateningly upwards. Izuku narrowed his eyes. As Kaken threw his punch, Izuku slid forward and grabbed hold of Kaken's arm, turning so his back was against Kachib's chest, and then threw the blonde over his shoulder so he slammed into the ground. Izuku heard him choke on air, the wind being knocked out of him, and immediately jumped forward to wrap capture tape around his head. Kaken jerked upright, but the tape snagged on the boy's neck and Izuku held firm as he pulled it tight. Bakugo has been captured. All Might said through Izuku's earpiece. Bakugo, please come to the monitoring room. You're out. Izuku immediately released the tape and took a step backwards, but Kaken didn't move in the slightest. He was staring at the floor in shock, seemingly stunned. Let's go, we need to find the bomb. Izuku said, beckoning Uraraka. If Kaken's down here, 7111 should be on an upper floor. Maybe even the top one. Hi. She nodded. Her eyes were huge and shiny when she looked at him, and he wondered why. Izuku and Uraraka went up and up until they found the 5th floor, and they peeked around a pillar to see 7111 protecting the bomb. Bakugo is a natural at being bad, but that fits this training perfectly. 7111 was muttering. Then, I must also devote myself to being a villain. 7111 was 2 pillars in front and to the left of them, in the space with the bomb. Last Izuku checked he was facing the opposite way, but that could change. Would throwing a knife at the weapon count as retrieving it? No, that'd blow it up in a real scenario. That's right. This is another trial to turn me into a man who will not bring shame to the Ida family. Izuku beckoned to the right, around the pillar away from Ida, and down the hallway away from the bomb. 7111's voice faded a little as Izuku backed up a row of pillars. Can you distract him? Izuku whispered, looking at Uraraka seriously. I can. Sneak around and get the bomb if you hold his attention. I can do it. Uraraka enthused quietly. Izuku nodded. I'll sneak around, you go back to where we were just now and get his attention. Hi. She immediately headed back, and Izuku sighed as he moved up 2 pillars so he was further towards the windows, and then headed back down the space to where 7111 was. B died with evil in order to become a hero. I am extremely evil. 7111 said the line in what was practically a shout, and Izuku heard Uraraka burst into laughter. Have you arrived, Uraraka? Yes. She said, her heels clicking on the floor. Izuku crept closer to the bomb. Izuku was 1 pillar away from the bomb, and Ida had his back to him. Was it worth the risk? Where's Midoriya? Ida exclaimed, and that was when Izuku took the risk. Izuku sprinted for the bomb, not even bothering for stealth anymore, and saw 7111 turn as if it was slow motion. Izuku was only a few feet from the bomb as 7111 charged, calves lit with blue flame. 7111 was a lot faster than Izuku thought. He shoved Izuku out of the way and snagged the bomb, holding it above his head and running across the room. Izuku gritted his teeth and looked over to where Uraraka was standing. Uraraka, if you see an opening, take it. Izuku called, otherwise, help me distract him until one of us can grab it. Right. She clenched her fists and nodded. I won't let you, heroes. 7111 shouted, apparently deeply immersed in his character. Izuku sprinted for 7111, but he knew he wasn't going to be able to get the bomb just from running. So, when 7111 went to sprint away, Izuku ran for the wall and jumped off it to lunge more quickly. 7111 was out of the way quicker than Izuku could blink. You will not capture this weapon. 7111 announced, I will do my villainous things and stop you. Uraraka burst out laughing again, which made 7111 spin around to look for her. She must have been hiding behind a pillar because she was nowhere in sight. 7111 turned away, which meant Izuku sprinted forward with his hand outstretched towards the bomb. Frustratingly, 7111 jumped backwards out of reach. It was like a game of keep away, and Izuku was losing. That is, until Uraraka came out from behind a pillar as 7111 blew by, and her fingertips brushed the weapon just enough for her quirk to take hold. Got it! She yelled excitedly as it went weightless, rising from 7111's hands upwards. Izuku watched it go up, and wondered if that actually counted. They hadn't retrieved it, exactly. Hero team wins. All Might's voice rang out. Huh, it did count then. Please come swiftly to the monitoring room for feedback and review. But we did it. Uraraka yelled excitedly, jumping up and down. She touched her fingertips together, and the bomb clattered to the floor. She winced at the startling noise and smiled apologetically. Good job tagging the bomb, Izuku told her, and then turned to, you too, 7111. Uraraka nodded vigorously, but 7111 just blinked and turned to Izuku sternly. I am Ida Tenya, 7111 said, putting a confused hand on his chest. I know, but Mike-sensei called you examinee number 7111 when we met, so that's what I think of you as. Izuku shrugged as they headed towards the monitoring room. I can't help it. Ah, I see. 7111 said stoically, like a nickname. I suppose. Izuku replied. You got so into it, Ida. Uraraka said brightly, bouncing. You were so evil. But it was merely for the exercise. 7111 exclaimed, chopping his hand in that odd way of his. I am still aiming to be the best hero I can be. Of course, of course. Uraraka nodded rapidly, still beaming. Izuku wondered if her face ever hurt from smiling so much. He knew his would. Oi, Midoriya! The redhead exclaimed as soon as Izuku and Uraraka opened the door to the monitor room. Good work. You sure were fired up. I can't believe you captured Bakugo. He placed first in the entrance exam. The one with tape elbows added with a grin. You did a good job dodging Bakugo. The pink girl exclaimed, coming right up close to pump her fists excitedly. Now that you've done so well, we're pumped to give it our all too. Another of his classmates called. Izuku realized he and Uraraka had suddenly been thoroughly surrounded by enthusiastic classmates grinning widely at them both. You were sort of close to elegant with that. You did a good job dodging. The pink girl completely interrupted the glittery Dracula blonde. Oh, Izuku blinked. I'm Kirishima Ijiru. The redhead exclaimed with a fierce grin. I'm Shiro Hanta. The tape elbows one said with the same relaxed grin. I'm Aoyama Yuga. The sparkly one was once again cut off by the energetic pink girl. I'm Ishido Mina. She flapped her arms excitedly, breathless as she hopped in one spot. You did a good job dodging. I'm Azui Tsu. The frog girl said, approaching from nearby. Call me Tsu. I'm Satu. Another classmate said, giving Izuku a thumbs up. I'm Mineta. The small classmate vaguely resembling a child with grapes on his head jumped high enough that he was at Izuku's eye level, which was oddly impressive. Midoriya Izuku. Was all Izuku could think to say. Everyone, calm down so we can do the person-to-person combat training, Battle 1 review. All Might declared. The screen behind him then lit up with the words, and Izuku blinked in surprise. The class wilted a little as they turned away from him, but gave All Might their attention. The MVP is Midoriya. All Might announced loudly. Why him and not Uraraka? They're both winners. Azui tapped her chin. Why is that? Does anyone know? All Might raised his hand high, probably an imitation of, yes, All Might Sensei. The girl with the horrible red costume raised her hand, her face reading, I'm above you, as it always did. Midoriya made a plan for his team and executed it well. Watching the match, Ida and Bakugo had no communication or teamwork skills, even if they both played the roles of a villain well. She took a breath and continued. Midoriya was the one who captured Bakugo, while Uraraka sat on the sidelines. Uraraka was a good teammate, but despite capturing the bomb, she didn't do much. The ponytail girl looked down at the ground, content with her assessment, and crossed her arms. All Might appeared to be grimacing as much as he was smiling, lips shaking more towards a frown the longer the girl spoke. Izuku just listened carefully. She made good points, but Izuku wasn't sure he agreed. He could have done more. Well, Uraraka did well letting Midoriya distract, but, yes. All Might gave her a slightly uncertain thumbs up. That is correct. We should always start with the basics to develop a depth of understanding. We must strive to devote ourselves wholeheartedly. Otherwise, we cannot become pro-heroes. The snobby girl's hands were on her hips now, and she spoke with hard authority. Examining her, Izuku decided she was from a rich family. She and Ice Boy were both recommendation students, which meant that they were talented and rich. The girl acted like she was better than everyone else, flaunting her intelligence whenever she had the opportunity, and Izuku decided he didn't particularly like her. Maybe that would change, but from what he could see, she didn't have a great personality. All right. All Might was still holding his thumbs up. Let's change locations and start the second match. Tackle this training after thinking about what we just talked about. Yes, sir. Izuku didn't really pay much attention to the following rounds. He was too busy staring at Kaken, who looked halfway between self-loathing and spiraling disappointment. Which made sense, considering he lost, but it was a new look for him and Izuku didn't know what to think of it. The match with Ice Boy and Octopus he paid attention to, only because they beat Gloves and Tail Dude in barely a few minutes. Ice Boy froze the whole building solid, and that was the end of that. Izuku did congratulate the people who did well, though, especially the ones who had introduced themselves. He felt bad he didn't know more of their names, but it was only the second day of school. Good work, everyone. All Might said as they stood outside, about to leave Ground Beta. We didn't have any major injuries, either. You guys took this seriously. You did a good job for your first training. Azui raised her hand. To have such a proper class after Aizawa-sensei's class, it's kind of anticlimactic. Several people nodded along with that assessment, but Izuku frowned. What was wrong with it? Izuku asked genuinely. People whipped their heads around and stared, and he blinked in surprise at their intense faces. What? Didn't they realize Aizawa was just motivating them? It was like a prize, do well and you won't be punished. Everyone tried their best, and his point was addressed as to why he did what he did. Did they not understand? And confused expressions on their faces in reaction to his question were enough of an answer. We're free to have proper classes as well. All Might declared, apparently letting the class ignore Izuku's question. Well then, I must record the wins and losses from today's class. Change and return to the classroom. With that, All Might blasted down the long tunnel and was soon out of sight. The class was hit with wind from how fast he went, several people gasping. All Might's amazing. The blonde one who can't read exclaimed. Izuku winced, realizing just how bad a name that was. He definitely needed to ask for that boy's name. Why was he in such a hurry? Tail Boy asked, blinking. So cool. Mineta whispered behind a hand. Through the rest of his classes, Izuku was on a mission to learn people's names. The teachers said their names when they were called on, so he knew the stuck-up girl was called Yaoyorozu. Izuku outright asked the electric blonde for his name, and apparently his name was Kaminari. When classes finally ended and they were reviewing their hero training scores, they all swarmed him again to chat about his match very loudly. When Izuku noticed Kaken shove his way through the door and walk off, Izuku stared after him. Their classmates tried to stop him, telling him that reviewing their scores was important, but he didn't listen. Of course he didn't. As school actually ended, and he walked to the station with Uraraka and 7111, Izuku felt a little spark of pride inside. He'd beaten Kaken. Even if it was only for a moment, Izuku decided he was allowed to enjoy the win and take it for what it was. It was proof that Izuku was well on his way to becoming a hero. Chapter 7. Izuku was so done with the day, and it had only just started. Hey you! A microphone was shoved in his face and a woman was suddenly right in front of him. How are All Might's classes? Izuku sidestepped her with a frown hidden behind his mask. Tell us. How is All Might's teaching? Izuku kept walking and didn't look back. The woman was then redirected, Uraraka walking up next. Izuku shivered, firmly deciding he hated the press and hoped he could avoid them in future. Maybe Eraserhead had the right idea about hiding from them. Walking to class, however, was peaceful. Izuku wasn't bothered as he sat down for class, his classmates chatting amongst themselves or sitting quietly until Aizawa showed up. Upon his arrival, though, silence fell and he climbed to the front of the room with a tired expression. Good work on yesterday's combat training. I saw the video and results. Aizawa said from where he'd taken up residence at the podium. Today I'll have you. The dramatic pause made the class shiver. Decide on a class representative. After a beat of silence, the class cheered loudly enough that several people winced at the volume, Izuku included. I want to be class rep. Pick me. Kirishima yelled as he threw his hands in the air and jumped to his feet. Me too. Kaminari raised his hand. I want to do it too. Jair put in, also raising a hand calmly. It's a job made for M. Aoyama never got to finish his flamboyant sentence with a hand in the air, Ashido descending in her usual overexcited way. I'll be the leader, she declared, both arms waving excitedly. My manifesto is for all girls' skirts to be 30 centimeters above the knee. Mineta stood on his desk behind Izuku, and Izuku reached backwards to shove the boy back down. It was simply coincidence the boy hit his head on his desk. Really, it was. Let me do it. Kaken move a hand in the air aggressively. Me. Silence. Please. 7111's shout cut through the classroom. It's a job with the serious responsibility of leading others. It's not a job for just anyone who wants to do it. Every head was turned to face 7111, even though half the class was on their feet. It is a calling that requires the trust of those around you. If we want to use democracy to decide on a true leader, we should hold an election to choose one. 7111's face was ridiculously serious and dark, yet his hand was high and straight up in the air. Izuku sighed as the class started exclaiming about 7111's hand in the air and yelling disagreements. He didn't really want to put himself out there yet. Uraraka and 7111 had been accepting of his quirk, but would everyone else be? His mom certainly didn't think so. We haven't known each other for that long, Azui said as she tapped her chin with a long finger. Izuku noted it was one of her little habits, like 7111's choppy arms. So how can we have trust or anything, Ida? If that's the case and everyone votes for themselves. Kirishima frowned as he trailed off. Don't you think that's precisely why whoever receives multiple votes here can be truly considered the most suitable person? 7111 declared, now standing. What do you think, Aizawa-sensei? Izuku looked back at the podium to see Aizawa zipped fully into his infernal yellow sleeping bag, and Izuku blinked in surprise at the image. Only Eraser's face and some unruly black strands of hair could be seen in the sea of banana yellow. I don't care as long as you decide before homeroom is over. The man then tipped over to the side, disappearing behind the podium, presumably to sleep. Izuku agreed wholeheartedly with that particular notion, and sighed with longing. Thank you very much. 7111 shouted. Let's get to voting. Izuku was given a slip of paper, same as everyone else, and thought about who he thought would be good for the job. Yaoyorozu was a good option. She definitely knew how to command a room. However, it might just inflate the massive ego she already had. Izuku shrugged and wrote down 7111's name. When 7111 collected the papers and headed to the chalkboard to write down the final counts, Izuku stared in surprise at the names sitting at the top, tied for points. Midoriya Izuku. Yaoyorozu Momoto. Most people possessed only one vote, choosing to vote for themselves. He blinked once, twice, and his name remained tied for first. Huh? 2 votes. Izuku exclaimed. He glanced around the classroom and noticed Uraraka whistling suspiciously and 7111 was muttering to himself in what looked like mild frustration. He only had 1 vote, which didn't make sense. Izuku had voted for him, which meant 7111 hadn't voted for himself. Then the class rep will be both Yaoyorozu and Midoriya equally, Izawa said, beckoning the two to the front. Izuku stood and headed for the podium, and looked out at the class with Yaoyorozu on his left. Thank you for your votes, Izuku said neutrally, nodding to the class. We'll do our best. Yaoyorozu bowed, and Izuku winced as he realized he probably should have too. That might not be so bad, Azui said thoughtfully. After all's said and done, Midoriya can get pretty fired up. Kirishima said brightly. And Yaoyorozu was cool when we were going over the battle results, Siro added. Izuku turned to Yaoyorozu and decided to try for politeness. Congrats on becoming rep. Congratulations to you as well. She sported a tiny smile as she said it. In line waiting for a lunch, Izuku debated whether he should find a place to sit outside or head for the bathrooms again. Bathrooms were easier, but outside onto the grounds would be a nice change. Izuku took his lunch with a thankful nod towards lunch rush and stood a little dumbly in one spot as he tried to decide. Sighing, he decided to head to a bathroom. It was closer, and he didn't want to have to navigate the hallways and find the way to the exit towards the grounds. He didn't have forever to eat, and all that time walking would be a waste. He locked himself in a stall, same as always, and sat down on the floor cross-legged to eat. He pulled off his mask, breathing in deeply and pretending he wasn't breathing in bathroom air so happily. Regardless, Izuku started eating his katsudon and wondering how he would go about being a class representative. Obviously he had no experience, and he felt a bit like he hadn't done anything to earn it. But then again, none of them had. It was so early in the year, as Azui had pointed out. Maybe being class representative would give him the chance to show that he really was hero material. If he was a sort of leader for his class of heroes, obviously he wasn't a healer, right? Surely Yaoyorozu would help. Then again, maybe not. If she believed he would only ever be a healer, then it might cause some issues. Actually, maybe he should just step down. There has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outdoors promptly. A feminine voice announced suddenly. Izuku looked up from his food and thoughts, a little stunned. Geez now? Izuku groaned, standing. I didn't even get to finish my food. The speaker voice was repeating its message as Izuku hooked his mask back on over his ears. I repeat, there has been dash. Izuku shoved the bathroom door open, leaving his food in the stall, and immediately yelped audibly. The hallway was flooded with people, and Izuku regained his balance just in time to be roughly slammed into him from behind. Hey! Izuku exclaimed as the boy continued trying to shove him along. Students were shoulder to shoulder all the way down it, and were shoving and yelling at each other in attempts to escape the thick crowd. Ouch! Don't push! Someone fell. Stop! Where's the teachers? Izuku was muscular, but he was also short. He shoved between people, trying to get away, but more students replaced them. He couldn't see over their heads, and more people were screaming. How was he supposed to get out? How was anyone supposed to evacuate like this? People were pressed against every part of Izuku, and he couldn't help but panic. Was his undershirt covering his neck? Were his socks still covering his ankles? Were his gloves in place and his wrists protected? His head slammed into someone's shoulder. What if his forehead hit skin? Midoriya! Izuku looked up from his panic and spotted Kirishima and Kaminari, both tall in the crowd, standing with their arms over their heads near the wall. Kirishima! Izuku called back. The boy reached out a hand, and Izuku reached around a girl with blue hair to grasp for him. Kirishima grabbed Izuku's wrist and hardened his hand around it. His grip like steel, Kirishima yanked Izuku towards him and wrapped both arms around Izuku's shoulders. Despite being caged, Izuku felt much safer and much more calm in Kirishima's arms. We need to get outside. Kaminari yelled, this is insane. We can't get through the crowd. Izuku shouted. He wasn't being crushed anymore, but even Kirishima wasn't immune to the immense pressure of hundreds of students. They were still being shoved in every direction, Kaminari barely staying with them. We need a teacher. Kirishima yelled in his ear. They're probably all investigating the break-in. Izuku shouted back. What's that? Kaminari pointed behind them. Izuku couldn't turn, but knew what Kaminari meant as 7111 went careening by, spinning end over end, right past them and slammed into the exit sign above the doorway. Everyone! Everything's fine. 7111 cried. People gasped, some pointing, but everyone seemed to pause. The shoving ceased. It's just the media. There is nothing to panic about. Everything's fine. 7111 was shaking, one hand gripping the ceiling and both legs propped up on the sign, but his voice echoed through the room with firmness. This is UA. Let us act in a way befitting the best of the best. Izuku felt like he could breathe again as quiet descended, while both Kaminari and Kirishima relaxed a little. Kirishima's hardened arms released Izuku a little and slowly slackened. The crowd collectively seemed frozen, and a few people peeked out the windows as if to double-check 7111's words. The police are here. A girl yelled in relief, which triggered the noise and muttering to start again, albeit much calmer. Oh good. It's just the press. He's right. 7111 floated down from the ceiling and Uraraka ran up to him with a huge smile, which confirmed that she'd been the one to float him up there. Meanwhile, Izuku was released by Kirishima as students calmed and began to form more orderly yet sideways lines. Izuku turned to Kirishima with a grateful smile as they started following the now untidy lines of students moving outside. Thanks, I couldn't find my feet. Izuku said thankfully. No problem, man. Kirishima grinned, shark teeth happily on display. Izuku smiled, and he wished just a bit that he didn't have a mask and could properly smile at the boy. How did Ida do that? Kaminari asked, still staring up at where 7111 was floating at ceiling height. He had Uraraka make him weightless, and then used his engines to propel himself. Izuku explained. That's why he spun so much. Ah, of course. Kaminari snapped his fingers with a grin. That makes sense. Come on, we should evacuate. Izuku beckoned the duo, and joined the much neater lines of students that were filing their way outside. Follow the lines. It's time to decide on the other class officers. Yaoyorozu said lightly, facing the class. Now. Actually, I need to say something. Izuku stood at the front of the room with Yaoyorozu, but attention had previously been focused on mainly her. Suddenly all eyes were on Izuku instead, and Yaoyorozu looked to the side to face him in blatant surprise. I thought it was unfair of me to be nominated without you guys knowing what my quirk is. If I need to, I'll step down. Izuku swallowed nervously, and then took a deep breath. The truth is, I have a healing quirk. The class made several exclamations of surprise, except the three who already knew plus Aizawa. Though, he did open his eyes and stare. Izuku tried to ignore that as he continued. My quirk is called Band-Aid. It's a healing quirk that can heal anything caused by injury, and even completely erases scars and can regrow organs and limbs. It's fueled by my own energy, unlike Recovery Girl. Izuku paused, considering, then sighed. The truth. It's activated by skin contact, and it's possible for me to end up erasing all evidence of every past injury from a person. I have no control over it, so please, don't touch me. Oh, is that why you always wear so much clothing? Ashido asked loudly, a hand waving in the air. Yeah, I don't want to use it on anyone without their permission. Izuku nodded, and didn't mention what junior high was like. They didn't need to know how much he needed his extra layers back then. With a quirk as powerful as that, shouldn't you be in the healing course? Mineta called. It doesn't seem right wasting your quirk like that. Some of the class seemed to agree, frowning as well, and Izuku couldn't help the flash of anger he felt. He faintly noticed Aizawa had completely sat up in his sleeping bag attentively. Izuku glared at the class, ignoring the way his hands clenched into fists as he focused on keeping his voice even. It's my quirk. Izuku gritted out, keeping his voice flat and as calm as possible. I'm here to be my own kind of hero, using my quirk however I please. I'm not a healer and nobody can force me to be one. He scanned the faces of his classmates and couldn't yet determine whether they understood or not. I really want to belong here, but one thing I'll never accept is people telling me I have no choice but to be a healer just because of my quirk. I'm going to use my quirk and save as many people as I can as a hero. The class was silent for a beat, and then the class exploded into applause. Izuku blinked in shock at the sight of it, overwhelmed. Aizawa laid back down again, curling up to pretend to sleep more. Mineta looked a little embarrassed, but he reluctantly nodded in seeming acceptance. Sorry. Mineta muttered, smiling sheepishly. Izuku didn't reply, but his anger towards his classmate did abate. You'll be a great hero, Mido. Ashido cheered. You were awesome during the battle trial, who cares what your quirk is? Kirishima grinned. You're so cool. Totally awesome. Kaminari agreed, giving him a thumbs up. We'll be careful about touching you without permission, promise? Azui croaked. You're a perfect class rep. Uraraka beamed at him. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief, and he nodded in determination. Telling them was the first step. The second was waiting to see how many of them really believed in him. For today's basic hero training, it's turned into a class with 3 instructors: All Might, me, and one more person. Aizawa-sensei said, at his podium. Izuku tilted his head curiously at the phrasing. It must be a specialized class then, Izuku thought, if it had multiple teachers. Excuse me. Shiro was one desk over and one behind Izuku, and he leaned forward with his arm in the air. What'll we be doing? Without missing a beat, Eraserhead held up a white card labeled Rescue in fancy blue letters. Disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between. It's rescue training. Aizawa answered boredly. Rescue? Kaminari muttered. He turned to Ishido on his right with a raised brow. Looks like it'll be a lot of work this time too. Ishido pumped her pink fists in excitement. Right. She agreed. Idiot, this is the duty of a hero. Kirishima said, grinning as he leaned forward in his seat behind Kaminari. My arms are ready to rumble. Izuku decided he really did like Kirishima. No one can beat me in the water, Karo. Ajui's voice was blank, but she was smiling slightly. Oi, I'm not done. Aizawa glared. The class straightened. You can decide if you want to use your costumes or not this time. The wall cubbies slid open smoothly. Because there are probably costumes that limit your abilities too. The training will take place off campus, so we're taking a bus. That is all. Start getting ready. He then walked away from the podium. Everyone stood. But Izuku headed straight for Eraserhead instead of the cubbies. The teacher had leaned against the chalkboard, watching students, and he eyed him tired as Izuku walked up to him. Aizawa-sensei, I can wear most of my costume, as I did for All Might Sensei's battle training, but I need the shirt changed. Izuku said, getting right to the point. It has a medical symbol all down the spine, and I don't want the attention that it brings. It's labeling me a healer. Aizawa assessed him for a moment before sighing. You hate the idea of being a healer. Aizawa surmised. More than anything. Izuku replied immediately. Izuku was a bit afraid Aizawa would ask him why, but Aizawa just nodded tiredly. I'll get someone to let the support companies know to redesign it. He said blankly. Whatever your reasons for choosing the hero course instead of the healer course, it should be respected. Izuku sighed in relief. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku nodded to the man and quickly grabbed his costume case to follow his classmates to the locker rooms. He hoped their training would go well. Chapter 8. Loading onto the bus headed to wherever their destination went relatively well. Izuku took the seat behind where Aizawa was curled up in his yellow sleeping bag, hoping his classmates wouldn't bother him due to his proximity to the teacher. Luckily, he'd pegged them correctly. Whether it had anything to do with Aizawa being right in front of him or not, they collectively understood that Izuku didn't want to participate in their discussions and left him out of it all. Izuku appreciated it more than he let on. Izuku didn't pay them any attention during the drive, only snapping back to reality as the bus rolled to a stop. He straightened and tried to see out the window at where they were, but he could only see a massive dome before they were filing out the bus. Everyone, I have been waiting for you. A robot voice said, coming from a hero in a white costume shaped like a marshmallow with yellow boots who stood outside the dome. Izuku recognized them as 13, another hero who helped with his healer exam. Oh, I love 13. Uraraka all but yelled, pumping both fists excitedly. Let's go inside without delay. 13 gestured for the class to follow them. Looking forward to working with you. The class chanted. They followed the hero inside, and found themselves on a high-up platform that overlooked a huge area with several divided zones with different conditions. They walked down a long strip of gold and red, and Izuku looked around with careful curiosity. It was stunning, different sections blocked off for different conditions, and a central courtyard with a fountain right at the bottom of the staircase in front of them. Wow, it looks like USJ. Kirishima exclaimed. Ah, the Universal Studios of Japan. A theme park, if Izuku was remembering correctly. A shipwreck, 13 pointed to a zone filled with water, and what looked like a water slide. Landslide, several buildings were buried in dirt, a fire. They pointed out an ominous red dome, a windstorm, this time an ominous blue dome, etc. There were more zones, one with a mock mountain range and one with destroyed buildings, and Izuku wondered if there were more he couldn't see. It is a training ground that I made with different types of accidents and disasters. 13 held their arms wide open, pride in their slightly robotic voice. Which, honestly, was deserved. The place was stunning. It is called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, USJ for short. It was clear the hero was beaming under their mask as they struck a pose, standing on one foot and pointing with excitement. 13, where's All Might? Aizawa asked, stepping up towards the other hero. He eyed the place, scrutinizing. He was supposed to meet us here. 13 stepped up to him, getting in close. About that. They leaned in to whisper to Aizawa. The marshmallow hero held up 3 fingers as they spoke, and Aizawa said something in a resigned tone in response. It can't be helped. He turned away from 13. Shall we begin? Aizawa then walked to the side, and slouched near the wall, out of the way of 13. Let's see. 13 started. Before we begin, let me say one thing. Air or 2 or 3. Izuku sighed. Or 4, maybe 5 or 6 or 7? 13 was probably new to teaching classes, like All Might. The marshmallow hero did perfectly during the exam, but that was acting out a mission and not making speeches to a class of students. It was understandable, really. Everyone, I'm sure you are aware of my quirk, black hole. The hero said, regaining composure. They raised a hand to stare at. I can SCK up anything and turn it to dust. Uraraka was nodding her head enthusiastically. You use it in your rescues. You've saved so many people. She said, voice full of adoration. Yeah, but it is a power that can kill easily. The class froze, Uraraka's excitement pausing. Some of you also have quirks like that, right? The class remained still. In a superpowered society, personal quirks have been stringently regulated, so that doesn't seem to be a problem at first glance. However, please do not forget that there are many quirks that can easily kill with one wrong step. With Aizawa's physical fitness test, you found out about the possibility of your own hidden powers, and with All Might's person-to-person combat training, I think you experienced the dangers of using those powers against others. This class is a fresh start. You shall learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. You do not have powers so you can harm others. I hope you leave here with the understanding of that you have powers in order to help others. That is all. Thank you all for listening. 13 bowed, and Izuku nodded to himself. Aizawa was a natural at speeches, but apparently so was 13. Eraserhead's speech was a reality check about the unfairness of society and disasters, and about being a hero. 13's was about the reality of quirks, and a hope for them and for their abilities. Izuku was captivated by 13, just as he was with Aizawa. That was wonderful! Uraraka exclaimed as the class cheered, some others clapping politely. Bravo! Bravo! Could be heard from Kirishima. Aizawa caught their attention and pointed towards the courtyard. All right then, first, Aizawa's voice broke off as the lights flickered, electricity zipping across them, and then flipped off completely. The surprised class looked up, gasping. Izuku then noticed the fountain flickering, sputtering, the water flow cutting off before flowing again and shutting off again. A black swirl appeared, and Izuku's eyes widened in alarm as his teacher whipped around just in time to see the little black swirl explode outwards into a massive pooling of smoke, yellow slitted eyes appearing in the mist as it expanded and warped. A single hand reached through, pale and visible against the darkness, and a disembodied hand could be seen in blue hair, and another hand where what should have been the person's face appeared as the person looked up. Not just a person, a villain. All that could be seen through the pale and floating hand was one crazed red eye. Gather together and don't move. Eraserhead ordered. 13, protect the students. He held out an arm in front of the students, protectively. What's that? Kirishima said quietly as he leaned away from the scene, staring. He was staring, they all were, because the hand-covered face was followed by a body, hands decorating black clothing like fine jewelry. Crawling out after the hand villain, dozens of people streamed out and into the courtyard. The crowd looked as if they all had some kind of mutation quirk, But the worst of the worst. Izuku couldn't help but think they were creepy, their bodies horrifying as they walked. One villain had an armored and long neck with a bug-like face, while another had huge exposed teeth and small eyes. There was a villain with the head of a Venus flytrap, and more kept coming through the mist. Some type of warp quirk? Is this like the entrance exam where the lessons already started? Kirishima was squinting forward, a hand on his forehead as if he was holding invisible binoculars. "Don't move," Eraserhead ordered as Kirishima went to take a step. The hero put on his yellow goggles seriously and faced the crowd in the courtyard. "Those are villains." The class gasped, some clearly panicking, but Izuku couldn't take his eyes off the mist. For as he watched, a monster the size of All Might stepped through, gruesome and purple. The thing's mouth was shaped like a beak, but it was open wide with ragged teeth on full display. Its eyes were blank, as if it was asleep with its eyes open, but the worst part was the top of its head. It had no skull, and its fleshy brain was on full display. Izuku felt his stomach twist uncomfortably. In the world was that thing alive, let alone standing? An exposed brain was an obvious weakness. What the hell? What? Villains? Kirishima exclaimed, recoiling. No way. There's no way they could get into a hero school. They just did. Izuku gritted out, hands shaking. Besides, we're off campus, remember? Yaoyorozu moved past him as she stepped forward, face blank as usual apart from lowered eyebrows. Sensei, what about the trespasser sensors? Blank face bedmed, her voice betrayed her anxiety. 13 looked over their shoulder. We have them of course, but did they only appear here, or around the whole school? Izuku turned in surprise at the unfamiliar voice, and realized it was Ice Boy. Izuku also blinked when he realized that he'd genuinely never heard the boy's voice before. Either way, if the sensors are not responding, that means they have someone with a quirk that can do that. He looked around. An isolated area separated from the main campus, during the time when a class is supposed to be here. They might be fools, but they're not dumb. This surprise attack was carefully planned with some sort of goal in mind. Everyone was stunned into silence. Izuku, despite the otherwise desperate situation, decided he rather liked Todoroki. He didn't care if that was the only thing the boy ever said in Izuku's presence. Izuku firmly decided Todoroki was his new favorite classmate. Intelligence, quiet, observant, and wicked good at speeches. All excellent traits for a hero. 13. Start the evacuation. Eraserhead ordered, stepping forward. Try calling the school. These villains even had something to counteract the sensors. It's possible someone with radio wave-type powers is interfering. Kaminari. The boy jumped. You try contacting the school with your quirk too. Kaminari was pale but he looked determined. Yes, sir. He pressed a hand to his odd earpiece in concentration. Eraserhead, are you going to fight them by yourself? Izuku took a step forward. We don't know if we'll be able to contact the school for reinforcements. Izuku really liked his teacher and he wanted to keep him. You can't be a hero with just one trick. Aizawa said, I'm leaving it to you, 13. He then launched into the air, clearing the stairs completely and landing at the bottom, and running straight at the villains. 13 beckoned them, and the students all jogged for the exit. The hallway back was long, and Izuku tried to focus. Eraser was a pro hero, so he should be fine. 13 stopped with a gasp, and Izuku raised his head to see another portal appear before them. I won't let you. The portal swirled, reshaping and twisting. Nice to meet you. We are the League of Villains. The mist said ominously, rising taller with yellow eyes at the very top, assessing them. It may be presumptuous of us, but we invited ourselves into the home of the heroes, UA High School, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath. 13 put an arm out, mimicking Eraserhead's previous protective stance. I believe All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change? The mist began to move again, spreading out in the shape of a cross, or maybe wings. Well, that is neither here nor there. This is the part 1M to play. 13 popped a finger open to use their quirk, but gasped when two students jumped forwards without warning. Kaken and Kirishima. Kaken's explosions filled the air, filling the air with smoke, and Izuku momentarily lost sight of all three of them. The hero students, and the villain. Did you consider that you'd get beaten by us before you did it? Kirishima taunted. Izuku couldn't see much in the smoke, and squinted as he tried to keep smoke from his eyes. Oh dear, that's dangerous. The Miss Ominous voice said softly. That's right. Even if you are students, you are excellent golden eggs. Izuku gasped as the mist shifted, revealing a metal collar under the face, and the yellow eyes narrowed menacingly. No. Move away, you two. 13 shouted, pointing a still uncapped but inactive quirked finger at the villain. My job is to scatter you all. The mist stretched in all directions, completely surrounding the group so black and purple was all they saw in every direction, and torture you to death. The mist descended on them, and felt like wind smashing into them. What the? Izuku heard Kirishima exclaim, but he couldn't see him. Someone cried out, and Izuku tried desperately to see who it was. Karo! Azui whimpered from somewhere to his right. Everyone! Izuku heard 7111 scream distantly, but everything faded and then he was falling. Izuku shrieked, realizing how high up he was, regardless of the water beneath him. He took a deep breath in preparation, put his arms to his sides and stayed as straight as possible, in an imitation of 7111, before he slammed into the surface. The impact left his feet stinging, legs feeling like jelly as the water sucked him under, and he sank downwards. Izuku had never gone swimming in shoes before, especially shoes with steel plating, and he couldn't help panicking. Izuku could see the surface, but it was seriously far away. The impact had sent him pretty deep. He tried swimming upwards, and made slow progress as he kicked. Izuku tried to stay calm and seriously hoped he'd been teleported into the nearby shipwreck zone, and not hundreds of miles away into the ocean instead. He froze his progress when a dark shape came right for him, and his hope briefly flared up. It was a shark-like villain, which meant he was almost definitely still at the USJ. Unfortunately, there was nonetheless a villain coming right for him. Izuku looked around in a panic, scrambling for a plan as the villain opened his maw to reveal dozens of teeth, but instead felt a rush of dizzying relief as Azui slammed into the side of the villain's head. Midoriya! Her voice warbled through the water. He reached for her but ended up nearly flinching in surprise as she threw her tongue out and wrapped it dozens of times around his torso. She then launched off the villain, yanking Izuku after her. See ya! The villain's voice echoed as he went spinning away and deeper. See ya! Azui replied politely as she swam away, yanking Izuku after her. Izuku couldn't see as the dark water rushed by, so he squeezed his eyes shut and focused on holding his breath as she dragged him through the water at speeds Izuku could never reach, even in a swimsuit. Her quirk really was unbeatable in the water. Izuku was then flung out of the water, over a railing, and was then dropped about a foot. His back slammed into the deck of a ship deck, and he all but threw his mask off his face and gasped in air, had a little light and very much dizzy as he sat up. The tongue around him withdrew, and he coughed and sputtered. Mineta then slammed into the deck next to him, much less gently, and Izuku figured it was probably deserved since Azui was usually so calm and reasonable. Izuku stood, leaning over the railing to see Azui climbing vertically up the ship and out of the water. Thanks, Azui. He coughed, giving her a small smile as she grabbed the ledge and popped her head up. Izuku tried to ignore the part of his brain screaming at him to put his mask back on, that it wasn't safe even around his classmates, and focused on the situation at hand. Call me Tsu, Azui said, sounding slightly amused. He blinked, remembering that she'd already asked that of him back at the battle training, and nodded slowly. Okay, thanks Tsu. Azui climbed all the way into the boat and looked around. Izuku felt a little better when she didn't comment on his lack of a mask, but she did stare a little. This has turned into a rather bad situation, though. Azui assessed blandly. Izuku nodded seriously. They knew we'd be here with all might. A villain must have swiped a schedule during the break-in. Izuku surmised. The frog mutant nodded in agreement. It's just like Todoroki said, a well-planned surprise attack. But, Mineta cried, waving his hands in the air much like a toddler throwing a tantrum. It's not like they can kill All Might. Once All Might comes, he'll pound those guys. Mineta mimicked punching, fists meeting only air. Mineta! Azui cut in, and Mineta stopped curiously. Don't you think they are trying so hard because they have a way to kill him? Izuku turned to her in surprise. Guys that strong just told us they would torture us to death, you know. Mineta stared blankly as she continued. I wonder if we'll be able to hold out until All Might arrives. Even if All Might comes, I wonder if we will all make it out alive. Mineta started to sweat with fear, and then shake violently. Me Midoriya, he cried, pointing and backing away from the railing. What the heck is that? Izuku and Azui both turned. Kero! Azui let out, and Izuku couldn't help but agree with her tone as he looked. Overboard. A shark fin popped up, followed by 1 villain, 2 villains, 3, and soon they were surrounded. But there's a ton of them. Mineta screamed at the top of his lungs, and Izuku crouched down to smack a soaked glove over the boy's mouth. His other hand went to the boy's back to keep him from moving. Shush. Mineta made a muffled sound, but quieted. We need a plan. Izuku looked up at Azui, not removing his hands on Mineta. If they really have a way to kill All Might, they won't hesitate to take us out of the equation. We need to get out of here. Ha! Mineta started to squirm, making protests, and Izuku dug his hand into the boy's back until he squeaked. Shut up. I'm trying to think. Mineta froze, and Izuku let up on his back. The villains are assuming we'll fight them in the water. Right. Does that mean they knew what was in these facilities? Azui tapped her chin. Izuku sighed in relief that at least one teammate kept their head in an emergency. Yes. Although, as for how much information they have, it can't be much since they sent you, Tsu, to the shipwreck zone. She turned to him thoughtfully. This is pretty good evidence that they don't know what our quirks are. Azui blinked. Kero. That's true. She turned to the still very ominous red dome of fire. If they knew that I was a frog, then they probably would have thrown me into that fire zone over there. Izuku nodded. Exactly. Which means the misty villain was probably separating and pairing us randomly. Their plan is to spread us thin and take us on in large numbers to make up for their lack of knowledge in that area. Izuku ignored as Mineta started vibrating in his hold. He peeked over the railing, which was as tall as Mineta, and eyed the villains in the water. They're waiting for us in the water. If we don't move, they'll either sink us or give up and climb the boat. I'll tell you more about my quirk. Azui responded after a pause. Izuku nodded in acceptance. I can jump high, stick to walls, and stick my tongue out up to about 20 meters. I can also spit out my stomach and wash it, and secrete toxic mucus that actually just stings a little. She took a moment of pause before adding, the last 2 are practically useless, so you can probably forget about them. Okay, cool. Izuku nodded slightly. We need a plan. Mineta, stop moving or I swear I'll throw you overboard. It was an empty threat, but Mineta stilled. When he next spoke it was more gentle, soothing. I'm going to let go, but I need you to stay calm and explain your quirk to me just like Tsu. Don't use it, understand? Izuku then gently released the boy. My quirk is called Pop-Off. Mineta said shakily. He pointed to the ball on his head. It lets these stick super tight. Depending on how I'm feeling, they can even stick for a whole day. They grow back after I pull them off, but if I pull off too many, I'll start bleeding. They don't stick to me. They just bounce off. Izuku nodded. You're immune to them, convenient. Izuku nodded. But you already know mine, it's a healing quirk. Anyway, we still need a plan. Mineta started tearing up, opened his mouth, only to freeze at Izuku's glare. Don't you dare scream. The boy gulped. Tsu, could you jump all the way to the bank, or is it too far? She glanced over, and gasped as a giant hand made of water slammed into the boat, slicing it in half. Izuku stumbled from where he was crouching and slipped backwards onto his butt, releasing Mineta, who cried out. Azui merely crouched, sticking to the floor as it rocked and shook under them. I'm getting impatient. Let's end this quickly. A voice shouted from the water. What a power! Azui exclaimed as the boat started sinking. The ship's broken. So they chose sink. That's not the best option for us, but okay. Izuku muttered. He then gasped as Mineta ran to the railing, sobbing, and started lobbing ball into the water. Mineta! He grabbed the sobbing boy and pulled him away from the railing quickly. Peeking over, he saw the villains gently pushing the ball in the water away from them, cautious not to touch them. The boat will sink in less than a minute. A triumphant voice said from the water. Once they get in the water, we're sure to win. Mineta shrieked from behind Izuku and flattened himself against the wall. That's insane. Izuku turned in exasperation, but Azui spoke first. Mineta, did you really enter UA to become a hero? Her face was blank, and Izuku felt the urge to laugh for some reason. Shut up. It's weirder not to be scared right now. Mineta cried. We were only in junior high until a little while ago. Who would have thought we would be almost killed right after starting school? I wish I could have at least touched Yaoyorozu's melons first. Mineta was full on sobbing, and Izuku sighed. That's enough of that. Izuku leaned forward and placed a hand on Mineta's shoulder, the boy immediately freezing at the contact. You can be scared all you want, but you also need to remain calm. Being a hero means reacting well under pressure. You can be a hero too. He then withdrew with a sigh. Azui, can you make the jump, yes or no? She nodded. Call me Tsu. I can make the jump but not all the way with both of you. Izuku nodded. I'm going to jump and throw some of my explosives into the water. You take Mineta and grab me with your tongue when you can. Izuku said calmly. He then looked back at Mineta. You need to be calm and stay with Tsu. Yeah, we're all scared, but this is part of being a hero. He then clicked his mouthpiece into place and was just glad it was semi-dry. He wasn't, but the part he breathed through was sort of important. Izuku put one foot on the railing and looked over with narrowed eyes. He reached into his belt and pulled out two of his explosives. Both were smooth metal with a heavy red button in the center of it. You wanted to end this, right? Izuku shouted. Let's end this. He pushed off the railing and launched into the air, pressing the buttons and throwing them as hard as he could at the water. They exploded a foot from the water, and the villains started screaming as the water blasted upwards before swirling like a whirlpool. Izuku was then once again being dragged behind Azui, this time as she flew over the water. He then heard a determined and nonsensical yell from Mineta. Even I can. Izuku's eyes widened as dozens of little purple spheres whipped by him and into the swirling water, sticking to villains as the rough water smacked the little ball into them. Hey! One shouted as he was pulled towards the middle of the swirling water. I'm being seen. Another exclaimed, and then they started noticing the ball. Is this that kid's? One yelled in surprise. What is it? I can't get it off. Villains had ball on their shoulders, their torsos, everywhere, and when the villains tried to take them off, their hands stuck and wouldn't move. Izuku watched as the villains slowly all stuck together into one giant mass, yelling and fighting the water and each other as Izuku and his two teammates flew by. I guess it's like we cleared the first hurdle. Azui exclaimed, You're both amazing. Then they fell, Azui's jump ending, and they plopped into water only a few feet deep. Her tongue released Izuku, and she seemed to be dragging Mineta behind her as she wadded toward shore. Izuku approved, honestly. I had a bowel movement this morning, Mineta said, seemingly randomly, so those things you'll stick all day. Ah, that's the relevance. Izuku sighed. Great. The pros should be able to arrest every one of them, then. Izuku then paused. Okay, now we need to get out of here. We need to get to the exit, which is up the stairwell, while also avoiding the courtyard. Azui nodded to his words. That's true. Aizawa-sensei has drawn a large number of villains to the plaza. She agreed. Izuku frowned. Let's get to shore first and worry about the villains afterwards. Azui nodded again, and they all started walking again, Mineta no longer being dragged since it was shallow enough for his head to be above the water. Izuku breathed while he could, certain it wasn't remotely over yet. Chapter 9. As they reached the shore, Izuku peeked over the ledge to see Eraserhead punch a villain, snag 2 more, and slam them into the ground. Izuku bit his lip anxiously, then made up his mind and tore his eyes away. "Let's move." Izuku beckoned to his classmates, and they crept along the shoreline together. Izuku didn't turn back to see the fighting as they slowly made their way through the shallow water, knowing he'd do something stupid if he saw his teacher in danger. Izuku needed to help the 2 people he could reach, not the teacher whom he'd only distract. However, he froze when the shore shook, the water rippling ever so slightly from the force. Izuku froze and did exactly what he wasn't supposed to do. He turned around. Izuku paled, and Azui's eyes widened at the sight of the grotesque monster sitting atop a prone Aizawa, his blood spilling out onto the courtyard. Izuku's hand twitched, knowing he could help in mere moments by touching his wrist to the man, but he stayed where he was. Even as the monster broke Eraserhead's arm, crushing and twisting it as if it were mere Play-Doh. Izuku needed to save the ones he could reach first. Or maybe he could do both. He turned to face Azui and Mineta, whipping around. "You both need to get out of here," he whispered to the duo with his eyes determined and voice frantic. "I have to stay so I can heal him once the pros arrive, but you both need to evacuate immediately." "Midoriya, we don't have time." Izuku interrupted Mineta's protests. "You both need to go, and don't you dare argue. We stand no chance of fighting that thing." He met Azui's eyes, and he saw fear that matched his, but also mirrored his determination. "Keep him safe." "Karo," Azui whimpered, but she grasped Mineta's costume and started hopping through the water, dragging him behind and racing away from Izuku as fast as she could go. Izuku meant what he said. He had no intention of joining a battle he couldn't win. He could, however, save his teacher the moment there was an opening. Izuku crept back the way they came, masked eyes and curly hair the only parts of him visible over the shore ledge. He was a fair distance down the shore, but he could see the plaza clearly. Izuku couldn't hear anything, but the closer he got the more blood he could see, and the sight did not make him feel better. Suddenly, the monster slammed its hand onto Aizawa's other arm, and the pro hero screamed. Izuku trembled in place at the sound, and wondered faintly if he should have left, if only so he didn't have to watch his teacher die. Eraserhead's head was slammed into the ground, and Izuku cried out for him. As someone with medical knowledge as extensive as his, Izuku knew Aizawa had fractured, if not outright shattered, multiple bones in his face. The mist villain appeared then, saying something to the villain covered in hands. Whatever it was, Izuku figured it must have been good for the hero side. The hand villain put both hands on the side of his head and started shaking violently. Izuku couldn't see exactly what was going on with him, but he was clearly distressed in some way. But suddenly the villain all but froze, standing completely still. Izuku's eyes flicked to his teacher, who was still face down in a pool of his own blood, the monster on top of him. Izuku didn't feel bad calling the thing a monster, because no person would look like that and remain alive. Not with their brain out like that. It was as large as All Might, and Izuku registered faint resentment towards the number 1 hero. He was supposed to be with them. Izuku tore his eyes away from his teacher and ended up locking eyes with the villain covered in hands. He froze, terrified. Izuku could do nothing as the villain was suddenly in front of him, one blink after another, and his hand was on Izuku's face. Izuku recoiled, but the hand pressed into his mask and glasses, both digging into his skin. He wondered if the villain was going to hurt him and squeezed his eyes shut, only for the villain to huff quietly. "DM it." Izuku opened his eyes at the words, and saw his teacher activating his quirk and staring down the villain. Aizawa was erasing his quirk, which meant he knew what it was, which meant that it was almost definitely dangerous and activated by 5-finger contact. Which meant Izuku would probably be dead if not for him. "You really are cool," the villain murmured. Eraserhead. Izuku's face was released, and he gasped in relief, only for his relief to crumble into panic as Aizawa's face was slammed into the ground again. "Stop!" Izuku went to shove the hand villain without a thought for his own safety, without a real plan. Anything to get the villains to spare Aizawa. However, his blunder didn't cost him his life as he thought it might. Izuku's hand slammed into the purple monster, seemingly materializing in front of him. Izuku blinked and looked up and up and up. Correction, the giant purple monster was double the height of All Might. Izuku recoiled with a shriek, stumbling away from the huge and dangerous creature, and ended up splashing into the water as he fell backwards. The water was waist height, so his head just barely went under. He sat up quickly, gasping, and regretted it as he saw the hand villain reaching for him, coming around the monster. Izuku scrambled backwards, trying and failing to move as the water resistance screwed him over. But Izuku and the villain, plus everyone in the USJ, froze at the same time as the entrance doors exploded inwards with an ear-splitting crash. Izuku's head snapped in the direction of the deafening sound, only to see smoke pouring from the platform he and his classmates had started on. He couldn't see what it was, and panic bubbled up. Was it the pros? Was it more villains? Were some of his classmates up there? He'd sent Azui and Mineta up there. Were they hurt? Were any of his classmates hurt? Would he have enough energy to heal them after all this was over? His thoughts all paused at the sound of a voice, cutting through the silence. "It's fine now." Loud footsteps echoed, and a shape could be seen through the dust cloud. "I am here." Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief and slight fear as the hero appeared at the top of the stairs with the dust settling behind him. All Might wasn't smiling. His signature words held none of their usual reassurances, falling flat in Izuku's ears. But why was All Might acting like that? Izuku's thoughts spun round and round, just staring at the hero. The man dramatically threw his suit jacket onto the floor, staring down into the courtyard. "Oh!" Izuku heard the villain whisper. "We're getting a continue." The hand villain stood eyes on All Might, and Izuku let out a shaky breath as quietly as he could. "I've been waiting, hero," the villain said softly. "You trash of society." Izuku turned his head at the whispers running through the villain crowd remaining in the courtyard. "Idiots!" One near the front of the group yelled, loud enough for Izuku to hear. "Don't hesitate. If we kill him, we'll—" And then he was on the ground. All Might, quick as a blink, knocked down every remaining villain in the main plaza, ending up at Aizawa's side. He scooped the man up, and Izuku could have thrown up with relief. Aizawa was safe. All Might stood still for a moment, Izuku's teacher in his arms, and then suddenly Izuku himself was grabbed and yanked away from the hand villain. Izuku was not embarrassed to admit that he shrieked. Izuku was suddenly a dozen feet away, Aizawa's body at his feet, All Might crouched in front of him. "Midoriya, go to the entrance. I'm leaving Aizawa to you." All Might stood up, and Izuku completely ignored whatever the hero did next because he fell to his knees at his teacher's side. "It's going to be okay," Izuku whispered to himself and his teacher. He gently grabbed one of Eraserhead's mangled hands and pressed his right wrist to it. Aizawa's arms twitched, broken bones going back into place, snapped muscles reattaching, elbow stitching itself together as new skin formed over the injury, color returning to his now fully repaired face. Eraserhead was good as new in under 20 seconds when Izuku released his hand. Eraserhead stirred, and the recoil of using his quirk slammed into Izuku as hard as the relief did. His eyelids drooped and his vision flickered, consciousness becoming a fight. Izuku couldn't feel his legs anymore, which was a sign that he had pushed his limits too far. As he fought the dizziness, Izuku looked up with tilting vision just in time to see All Might throw the purple monster into the ground. Wind slammed into him, and Izuku was knocked clean off his knees and onto his back. Izuku tried to gasp, but the air had been completely knocked out of him. What was All Might been doing? Shouldn't he have beaten them already? Izuku finally took a breath, but he couldn't get up again. He stared at the ceiling as the wind died down, and tried to stay awake. Izuku realized the top of the dome looked like glass from the inside, dark support beams making beautiful patterns cross over the whole curved ceiling. "Die!" An explosion went off, ringing in his ears, and Izuku blinked. Izuku tried to sit up, struggling against his exhausted body, but only accomplished making himself pant with exertion and dizziness. Crap, he couldn't move anymore, which meant unconsciousness wasn't far off. "All I heard was that you all are here to kill All Might." Izuku heard a voice he barely recognized. Todoroki? Izuku heard a shout of determination from Kirishima? Stop acting so stuck up, foggy nobody. Izuku's eyelids fluttered, but he clung to consciousness. Did Kaken catch the mist villain? The symbol of peace cannot be killed by the likes of you. Todoroki said coolly. You're a careless bastard. Kaken said, triumph in his voice. You're just what I thought you'd be. Only certain parts of you can turn into a misty warp gate. The fog gate covered your actual body, right? Back then, if you were completely made of mist and physical attacks couldn't hurt you, then you wouldn't have said, that was close. Izuku heard a pause and then explosions popping against metal. Don't move. If I feel like you're moving suspiciously, then I'll blow you up. That isn't very hero-like. Kirishima muttered. Nomu. The villain's single word was followed by a shrieked roar and Izuku's vision fluctuated. Izuku clung to the sounds, even if they were shards breaking and odd thumping. Gasps rung out. What? Get back, everyone! All Might yelled. What? His quirk wasn't shock absorption. I didn't say that was all he had. The villain said, amused. This is his super regeneration. Nomu has been modified to take you at 100%. He's a super efficient human sandbag. There was a pause before the villain continued. First, we need to get our gate back. Several people gasped. Go, Nomu. Izuku was glad he was lying down, because more wind would have just knocked him down. His hair whipped around his head, and his vision left him completely. Izuku squeezed his now sightless and useless eyes shut, trying to ignore the final sign that he would be passing out. He heard someone yelling, then someone was shaking him by the shoulders, but he was already slipping into a deep unconsciousness. Izuku woke up slowly, pale orange light spilling in the window to his left. He shifted, pushing onto his elbows, and sat up fully with a mild groan. Izuku yawned and rubbed his eyes, and then froze. He was in the nurse's office. The place he'd taken his written healer exam. He passed out because he saved his teacher, Aizawa. Izuku buried his face in his hands and tried to swallow back the tears that pricked his eyes. Even though he'd saved someone, Izuku couldn't help but hate himself. He was supposed to be a hero, and yet his training instincts had kicked in and forced him to be a healer in that moment. Was that what Izuku's entire heroic career was destined to be? Seeing someone injured and abandoning everything to waste his energy? He hated it. Izuku wasn't a healer, he wasn't. He'd been raised to be one, so was he done for? Was he never going to be able to leave that behind him? Izuku was yanked out of his thoughts as the door clicked. Aizawa-sensei! Izuku exclaimed as his teacher walked in. What are you doing here? Midoriya, how often do you heal people until you're unconscious? Eraserhead said blankly. Izuku blinked for a moment in surprise before he spoke. Almost never, since I've started wearing my layers. Izuku answered truthfully. It's avoidable since, when I do end up using my quirk, I'm only healing small injuries. The only other time I ever healed someone as badly as you were I was about a guy was hit by a car, and I saved him. Izuku shrugged. Since then, I've only passed out twice before. They both happened at school when I was swarmed by dozens of my classmates at a time. It wasn't my fault then. Eraserhead eyed him for a moment, and then sighed. Don't do it again, he said firmly, locking eyes with Izuku. As a hero, overusing our quirk and incapacitating yourself, you're forcing those others to save you. Izuku nodded. I know. It's the same with being a medic, running yourself to the ground helps nobody. Izuku admitted. I'm sorry. My healer training was more of a hindrance in that moment than anything else. He then frowned. The reason I passed out more quickly than I anticipated was because we were too close to the main battle. I was caught in All Might's wind blasts as he fought the Nomu, I think it was called. Izuku looked back up at his teacher. Regardless, I take full responsibility. I am not a healer, and it won't happen again. Probably. Hopefully. Good. Aizawa said shortly. He then stood and retreated to lean against the wall, and Izuku spotted Recovery Girl heading over. You're fine. She had her hands on her hips. Bakugo refused to let me use my quirk on you. He started screaming laws about healers using energy-based healing quirks on unconscious patients pretty harshly. I'm assuming that's your influence? Izuku sighed. Yeah, that's Kaken. He's not the best person, but we were friends once. He then looked at her seriously and frowned. He's right though. I'm uninjured, so your quirk wasn't necessary regardless, but my energy levels were bad enough that I might have died if you tried to heal anything bigger than a paper cut. She frowned. Isn't that an exaggeration? Izuku shook his head and started getting up, searching for his shoes. No. The way your quirk works is much different than mine. You speed up a patient's healing process, using the amount of stamina it would actually require for them to heal it themselves, but all at once. He spotted his shoes and slipped them on. Mine, however, is erasing the injuries as if they'd never existed. It's a little bit like reversing time, except for just injuries. My quirk does its magic thing, and for every second or millisecond of required contact, I lose a predictable amount of energy. It's measurable? Recovery Girl asked immediately. Yes. For every full second I'm healing, I lose 2 hours of energy. Millisecond injuries are insignificant until they stack up to actual seconds. Izuku stood and grabbed the uniform that was sitting on a nearby end table. When I healed Aizawa-sensei, I held contact for under 20 seconds. About 17 is my most accurate guess. That's about 34 hours of energy stolen. He made eye contact with Recovery Girl to emphasize his point. I was the equivalent of someone who hadn't slept in 2 days and was up and attentive the entire time. A paper cut would require about 2 hours of pure stolen energy and definitely would have been enough to tip me over the edge. So no, I'm not exaggerating. He headed for the attached bathroom to change. He looked back at her for a moment, and when he spoke again his voice was edged with the bitter hurt he'd grown up with his entire life. I know my quirk, Recovery Girl. I've had 10 years of being forced to use it, so I know every facet of it. Trust me, no one knows my quirk better than I do. Izuku then clicked the door shut behind him, and turned his back to the door to slide down it as he ran a hand through his hair in hopes of calming the harsh beating in his head. People acting like they knew his quirk better than him just set him right off. Izuku stood after a long moment of just sitting and breathing, then he began to undress relatively quickly. His hero costume wasn't trashed, but Izuku was sure he'd never see it again. The whole thing needed replacing. His pants were completely soaked through with blood, dried and crusting as he pulled them off, and had left bloody smears on his legs. Aizawa's blood. Izuku tugged his gym shirt off over his head, and briefly wondered where his mask and goggles had ended up. His belt was missing too, and his shoes. Izuku jumped in the shower and rinsed off just enough that he'd been clean enough to put on his uniform, but not clean enough to feel like he'd truly washed the incident off his skin. He stepped out of the bathroom in his uniform and headed for his backpack. Izuku pulled on gloves and put on a face mask, feeling much more comfortable than he had been without them. His regular, non-costume shoes sat next to his black bag, and he slipped them on as well. "Thank you for looking after me," Izuku said to Recovery Girl as he opened the nurse's office door. She gave him a distracted nod, clearly still processing his speech, and Izuku slid the door shut behind him. As he walked the empty halls, he tried to relax. He was uninjured. Aizawa was fine, not a single scratch or scar on him. His classmates were probably fine. Izuku tried to feel hopeful as he stared into the night and exited the building, gentle breezes ruffling his still damp curls. He'd survived, they all had, and that was what really mattered. But he didn't have the energy to dredge up false hope, and he felt like a failure of a hero either way. Chapter 10. Hey, did you watch the news last night? Izuku didn't turn to face the person who spoke, with his head being face down on his desk, but it didn't matter regardless considering she was invisible. Also, she wouldn't be talking to Izuku anyway, because he didn't even know her name. Did you see how everyone in class was on screen for a second? I didn't stand out at all. Izuku wanted to lift his head up, if only so he could slam it down again. With flawless restraint, he didn't move. That's true. Izuku heard the other person who wore a mask, Octopus, say. Izuku was surprised he knew the boy's voice. It's hard to stand out looking like that, huh? Tail Boy's voice could be heard as he laughed nervously. But man, all the channels made a big deal out of it. Kaminari sounded amused. I was surprised. Kirishima added. Can you blame them? Jiraiya cut in boredly. The hero course that keeps pumping out pro heroes was attacked. Who knows what would have happened if the pros hadn't showed up when they did? Zero sighed. Izuku shut his eyes and tried to tune out the chatter around him. The day off of school had been horrible. After his mother was positive Izuku was all right and recovered, she'd made sure he knew just how disappointed she was with his situation. She'd been pleased by Izuku's actions healing instead of fighting, but still furious about his involvement in the first place. His back still hurt from the bruises she'd left there, firmly cementing her point that he wouldn't hurt as often if he was in the healer course. Funnily enough, all his injuries came from her. Not the USJ. Even if he hadn't been forced to put up with that, Izuku would still be exhausted. One of the things he hated about his quirk was the sluggish and sleep-deprived feeling he got after passing his limit. It lasted roughly 3 days after, depending on how badly he overexerted himself. The day after the USJ was awful, and being back at school wasn't much better. Accompanying his exhaustion was emotional bitchiness, so if people tested his patience he'd probably snap. Everyone! Morning homeroom is about to start. 7111 yelled from his seat. Izuku heard him sit down heavily, and he got the faint impression that the boy wanted to say more. Izuku briefly wondered what 7111 would have been like if he'd been picked as class rep. Probably a better rep than Izuku was, honestly. Morning. Izuku looked up to see Aizawa as he spoke, sliding the door open. He strode to the front of the classroom and stared as boredly and blankly as ever. The fight is not over yet. Izuku sighed at the dramatics, while the class tensed with panic. Fight. Kaken muttered. The villains again? Mineta cried, arms over his head. The UA Sports Festival is drawing near. There it was, Izuku sighed. Trust Aizawa to make dramatic announcements out of absolutely nothing important. The Sports Festival. That's a super normal school event. Wait. Kaminari reached back a row, putting a hand over Kirishima's face to shut him up, and Izuku decided Kaminari earned friendship points for it simply because it was cool. Is it okay to have a sports festival so soon after the villains snuck inside? Jiraiya interrupted, apparently not wanting to wait for whatever Kaminari shushed Kirishima for. What if they attack us again or something? Tail Boy added nervously. Apparently, they think of it as UA showing that our crisis management is as solid as a rock by holding the event. Security will also be strengthened to 5 times that of previous years. Aizawa then lifted his face seriously as he continued, above all, our sports festival is a huge chance. It's not an event to be cancelled because of a few villains. But that's a good reason, isn't it? It's just a festival of sports. Mineta said shakily. Izuku had the urge to call him an idiot. Izuku did not do this, because he repressed his inner bitchy voice that sounded too much like Kaken for comfort. Our sports festival is one of Japan's biggest events. Eraserhead continued. In the past, the Olympics were called a festival of sports, and the whole country was crazy about them. As you know, with reductions in scale and population, they're now a shell of their former glory. And now, for Japan, what has taken the place of the Olympics is the UA Sports Festival. Of course, all the top heroes around the country will be watching. Yaoyorozu said daintily. For scouting purposes. She clenched a fist with determined eyes, and Izuku saw the potential for her to be a hero for the first time. Maybe there was an actual person inside the snobby rich girl after all. At the realization, Izuku just set his head back on his desk tiredly. I know that. Mineta said to Yaoyorozu, a little offended. After we graduate, it's typical to join a pro agency as a sidekick. Kaminari exclaimed excitedly. A lot of people miss their chance to become independent after that, and become eternal sidekicks, though. Jiraiya added. Kaminari, I feel like you'd be one of them. Since you're dumb. Joe, I will strangle you in your sleep. Izuku said tiredly, face still on his desk. When the class went silent, he lifted his head to see a pale Jiraiya and a confused Kaminari, surrounded by shocked faces. What? That's the second time just now that she's steamrollered over him. Kaminari is one of the 1 in 300 students who got into UA this year, into the hero course, no less. It's more than a little insulting to suggest he's dumb. Ha! Kaminari turned bright red, and Izuku sighed. People kept staring, so he simply lowered his head back down onto his desk. Sorry, ignore me. Izuku muttered, not bothering to raise his head again. Sorry Aizawa-sensei, back to you. Time is limited. Aizawa continued blankly, but Izuku could still feel their eyes oppressively needling into his back. If you expect to go pro, then the path to your future will open at this event. Aizawa's speech was as perfect as usual, so Izuku raised his head to watch how people started to react. Kirishima grinned, sharp deep on display, while Kaminari sat up straighter with a bright smile. Izuku noticed several other people staring with intense expressions at the teacher, too. The rich kids, however, managed to look bored. Todoroki leaned on a hand and Yaoyorozu watched blankly, all trace of that bright determination gone. 1 chance a year. A total of just 3 chances. No aspiring hero can afford to miss this event. If you remember that, then don't slack off on your preparations. Yes, sir. Plus, chanted, excited once again. Homeroom is dismissed. Aizawa said firmly. The bell for lunch break rang, but nobody in the classroom seemed inclined to move from their classroom. Izuku was tempted to storm out of the room impatiently, but realized he couldn't do that because it'd draw too much attention to him. After his outburst during class, Izuku couldn't risk exposing his emotional state like that again. He was too vulnerable when he was tired. Even though all that stuff happened, I'm getting really excited. Izuku heard Kirishima yell, pumping his fists. If we put on a good show and stand out, we'll have taken the first step to becoming a pro. Siro bumped shoulders with Kirishima, their faces sporting matching grins. It was worth coming to UA. Satu added, punching a fist into his palm. We only receive a few chances. Tokoyami said lowly. Izuku had to do a double take, because the boy was perched neatly on the chalkboard shelf. We cannot afford to miss this. Izuku remembered Tokoyami sitting like that before, perched on his desk in the back of the room last time, one leg bent and the other hanging loosely. Ajur, I'm getting kind of nervous now. Gloves exclaimed happily. Who was Ajur? I need to stand out at the sports festival. But the pros might not notice you unless you try really hard. Tailboy said nervously over Gloves' excitable cheering. Was he Ajuru? Was that his name? Oh dear, what'll I do? I stand out just by standing still, so the scouts won't be able to stop looking at me, right? Aoyama was practically cornering one of his classmates, and Izuku sighed. Why were there so many people he didn't know the names of? That one's head was shaped like a rock. Right. Aoyama repeated when the rock boy didn't respond. Poor boy looked horrified and shy. Izuku faintly remembered his quirk had something to do with animals. You're lucky, Shuji. Kaminari was saying as he sighed ruefully from behind Izuku. Your brawn stands out on its own. Izuku vaguely approved of the boy's preferred way of sitting, he realized. He sat legs crossed leaning back on his palms, perched on the edge of his desk. There's no point if I cannot show them my usefulness. Octopus pointed out, staring at one of his many hands. His name was Shuji. Meanwhile, Jairu snickered. I think you'll stand out too, she said to Kaminari, laughing. He stiffened defensively and made a protesting noise. Was she making fun of him again? Jairu shut up. The group of 4 turned to look at Izuku, who had turned all the way round in his chair. Shuji, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, and Jairu were all staring. Seriously, let up on Kaminari. He's not doing anything to you, okay? He'll stand out just fine, and he'll be an amazing hero. Izuku narrowed his eyes at her. You, on the other hand, won't get any attention if you're being a beach. She recoiled a little and Izuku turned back around with a huff. He crossed his arms and laid his head on his desk. Screw school. People are mean. Hey, Midoriya? Izuku rolled his head to the side to see Kaminari leaning on a hand on Izuku's desk. He sat up. Hiya, Kaminari. He sighed behind his mask. What's up? Are you excited for the festival? You seem a little angry today. Kaminari grinned playfully, tilting his head. Izuku ran a hand through his hair roughly. I'm exhausted actually. My quirk drawbacks usually last a few days. He looked up at the boy tiredly. Although, I meant what I said, you're gonna do fine, don't worry about Jairu. Also, sorry, I'd usually be nicer about it but today I'm just a bit off. It's fine you know. Kaminari laughed nervously, and he rubbed the back of his neck, embarrassed. I'm pretty used to it. My way mode has always gotten me some laughs. Izuku narrowed his eyes. That's called bullying, Kaminari, and it's unacceptable. Izuku said bluntly. The boy blinked, freezing a little. You matter as much as everyone else. You have quirk drawbacks, like everyone else, and you'll find a way past them, like everyone else. You think so? Kaminari grinned, but his eyes were wide. Of course I do. Izuku said softly. You'll be an amazing hero. Kaminari never got to respond, because Uraraka raised a fist in the back of the classroom. Everyone! She all but screamed, I'm gonna do my best. Izuku turned, and she was apparently yelling towards Azui, 7111, and Ashido. Yeah. Ashido and Ida cheered. Uraraka then rounded on Kirishima, Siro, Satu, and Tokoyami. I'm gonna do my best. Izuku caught sight of her face, and he agreed with the group of boys, as they nervously raised their fists. Why? They spoke weakly in the face of her intense expression. It was definitely an improvement from, let's just relax, before their first battle training, but maybe it was a step or 5 too far. Izuku stood with a sigh as people finally started heading to lunch, but Kaminari stepped up next to him promptly. Wanna eat with me? Kaminari asked, grinning. You can join me and Kirishima. We usually have some other classmates with us too, but it's pretty random. Izuku hesitated. He'd have to take off his mask to eat with them, and he wasn't sure if he was ready for that. Sure, he liked Kaminari well enough, but Izuku didn't know him. Still, he'd never been directly propositioned to lunch before. Sure, I guess. Izuku agreed slowly. Kaminari beamed at him, and beckoned him to follow. Kaminari led him to the lunchroom and happily waited in line with Izuku, despite his silence. Kaminari chose the table, and soon other people came to join them. Izuku sat on the end, but soon the table was filled with people and he didn't know how to feel about it. Kaminari was across from him, chatting away, and Kirishima was on his right talking to a nearby Ashido. Tokoyami ate silently a few seats down, and Satu was gesturing wildly at a grinning Siro. More people filled up that direction too. Aren't you going to eat? Kaminari grabbed Izuku's attention. I promise to zap anyone who tries to touch you. The boy grinned, and Izuku examined him for sincerity. He couldn't find any trace of malice, so he reluctantly nodded. I'm holding you to that. Izuku removed his mask slowly, and tucked it in a pocket safely. He was immediately nervous, and stared at his food as his stomach churned unhappily. He felt so exposed. So, why are you becoming a hero? Kaminari asked as Izuku finally took his first bite. What you mean? Izuku frowned. He'd already made his whole speech about how he wasn't going to be a healer. Because of that, Izuku shoved down the initial reaction to snap that he wasn't bound by his quirk to be anything. Maybe Kaminari didn't mean it as an insult? I want to be a hero like my mom is. Kaminari said conversationally, leaning back in his seat with a faint smile. She's a super great hero. Her quirk is called Lightning Rod, and it allows her to draw electricity from the ground and throw it at her opponents. Izuku blinked. That would be the electric hero, Lavina, right? Kaminari straightened with a beaming smile. Yeah. He sighed happily. She's my inspiration. Even though my drawbacks SCK, I'm pretty determined. Kaminari grinned. So, how about you? Why do you want to be a hero? Izuku thought about it, taking another bite before he was ready to answer. When I was little, before my quirk, I really admired All Might. Izuku admitted. But once I got my quirk, and it was a healing type, pretty much everyone told me I'd never be a hero. Said I should be a healer where I belonged. Ever since then, I've just been trying to prove that I can be a hero just like everybody else. I know being a healer is as important as being a hero, but I don't want to heal people who've already been saved. I want to be there to help them before they're injured. Izuku looked at one of his gloved hands. I am more than my quirk. Izuku fell silent, and looked up when he realized the whole table was silent. Every one of his classmates seated with them was staring, and he blinked. That's amazing, Midoriya, Kirishima exclaimed. You'll be a great hero. You think? Izuku blinked in surprise. Your goal is totally great, Midoriya. Kaminari enthused. Your quirk is cool and all, but you didn't even need it to win that battle training. Izuku stared at the boy, and at the whole group who were nodding along. Thanks, he whispered. Despite how exposed he felt, Izuku sat with his classmates for the rest of lunch, even after he'd finished eating. Maybe he felt like he belonged just a little bit. As the clock announced the end of classes, Uraraka slid the door open and froze with a gasp. There was a crowd outside their door. Dozens of students squeezed in, all looking into the room with intense expressions. Uraraka took a step back in trepidation. What's going on? She stammered loudly. Izuku sighed into his mask and stepped forward, ignoring 7111's noise of protest. Hello, students. I am Midoriya Izuku, one of class reps of 1A. He waved tiredly. What can we do for you all? Kaken clicked his tongue angrily from behind him, and Izuku prayed he didn't make a scene. They're here to scout out the enemy. Kaken grunted, walking forward. Damn it. We're the ones who made it out of the villain attack. They probably want to check us out before the sports festival. He came to a stop next to Izuku, and Izuku sighed. Sorry about Kaken, he's always like that. Izuku rubbed a hand over his eyes and wished he were brave enough to slap Kaken. I came to see what the famous Class A was like, but that one seems arrogant. A head of hair appeared and pushed through the crowd, coming to a stop in front of Kaken and Izuku. The person was a tall boy, a head taller than Izuku, and he had dark bags under violet eyes that matched his purple gravity-defying hair. Are all of the students in the hero course like that? The boy raised a challenging eyebrow and Izuku raised one right back. He looked as tired as Izuku felt. No, just him, Izuku said, and Kaken growled. Kaken here has anger issues, but I promise he's not so bad. You said you came to see us? Izuku tilted his head to the side and the purple-haired boy sighed. There are quite a few people here enrolled in general studies or other courses because they didn't make it into the hero course. Did you know that? Nope, Izuku said bluntly. The boy seemed taken aback. However, if they want to be heroes, I bet they'll find a way. The purple boy smirked then, in a way that had Izuku tilting his head with interest. That's just the thing, the school has left some of us a chance. Depending on the results of the sports festival, they'll consider our transfer into the hero course. It also seems they may transfer people out. The boy glanced at Kaken. Scouting out the enemy? I, at least, came to say that even if you're in the hero course, if you get too carried away, I'll sweep your feet out from under you. I came with a declaration of war. He finished his speech, and Izuku sighed. Declaration accepted, Izuku said, ignoring the clamor behind him that seemed to disagree. If you're as good at fighting as you are at speeches, I can't wait to have you in class with us. The boy eyed him, and Izuku stared right back. Oi! Izuku turned to see a boy with oddly huge eyelashes and silver hair shaking a fist at him. I'm from Class B next door. I heard you fought against villains, so I came to hear about it. Don't get so full of yourself. Welcome to 1A, member of Class B. Apparently we're having a party. Izuku ran an exhausted hand down his face again, and a few of his classmates snickered. You can ask about the attack if you want, but I'm not the person to ask because I passed out halfway through the main fight and still haven't fully recovered yet. Midoriya, shut the hell up. Kaken shoved by him. Your stupid healing quirk makes you pass out when you're a reckless idiot. Kaken shouldered through the crowd, only to pause. He turned around to say, scanning the crowd, and said, he saved our teacher's life. Izuku sighed as Kaken stormed off without another word. You have a healing quirk? Izuku immediately zoned in on the purple-haired boy and forced all trace of emotion off his face. Just What of it? Izuku's voice was cold, and the chatter from 1A cut off immediately at the sound of it. That seems a bit useless in this department. The boy drawled, and Izuku stiffened. Don't you belong in the healer course? There was only a beat of silence before the shouting started. How dare you? Uraraka yelled. You don't know anything about him. Kaminari exclaimed, stepping forward angrily. He is very determined to be a hero. 7111 chopped the air. Midoriya is very capable. Yaoyorozu put in voice blank. The purple boy stepped back in surprise at the pure anger radiating from the class, and Izuku held out an arm across the doorway, stopping the class from advancing into the hallway. I belong wherever I please. Izuku said, eyes boring into the Gen Ed student. Tougher people than you have tried to stop me, and they've all failed. We can be allies, or we can be enemies. He paused, and the boy swallowed. If you make one more comment about my quirk, you'll find out exactly how I treat my enemies. I do not tolerate discrimination of any kind, even towards myself. So apologize or F off. He waited, but the purple boy didn't say anything. He just stared. Well, that was enough of an answer for Izuku. Izuku dropped his arm and shoved past the boy, following the path Kaken had made through the crowd. 1A exploded into noise behind him, but he kept walking. Izuku knew not everyone would accept him. He had a healing quirk for FS sake. He knew that. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he walked. He knew better, damn it, so why was he surprised? Izuku's hands shook as he wiped his eyes with a sleeve, pretending the moisture there didn't exist. He should have known better. It seemed he didn't belong after all. Chapter 11. Man. Mina tugged on her gym shirt with a whine. I wanted to wear my costume. Tailboy turned, stretching, and smiled at her. To keep it fair, we can't. Izuku was pretty sure his name was Ajuru. Almost positive. I wonder what the first round will be. Satu enthused, sitting with Tokoyami. No matter what comes, we have no choice but to deal with it. The boy Izuku had learned was called Shuji, spoke solemnly from nearby. Yeah. Satu nodded. Everyone, are you ready? 7111's voice rang through the large waiting room. We will be entering soon. Izuku sighed. Yaoyorozu already made sure everyone had everything. Feel free to relax with everyone else while we wait. Izuku sighed and beckoned him inside. The boy marched in stiffly and sat down like a robot, arms in his lap and legs together. Izuku huffed. Good enough. I'm super pumped. Kirishima clenched a fist. Sharp teeth on display. I hope I make it to the third round. Kaminari leaned back in his chair. Izuku tuned his classmates out to double-check all his clothing. Izuku had taken no risks for the festival. He wore an undershirt with a turtleneck tucked into tight pants, both under his gym uniform. Izuku wore knee socks, as well as a tighter pair of gloves than he usually wore. Lastly, he added something he had stopped wearing after the first year of middle school, ear covers. Since quirks had started dominating the population, people had developed better and better fabrics and things specifically for those quirks. The ear covers were made like that. They were like socks for his ears, sort of. He put on his face mask first, and then placed little cinched pieces of fabric over his ears. Izuku wore them religiously for 2 whole years, beyond glad his mother had bought them for him then. They covered the skin of his ears completely, without messing with his hearing in the slightest. They'd been necessary back when his classmates used to grab any skin they could see. Hey! Izuku looked up as Present Mic's voice echoed over the speakers, and got to his feet. Pay attention, audience. At the announcement, Yaoyorozu stood and nodded to him firmly. Everyone, please follow me towards the tunnels. It's almost time for our entrance. Yaoyorozu headed to the door, chairs and feet scuffing the floor as people made to follow. Swarm, mass media. This way. Izuku called to the last few people as they scrambled to keep up with the main group. Follow Yaoyorozu. This year's high school rodeo of adolescence that you all love, the UA Sports Festival, is about to begin. Is everyone here? Yaoyorozu checked, and Izuku tried to count heads as well. He could see 19. Perfect. Yaoyorozu seemed to arrive at the same conclusion and nodded firmly. All right, When Mike Sensei calls our class, we'll be walking out into the stadium. Let's do our best, everyone. The class cheered in excitement. Everybody, are you ready? It's time for the first years to enter the first year stage. The huge battle where fledgling heroes sharpen their swords once a year. Anyway, these are the guys, right? The miraculous new stars who overcame enemy attacks with their hearts of steel. Hero Course, Class 1A. Izuku took a deep breath and blew it out. He stepped forward into the light of the stadium with his class, and tried not to let his nerves show. Cheers assaulted his ears and light burned his eyes, but he kept a blank face in spite of it. His class came to a stop in the middle of the field, and they all clumped together into a condensed group as more students joined them, one class at a time, as Mike called them forward. They haven't been getting as much air time, but this class is also full of talent. Hero Course, Class 1B. Next up, General Studies Classes C, D, and E. Support Course, Classes F, G, and H are here too. And Business Course I, J, and K. All of UA's first year. Students are here now. Izuku glanced around at the new faces, and noted many different expressions. Some just looked excited, and others looked utterly bored. One of those people had purple hair, and Izuku's gaze met his. Izuku narrowed his eyes, the boy's face sparking with anxiety, and Izuku glared at him until Purple Eyes looked away first. Izuku would not back down. As everyone stood on the red dirt square, Midnight appeared and snapped a whip in the air for their attention and silence. Time for the player pledge, she declared from the purple platform she stood on. Izuku sighed as he realized she was wearing a new costume, skin-tight and immensely revealing despite the fact it covered her entire body from neck to fingertips. What the heck is Midnight Sensei wearing? Kirishima gritted out, ears pink. That's an R-rated hero for you, Kaminari said. His face was blank, but it was dusted pink as well. Is it okay for her to be at high school even though she's R-rated? Tokoyami pondered. Yes. Mineta exclaimed with an approving thumbs up and metaphorical nosebleed. Izuku took a breath so he didn't slap a child on live television. Quiet, everyone. Midnight called, snapping her whip again. Representing the students is Bakugu Katsuki from Class 1A. At once, every member of one either froze or groaned. Seriously? Kaken? Izuku face-bombed, already knowing what was coming as Kaken nonchalantly walked forward with a blank expression. The guy did place first in the entrance exams. A Gen Ed student spoke up pointedly, but a classmate of his scoffed. In the hero course. A brown-haired girl said dismissively, and Izuku frowned at her tone. Ah, it's obvious they hate us. Siro leaned over to whisper. And it's all Bakugu's fault. Kaminari complained with a scowl as Kaken finally climbed the steps and reached the microphone stand. I pledge. I'll be number one. As soon as Kaken spoke, all of 1A groaned. They'd seen it coming, but still. Though, their groans were completely drowned out by the angry voices shouting towards not only Kaken, but all of 1A. What the hell? Boo. Take this seriously. Step messing around. Don't get so full of yourselves, Class A. You smug BSTRD. The shouting made Izuku's head hurt, and he sighed when 7111 stepped forward and only added more drama by shouting, "Why are you doing this? It's disgraceful. The least you can do is act as a stepping stone for me to jump off of." Kaken replied blandly, and stuck his tongue out rudely. The other classes didn't take well to that. How overconfident can you get? Izuku recognized the angry voice ruminating from the silver boy from 1B with odd eyelashes, and winced. I'll crush you. As Kaken stepped off the podium, walking back down to the class, Izuku narrowed his eyes at him. He slammed his shoulder against Izuku's as he went by, but something was different with him. Izuku couldn't quite tell what it was, but Kaken seemed off. Now let's get started right away. Midnight declared as the students continued to whisper unhappily. The first round is what you'd call a qualifier. Every year, many drink their tears here. She pointed her whip at the students in a dramatic pose. Now, here is the fateful first game. This year it's... A giant board appeared behind her, colorful and spinning, before it stopped on a screen that read Obstacle Race. Izuku blinked. All 11 classes will participate in this race. Midnight told them, facing the screen with her hands on her hips. The board showed 4 colors for the 4 courses. Red was A and B, blue for C, D, and E, green held F, G, H, while I, J, and K were represented with orange. The course will be the outer circumference of the stadium, about 4 kilometers. A blue ring appeared, glowing around what was most likely a model of the stadium, and a little figure was running around the course in a circle. Our school's selling point is freedom. She snapped her whip and licked her lips. As long as you stay on the course, it doesn't matter what you do. The crowd cheered and students shifted from foot to foot, some anxious and some excited. Izuku was leaning towards anxious, but only slightly. Now, take your places, everyone. Izuku clenched his fists in determination, and followed as they were led from the field. They were brought to a huge gateway, followed by a small corridor. 3 green lights lit the top, and Izuku waited. His class was all looking grimly determined, and Izuku realized he'd be truly competing with them for the first time. Sure, they had exercises where they fought, but never a true competition such as this. Pessimistically, Izuku almost didn't know if he'd be able to measure up against them in an actual fight. 1 light went out. Izuku didn't know who he could beat one-on-ones, but he stood a good chance in group challenges like the obstacle race. He was fast, and he could reliably plan on the fly. In theory, sometimes. 2 lights were out. Izuku leaned forward on his left foot, ready to start running. He assessed the students around him, and many seemed to be doing the same. The last light went out. Start! With Midnight's yell, students exploded into action. They stampeded forward, and Izuku suddenly recognized what would happen next all too well. It was going to be the UA barrier break-in all over again. Okay. Here's the play-by-play. Mike screamed through the speakers. Are you ready to do the commentary? He said to seemingly no one. You're the one who forced me to come. Izuku choked hearing Aizawa's voice. Students approached the gate, running closer and closer to a doom Izuku didn't like. Let's get started right away. Why should we pay attention to the early stages? This part right now. Izuku hated being right, just this once. He was almost immediately stuck, shoved between people with elbows jabbing into from every angle with hands and limbs through against and all over his body. It was suffocating, and for a moment all he could do was drown in the fact that he was being touched from all sides. Izuku gasped as freezing cold mist curled around him, and looked down to see cold frost approaching in a wave. A moment later ice covered the ground and crawled up the wall of the exit, making Izuku sigh. Todoroki. Sorry, but... Todoroki sprinted in front of the ground with ice in his wake. Yaoyorozu shot after him, launching with a pole from her wrist. Kaken blasted over the ice, grinning as his hands sparked. Kirishima just jumped. Aoyama faced the wrong way and flew the correct way with his naval laser shooting out. Naive, Todoroki. Yaoyorozu admonished. I won't let you get away so easily. Kaken screamed at Todoroki, exploding towards the boy in the lead. You half and half Bisuri. Izuku was lucky enough to avoid the ice, but only enough to get ahead of the majority of non-hero course students. Still, as soon as he cleared the masses he sprinted after Todoroki and the students in the lead. It didn't particularly matter he was sprinting on ice, he'd practiced through worse. Izuku sighed as he ran, hearing Ajuru and Tokoyami chasing after him, as well as Ishido who evaded the ice too. The majority of students quickly freed their ankles, only to fall all over themselves as they slid across Todoroki's ice. Amateurs. More people outside of Class 1A were able to dodge that than I expected. Todoroki said blankly, also looking over his shoulder. I've outwitted you, Todoroki. How pathetic. Izuku looked back to see Mineta jumping over the ice, throwing his quirk out in front of him to spring off of. Take this. My special attack. Mineta closed in on Todoroki from above. Jur. And he was gone. Mineta had been smacked out of the air by one of the robots from the Hero Course entrance exam. Izuku gasped, stopping a few feet behind Todoroki. Obstacles have shown up suddenly, Mike exclaimed. Starting with the first barrier. Todoroki hesitated. Robo Inferno. People started screaming and Izuku scrambled to come up with a plan. He didn't have his knife to fight robots like at the entrance exams, so really he just stared dumbly at them for a moment. If they went through all this trouble, I wish they would have prepared something better. Todoroki raised an ice-covered hand as he also sent our ice from his right foot, and Izuku got ready to bullshit his way through. He'd do whatever it took to win. Todoroki spun in a circle, creating a massive wave of ice, and slammed into an approaching robot. It froze, ice covering every inch of it apart from the very top. Izuku tried not to gape at the sheer power radiating from Todoroki as frozen mist hung in the air around him. Todoroki sprinted through, and people started screaming about going after him, but Izuku paused. No, wait. Izuku yelled. I wouldn't if I were you. Todoroki's voice rang out. I froze them when they were unbalanced. They'll fall over. As he spoke, ice cracked and the robots shifted, tipping over just as he said they would. Izuku then realized he'd been standing way too close to Todoroki and shrieked as a robot fell right above him. Metal consumed his vision, and ducking with a terrified cry was all he could do before the robot crumpled on top of him completely. However, instead of metal crushing him at intense speeds, a body slammed into his and curled protectively around him. Izuku gasped, recognizing the harsh texture of Kirishima's quirk. It's fine, Midoriya. Kirishima yelled in his ear. Oh, thank God. Izuku exclaimed, and he tried to force air back into his burning lungs. Hey! Someone's trapped underneath. A muffled voice shrieked from outside. Wouldn't that kill them? Midoriya! Someone else cried out. Can people die at the sports festival? Someone screamed. Izuku felt Kirishima push upwards, denting the metal, and then explode outwards after a few more attempts. Like I'd die! Kirishima yelled, triumphant. He then reached down and pulled Izuku out of the hole after him. As if I'd let him die. Kirishima from Class A was underneath, protecting Midoriya also from Class A. That's crazy. That BSRD Todoroki. He timed it on purpose so it'd be right when they fell. Kirishima growled. If it hadn't been me, someone would have died. Midoriya could have died. Kirishima admonished a nearby camera, releasing Izuku as he found his footing. Another dent appeared, someone smashing through just as Kirishima had from another spot. That class, it really is filled with BSS. Izuku squinted, and realized it was the silver 1B guy again. Except, entirely made out of steel? Oh, another hardening quirk. Tetsu from Class B was also underneath. That's crazy. Bye Kirishima, thanks for literally saving my life. Izuku shouted as the 1B Kirishima mimicked what Kirishima had already said about not dying, and he slid down the robot towards the direction Todoroki had run off to. As soon as Izuku landed, he started sprinting. Kirishima was running close behind, 1B Kirishima right behind him. Izuku ran ahead of them, and they were consequently tanking every attack thrown at Izuku because he kept diving out of the way. Both boys were too busy arguing about who was better and how to stand out when they were practically the same to really notice Izuku's accidental targeting. Izuku grinned as he cleared the robots with Kaken, Tokoyami, and Siro flying over his head. His classmates all seemed to be following not too far behind, and so Izuku kept running. He had a race to finish. Hey, the first barrier's a piece of cake? Then what about the second? Mick's voice rang ominously excited. If you fall, you're out. If you don't want to fall, then crawl. The fall? Izuku got there just in time to see Todoroki sliding across a wire on one foot, riding a slim path of ice. Kaken blasted his way over, right on Todoroki's tail. Izuku hesitated, before deciding to absolutely screw it. Izuku sprinted, right for the ropes and ran onto them. He'd been roughly taught how to run across balance beams, but they were much thicker. Different could it be? He ran, wobbling every other step as he tried to focus. Azui was crawling along the wire next to him, and he realized that meant the majority was not far behind. And now, the leader of the pack is easily getting through the fall first. Mike announced. Izuku reached his fifth pillar across when a pink-haired cackling demon covered in metal positively blasted by him. Well, that was none of his business. When Izuku reached the other side, he wanted to pause for a rest, and then kicked that part of himself firmly. He sprinted on and up the red staircase. The lead pack is a step ahead, but below them, everyone's clumped together. Izuku grinned, seeing no one clumped near him, and decided he was a part of the lead pack then. Todoroki and first place couldn't be far. They haven't announced how many people will make it through, so you can't relax. Push forward. Izuku reckoned he was safe for now, but that could always change. And now, we've quickly arrived at the final barrier. The reality here is that it's a minefield. Izuku loved Mike and the way he spoiled what the next stage was. It made things easier to prepare for. A minefield was the perfect final stage. Everyone who couldn't fly the whole way would need to take it slow or risk blowing sky high. Except, how powerful were they really? It's set up so that you can tell where the mines are if you look carefully. So you have to exploit your eyes and legs. Izuku finally got his answer. By the way, these landmines are for games, so they're not that powerful, but they're loud and flashy enough to make you wet your pants. Izuku blinked as he ran. What did that mean? That depends on the person. Aizawa said reasonably. Izuku realized he hadn't really been listening when Eraserhead spoke, and suddenly felt really bad about it. Well, he arrived to see Todoroki had barely started walking through and staring at the ground, Bakugo blasting after him at full speed. Well, that wouldn't go well. Izuku stood still as people caught up, studying the bombs and the way they reacted. Ida couldn't outrun the mines, he was caught by pink explosions. That meant Izuku couldn't either. People were hopping across, eyeing the floor, and moving relatively quickly, but Izuku would never win that way. How could he win? He found his answer as someone went flying into the air from hitting 2 bombs at once, screaming as he went, and Izuku suddenly had an idea. He needed more mines. Izuku noticed Yaoyorozu running by, looking increasingly desperate. She was creating things and dropping them as she tried different things that might work, while also dodging Mineta. He was diving for Yaoyorozu's gym shirt that was wide open in the front to reveal a low-cut black bra. Izuku grinned as she tossed a shield to the side, apparently realizing she can't protect herself from Mineta's pop-off and the bombs at the same time while holding it. Izuku darted for it as she scrambled away and scooped it up. It was metal, about the size of Izuku's arm and thick as his torso. He decided it would probably work. People stared at Izuku as he started shoving bombs together, but all Izuku could think about as Todoroki and Kaken fighting as they got halfway across the field. He needed to catch up. When he was satisfied with his pile of roughly half a dozen bombs, he took a running start and belly flopped onto them using his shield as a sled. He was immediately blown sky high, and Izuku couldn't help but laugh freely as the wind whipped by and he soared across the minefield much faster than he'd anticipated. There's a huge explosion at the back? Izuku grinned at his completely bewildered tone. What's with that force? Was it an accident or did he do it on purpose? Class A's Midoriya is in hot pursuit with that blast. Actually, he's taken the lead. Izuku threw his head back and laughed in delight as he sailed over Todoroki and Kaken, both looking at him as if he was insane. What can he say? He definitely was. Midoriya, how did you do that? You're dead. Kaken's explosions got louder as he stopped fighting with Todoroki to chase him, flying after Izuku with presumably immense force. The two formerly in the lead have stopped slowing each other down and are chasing Midoriya. Izuku continued laughing, realizing Todoroki must be running after him, most likely risking using his ice to momentarily freeze the bombs as he ran over them. Now that they have a common enemy, they've stopped fighting. The fight's not over yet, though. What are you even saying? Aizawa's tired voice asked. Izuku grinned. Izuku was losing altitude, but he'd already known that. If he timed it just right, he could smash down again on just a single bomb to send him forward low and straight. Izuku could roll that off, and theoretically land safely. Come to think of it, Izuku should probably stop relying on theoreticals. Well, Izuku glanced down to see Todoroki approaching his right, Kaken on his left, and grinned. Maybe he'll take out his opponents while he's at it. Izuku flipped over in the air, planted both feet on their shoulders, and threw the shield at the ground. Izuku miscalculated a minor amount, the distance between bombs having shortened, and ended up slamming into about 3 of them. Izuku blasted forwards, while Todoroki and Kaken were blasted full force from right under their feet. Izuku flew a good 15 feet before slamming into the ground feet first, his shoes absorbing minor amounts of impact, and Izuku tucked into a tight roll. He rolled to his feet and sprinted forwards, even with no air in his lungs and his feet burning. Midoriya swiftly blocks those behind him. Would you believe it? He cleared the minefield in an instant. Mike cheered. Eraserhead, your class is amazing. What are you teaching? Them. I didn't do anything. They got each other fired up on their own. Izuku grinned with triumph as he entered the tunnel back into the stadium, even as feet pounded behind him. UA Sports Festival, first-year stage. Not listening. Who could have predicted the developments at the beginning or this conclusion? Right now, the first person back to the stadium is that student. Midoriya Izuku's made a huge splash, earning himself first place. Izuku ran through the archway, grinning under his mask with eyes lit with joy, and he slowed to a jog as people cheered. Kaken and Todoroki blasted through after him, but Izuku didn't pay them any mind as he basked in his victory. And now, they're finishing one after another. We'll make a list of results later, but for now, good work. Izuku plopped down cross-legged, catching his breath for a moment, and gasped desperately for air as he briefly pulled off his face mask. A camera zipped by, and he grinned at it with a wave. Izuku stayed there as he waited for others to finish, holding his ear covering so he didn't lose it. Kaken sent him a glare, but Izuku ignored it as he took several deep breaths before replacing his mask back on his face. The last participant made it through the archway, and a loud buzzer sound marked the end of the first round. He'd done it. First place. Chapter 12. The first game of the first-year stage is finally over. Midnight declared. Now, take a look at the results. Izuku eyed the list for names and faces he recognized. It was convenient that they added pictures. Midoriya Izuku, Todoroki Shuda 2, Bakugo Katsuki 3, Ida Tenya 6, Tokoyami Fumikage 7, Siro Hantatsu, Kirishima Iger 10, Ajuru Mashireo 11, Ajuitu 13, Shuji Mezu 14, Sadarikidu 15, Uraraka Ochako 16, Yayarozu Momo 17, Mineta Minor 18, Ashido Mina 19, Kuda Kuji 20, Jairu Kyuka 21, Kaminari Denki 24, Shinso Hitoshi 27, Hagakura 38, Ryuma Yuga 42. Izuku recognized purple hair on the board, so Shinso must be the purple-haired guy's name. Additionally, Aoyama skated by to earn himself a spot in the second round, coming in at 42nd place. In spite of his subpar ranking, it meant every member of 1A and 1B passed. The two people outside the hero course moving on were Shinso and the pink-haired demon girl Izuku had glimpsed during the fall, apparently named Hatsum. That was a mildly suboptimal outcome. The top 42 made it through to the next round. Midnight announced to the students. It's unfortunate, but don't worry if you didn't make it. We've prepared other chances for you to shine. She liked her lips. The real competition begins next. The press cavalry'll be all over it. Give it your all. The board appeared again, spinning, and her whip cracked once more. Now then, here is the second game. I already know what it is, but what could it be? What could it be? It spun, colors blurring. I just said it and here it is. The board stopped on cavalry. Battle. Cavalry battle? Kaminari exclaimed, slumping. Ah man. I'm bad at those. It's not an individual event, so I wonder how it'll work. Azui tapped her chin with a finger. Let me explain. Midnight turned towards the board. The participants can form teams of 2 to 4 as they wish. A picture of All Might riding on 13's shoulders with present Mike in the back appeared on screen, and Izuku cracked a smile at the ridiculous image. It's basically the same as a regular cavalry battle, but the one thing that's different is. She paused dramatically, that based on the results of the last game, each person has been assigned a point value. A point-based system like the entrance exam, huh? Sada muttered. That's easy to understand. In other words, each team is worth different points depending on who's on the team. Uraraka summarized happily. Ashido gasped. I see. She exclaimed, both hands making finger guns. They all jumped as Midnight slammed her whip into the platform and leaned towards them. You guys, don't hold back even though I'm talking, huh? Midnight shouted. Fine, yes, that's right. And the points assigned go up by 5 starting from the bottom. So 42nd place gets 5 points, and 41st place gets 10 points. Izuku didn't like the sound of that for some reason. The point value assigned to first place is 10 million. Izuku was still sitting crisscross on the ground, and so he tilted his head back as he was suddenly assaulted by intense eyes and harsh expressions. He frowned, and remained as still as possible without tensing noticeably. It was like primary school all over again, if the kids there had been more powerful and a lot motivated to murder him. That's right. It's survival of the fittest, with a chance for those at the bottom to overthrow the top. Midnight declared cheerfully. Izuku sighed and flopped onto his back. Well, this'll be fun. Izuku muttered up at the sky, and laid there as he tried to sort out his thoughts. Izuku knew finding partners would be extremely difficult, considering his point value. Nobody wanted to try and point camp the millions the whole round. The reward wasn't worth the risk for them when there were easier wins to be had. However, there might be people who wanted to stand out, and Izuku could definitely offer that. It would be difficult finding people who wanted to stand out so badly they were willing to have 10 million points painted across their forehead. Izuku knew exactly who wanted to be noticed that badly, and he hated it. A part of him wanted to just ignore the sensible side of him to be petty, but the other part of him wanted to win, and that meant he needed a team. God damn it. Brushing himself off to stand, Izuku reluctantly began his search for purple gravity-defying hair, seemingly spinning around aimlessly in circles. Luckily Shinso was extremely tall, and Izuku caught sight of him standing with his hands in his pockets, assessing the crowd. Most people would assume he was assessing who was desperate for partners and would be willing to take him. However, Shinso instead looked more confident than Izuku would have expected. The look seemed out of place for someone who had no allies, but Izuku brushed off his unease as he made up his mind. Izuku jogged over, shoving the memories of the boy's previous words out of his head. Shinso would be useful to him, that was all. Izuku could work with him for a little while and then never talk to him again. Yeah, that'd be fine. Right? Oh well, too late now. Hey! Izuku said carefully when Shinso noticed him approaching. Shinso, right? I saw you got 27th, nice. The boy eyed him suspiciously, but nodded nonetheless. Thanks. What do you want? I'd like us to be on a team. Izuku's words seemed to startle the boy so thoroughly his intense expression fell into nothing but surprise. I think we can help each other. You said you were looking to transfer and be a hero, which means you probably want people to notice you, right? If you team up with me, it'll get you all the attention you want and more. What's in it for you? Shinso asked doubtfully, examining him skeptically. I need team members who are willing to have a target on their back to be noticed. Izuku scowled. Most people would turn me down because they don't want to risk it. You, on the other hand, seem like you'd appreciate the attention. That's the only reason I asked you. You're not even going to ask about my quirk? Shinso prompted, more than a little accusatory, and Izuku narrowed his eyes. You gonna insult my place in the hero course again? The boy's silence said enough, so Izuku just shook his head ruefully. Well then why would I ask? I don't care what it is unless you think it'll help us win. Your quirk status doesn't mean anything to me, as long as you keep your mouth shut about mine. The boy eyed him for a long moment, gears in his head turning, before he sighed in resignation. I guess that's a wrench in my plan. Shinso muttered, alright, fine. Who else did you have in mind? Well, I was hoping we could snag someone with a more active quirk. Oi, Midoriya. Izuku turned in surprise, and his eyes widened at the girl sprinting for him. Let's be a team. Oh sure. Izuku blinked in surprise at her enthusiasm. Uraraka looked like she'd eaten a pound of sugar and downed a gallon of caffeine. It was ridiculous. Awesome. Uraraka pumped a fist. I thought it'd be better to team up with someone I get along with, like you. She then seemed to notice his companion, and Uraraka side-eyed Shinso a little suspiciously. Why's he here? Is he bothering you, Midoriya? Her concern made Izuku feel warm inside, and he smiled softly. Uraraka, this is Shinso. We're teaming up so he can be in the spotlight for this round. We're putting any previous interactions behind us. Izuku saw Shinso wince a little at the words in apparent regret. Or maybe Izuku was just kidding himself by hoping. That's what it was. Either way, Uraraka just nodded firmly in acceptance. All right then. She grinned. So, the three of us. Then she froze when a small giggle sounded behind Izuku. As I thought, this is great. Izuku and his group turned at the voice curiously. You stand out. A girl then went all up in Izuku's face, huge goggles and pink dreads consuming his vision. Team up with me, person in first place. Who are you? Uraraka asked, leaning forward with a frown to no doubt get a better look. The pink-haired girl laughed, one hand pushing up her goggles to reveal huge yellow eyes. They had odd little cross-sections in them, and Izuku wondered if her quirk was sight-based. I am Hatsum Mei from the support course, she said, grinning. She then ignored Uraraka to face Izuku again. I don't know you, but let me use your position. If I team up with you, I'll inevitably become part of the team everyone's watching most, right? She leaned in close and Izuku leaned back ever so slightly, as her face was getting dangerously close to his. If that happens, then my super cute babies will inevitably be seen by the big companies. She leaned even closer. That means, in other words, that those big companies will see my babies. Uraraka held up her hands in a confused panic. Wait a minute. Babies and big companies? Uraraka exclaimed, and Izuku answered with a sigh before the menace could. Her support items, I'd guess. Izuku said, and then he took a long step backwards before addressing Hatsum again. We'd love to have you, and you can use your inventions as much as you want using my spotlight. Welcome to the team. Hatsum excitedly pulled out a box. The support course develops equipment that helps heroes deal with their quirks. I have a ton of babies, so I'm sure you'll be able to find one that you like. I saw you propel yourself across the fall somehow. Which gadget makes you fly? Izuku asked immediately. She held up a silver box-shaped item the size of her torso. It looked like a jetpack? That was Wire Arrow, but I have something even better for you. I made this based on a certain hero's backpack, adding my own original twist to it. Hatsum announced proudly, and she showed off the item with a massive grin. Cool, what else have you got? He leaned over to look at the box. Izuku then turned in surprise when Shinso stepped forward with a frown. How confident are you, looking at this team? Shinso asked, eyes intense. Can we win? We can win. Izuku answered with a hum, I can work with this. You're sure? Shinso. Izuku turned to him and said as firmly as possible, I'll get you to first place. Shinso's eyes widened, and he nodded firmly a moment later. Then let's do this. Shinso said decisively, so what's the plan? You said I'm the writer, right? Izuku opened his mouth, but then hesitated. Shoot, I forgot about my quirk. If I'm going to be on the bottom, I'm sure they won't mind, Midoriya, Uraraka said. Encouragingly, no big deal if you tag me, promise? Izuku was about to explain how it was more about the drawback than anything else, but Shinso spoke up first. Is it dangerous or something? I thought it was a healing quirk. Izuku winced as Shinso eyed him distrustfully, and Izuku tried to pretend it didn't hurt. Shut up. Uraraka growled. You don't know anything about him. Shinso recoiled a little, and Izuku put an exhausted hand on Uraraka's shoulder with a sigh. Maybe this had been a bad idea. Just don't touch my skin at all. Izuku told Shinso vaguely. I can't handle the drawback right now, it'd ruin our chances of winning. That seems kinda counterproductive for a healing quirk. Watch your mouth. Uraraka looked 2 seconds away from punching him, which is probably why Shinso held his hands up in mock surrender. Izuku just sighed again, trying his best to smother the sharp bitterness bubbling in his chest. It's fine, Uraraka. A lie. Anyway, don't touch my skin. It's pretty much all covered, so you shouldn't have to worry too much. Fine. Shinso shrugged, and Uraraka nodded even as she scowled at Shinso. Hatsum didn't acknowledge him, but Izuku let that slide considering she was tinkering with something in her toolbox. Let's put on a show then, shall we? A harsh beep rang through the stadium like a foghorn, prompting Izuku and his group to look up. The board flashed times up, and everyone's attention was brought to Midnight again. She was stretching, smiling out at everyone a little slyly. Now then, it's about time to get started. She declared. Come on, wake up, Eraser. Mick's complaining made Izuku smile, and his amusement doubled at Eraserhead's disgruntled noise in protest. After 15 minutes to form teams and talk strategy, 12 cavalry teams are lined up on the field. There are some interesting teams out there. Aizawa muttered, making nearly all of Class A blink in confusion. There were so many of them on the field, who was he talking about? Now raise those battle cries. Mike continued without delay, it's time for UA's bloody battle. Light the signal flame. Izuku held firm in his position, even as Shinso wiggled slightly as he tied the 10,225 headband firmly over his forehead. Izuku was in front, Shinso standing on Uraraka and Hatsum's hands as he held onto Izuku's shoulders for balance. Hatsum, is everything set? Izuku asked, eyes examining the board showing off the other teams. Team Shinso, 10,225. Team Bakugu, 665. Team Todoroki, 615. Team Ineta, 420. Team Hagakure, 390. Team Aoyama, 345. Team Hananuki, 320. Team Monoma, 305. Team Kendo, 225. Team Rin, 175. Team Kuda, 160. Team Pony, 70. Izuku nodded to himself, but paused when he couldn't find a few of his classmates. He only found 16. Realizing this, Izuku made a mental note to be wary near Shuji. He looked highly suspicious, seemingly on a team by himself while Azui and Mineta were unaccounted. My babies are in tip-top shape. Hatsum squealed, and Izuku refocused on his team with a nod. Good to hear. Uraraka, let me know if anything changes and you're reaching your limit at any point and need to release anything. Understand? Knowing your limits is important. Yes. She called, voice hard with determination. And Shinso? Dodge people's hands and quirks. Shinso sighed. I got this. No, it goes for you as well. Izuku said firmly. Seriously, if you need something, tell me. I don't care if you hate me, but you have to cooperate and communicate properly or we're going to lose. Shinso sighed again. Yeah, whatever. Izuku gritted his teeth, but didn't bothering saying anything else. The screen beeped above them, displaying "Are you ready?" as the loudspeakers clicked on again, filling the stadium with present Mick's voice. All right. You've made your teams, right? Izuku figured it was too late now if someone was left out. I'm not gonna ask if you're ready or not. Now let's go. Counting down to the brutal battle royal. Izuku felt Shinso shuffle, the weight of the jetpack on his back being pushed into Izuku's shoulder for better balance, and Izuku tilted a little to compensate for the motion. 3. Izuku checked on Uraraka, eyeing Hatsum's boots she wore in perfect condition. 2. Teams all around the giant red dirt square, watching Izuku and his team with anticipatory eyes. 1. Remember the plans. Izuku whispered. His teammates all made noises of affirmation, and he took a deep breath as Midnight's whip came down. Start. Chapter 13. Start. Midnight ordered. Engage Plan A, Phase 1. Izuku ordered as every team rushed in their direction with determined yells. No hesitation. They planned for this. They planned for everything Izuku could think of. Besides, Izuku didn't want to get anywhere near 1B and their unknown quirks. Phase 1. Evasive maneuvers. Brace. Shinso shouted. He then leaned forward and aligned his body over Izuku's shoulders, and clicked the red button control for the jetpack. It lit, and they flew into the air straight upwards and over all the approaching teams. Izuku unclicked his staff and extended it, slapping Jiru's quirk away as it neared. He grinned ferally at her disgruntled expression. "Keep alert," Izuku called. Uraraka had moved to be directly behind Shinso, the only person with weight, and guided them as the jetpack easily pulled them through the sky. Because Shinso was standing with his hands on Izuku's shoulder, Izuku held most, if not all, of the jetpack's weight. Uraraka had made the rest of her team weightless, but left the equipment alone, and that left Uraraka in charge of landing and steering while in the air, considering she was the only person with weight. Everyone else was on lookout for threats. "Landing!" Uraraka called. Izuku pressed a button to close the staff and it shrank back into the size of his palm. Uraraka's boots activated as the jetpack whirred to A. "Stuff. What do you think of my babies?" Hatsum exclaimed. "Aren't they cute? Cuteness can be made, you know." "They're flawless, Hatsum, very nice," Izuku assured her, unable to look back to see the inventor as he assessed the area around him. "Now then, even though barely 2 minutes have passed since we've started, it's already turned into a free-for-all." Izuku sighed in relief at Mick's announcement. Fights over the headbands breaking out all over. Ignoring the 10 million points and going for second to fourth isn't bad, either. "Uraraka, careful where you step. Shuji is on the left, and if I counted correctly, he should be on Team Mineta with Tsu." "Right." She then fell silent and Izuku assumed she was staring at the floor, looking for Popoff. But Mineta's quirk was a serious threat. "Class B team on our other side." Shinso yelled. "Get us out of here. Brace." Shinso clicked the button and they launched. Purple spheres came out of nowhere and Izuku leaned the whole group to the left as several went flying by. "Uraraka." "On it." She moved to the back, steering and occasionally kicking her legs to help the jetpack dodge the projectiles. "Incoming!" Shinso yelled as he ducked Ajui's ridiculously long tongue as it flew after them. Izuku flicked his staff open and grinned as he pressed the yellow button by his thumb. "Staff active!" he yelled as Ajui's tongue approached, and Izuku stabbed it with his staff. The advantage of her hiding with Mineta below them was that she couldn't see them at all. Shuji must have been directing her for her aim to have been even halfway close. As the staff made contact, electricity zinged down the metal and into the fleshy tongue, and a shriek sounded from below them as Ajui retrieved her tongue. Izuku pressed a green button to deactivate it, and then retracted it. "My baby is the coolest new tool for all occasions," Hatsum exclaimed girlishly. "Plan B! Plan B!" Shinso suddenly shrieked, and Izuku immediately readjusted. Plan B meant Kaken. He leaned to the side, making them spin as he swung the jetpack's weight to the side, and Uraraka cried out in surprise. "Plan B Phase 2! Izuku shouted. "Phase 2, airborne attacks." "Well, obviously." Shinso snapped as they stabilized. Izuku was now facing Kaken as the boy approached. "Don't get carried away," Kaken yelled as he shot up to them faster. Izuku grimaced and readied his staff. "Staff active." Izuku hissed to his team, grateful Kaken couldn't hear it over the wind. He reached their level, hand outstretched, and Izuku glared at him. He flicked the staff out, pressing the yellow button, and Kaken's eyes widened as it slammed into his chest. The force of the staff flicking open was enough to send him spinning, but the electricity caused his muscles to lock, and he spun out of control as he fell. "What? Bakugu's been separated from his horses. Is that okay?" Mike screeched. Izuku just watched in relief as Siro threw out his tape and snagged Kaken midair. "It's a technicality, so it's okay," Midnight assured him as Siro caught Kaken, holding him carefully with the rest of his team. "It wouldn't have been if he'd touched the ground, though." Midnight gave a thumbs up. "Landing," Uraraka declared. Izuku pointed slightly left of where she aimed. "Two kicks to your left." Uraraka kicked twice in that direction, and they descended. Izuku immediately started moving, the girls following. "Okay, Phase 2. He said. "Staff active. Get ready to go up if necessary. Phase 2. Steal as many points as FING possible in case they lose the millions. Yes, sir. His two female teammates cheered. Shinso just squeezed his shoulders, and Izuku could practically feel the boy's smirk. I have an absolutely crazy idea. Izuku announced. See that blonde? He's in Class B and he has the most headbands, but they're low in points. If I get him in the back with my staff and swipe a few headbands, we'd probably be set even without the mill. Why is that crazy? Uraraka asked. Because he's about 15 feet away from Plan B. Izuku sighed. Let's do it. Shinso gritted out in Izuku's ear, determined. You heard the writer, off we go. Izuku ran, girls running behind him and Shinso keeping them all together, and he flicked his staff out and pressed the yellow button. Staff active. As expected, everyone's after the first place team, and Class A is in hot pursuit. Everyone's got skills. Mike screamed through the speakers. Get ready for takeoff, Shinso. Izuku hissed lowly. He then lunged forward and tagged the blonde between the shoulder blades with his staff, and electricity zipped along it making the blonde freeze and spasm. Izuku continued running, deactivating the staff, and Shinso snatched every headband from around the blonde's neck. His team gasped, suddenly noticing, but Shinso already clutched the headbands to his chest as he grinned widely. Brace! He declared, and they then shot into the sky. I can't believe that worked. Are you doubting my improvising skills? Izuku teased, and Shinso huffed behind him as he tied the extra headbands around his neck. Switch the millions for our lowest value. Your forehead shouldn't be such a target that way. He heard the boy laugh and more scuffing. Now, let's take a look at each team's points. It's been 7 minutes. Here are the current rankings up on the screen. Izuku glanced up at the scoreboard, and he blinked in surprise at the rankings. What? Wait a minute. Mike sounded so confused. Aside from Team Shinso, Class A is barely hanging on. Team Shinso, 10,920. Team Tetsu, 1,125. Team Kendo, 685. Team Bakugo, 668. Team Todoroki, 615. Team Rind, 195. Almost immediately after, Izuku watched Monoma replace Bagi in 4th place with 668 points. So he'd taken all of Kaken's points in one fell swoop. Talent. Landing. Uraraka announced. Sounds good, descend carefully. Izuku ordered. She activated the boots as they landed. And they touched down. Izuku assessed their surroundings carefully, and pointedly ignored Kaken and the blonde from earlier in an all-out war. Although one of the blonde's shoulders was twitching uncontrollably, and it seemed to be causing slight problems for him and his team. Izuku ignored it. Oh shit, Plan C. Shinso said suddenly. The girls paused, and Izuku's eyes slid to the left to see Todoroki approaching. Izuku slowed his team to a dead stop, eyes locked with Todoroki. Less than half the time is left now. Mike declared loudly. I'll be taking that now. Todoroki said, glaring. Unfortunately, no can do. Izuku denied. See, I promised a certain general studies rookie first place, and I'm no liar. Shinsu's hands tightened on Izuku's shoulders, bunching the fabric in his fists with the force. Ida forward. Todoroki ordered. He turned to the rest of his team, and Izuku started backing his team up and Ida started towards them. Plan C, Phase 1. Izuku yelled. Todoroki, evasive maneuvers. He flicked out his staff. Staff active. 5 teams incoming. Uraraka called out. On my mark, get ready for takeoff. Izuku ordered, watching Kaminari as he grinned. Understood. Shinso yelled. Izuku watched as the teams approached, Todoroki unconcerned. Suddenly, Todoroki pulled up a gray cover and a black spike formed out of Yaoyorozu's arm that slammed into the ground, dragging behind them. Indiscriminate shock. Kaminari yelled, arms powering up with yellow lightning. Now! Izuku shouted. Shinso slammed down on the button, and their team blasted upwards and completely out of range. Once Kaminari wound up his electricity for an attack, he had no way of stopping it. 1.3 million volts. The arching golden lightning slammed into the 4 teams surrounding Todoroki as Izuku flew over them safely, and all 4 teams tensed and screamed. Sparks arched between people and golden light covered the area, and Izuku's eyes widened. Such power. All the teams who had stopped moving or partly collapsed were suddenly trapped in jagged ice that spread from the black spike Yaoyorozu had driven into the ground immediately thereafter. Todoroki must have frozen it, and spread his ice across the floor as a solution to the disadvantage he had due to being unable to access solid ground. What did he do? Todoroki took care of the crowd of teams in an instant. Mike announced loudly. He froze after Kaminari's shock stopped them. I guess it should be expected, he took into account how a lot of people avoided it in the obstacle course. Izuku nodded at Aizawa's words. And people still avoided it. Team Shinso made a clean getaway by taking to the skies. Mike exclaimed. It was all thanks to my beautiful babies. Hatsum yelled, waving to the cameras. Izuku looked at the scoreboard again and realized Todoroki had taken all of Team Kendo's points, jumping to second in an instant. Team Shinso, 10,920,000. Team Todoroki, 13,000. Team Tetsu, 1,125. Team Minoma, 668. Team Rind, 195. Landing! Uraraka called. She powered up her boots and landed softly, all the way on the complete other side of the ice field Todoroki had created. Oh crap, we have a problem! Shinso exclaimed. Izuku threw his eyes around and spotted Kaken's group stuck in the place by some white oozing Quirk, and 2 Class B teams seemingly playing tag. It's fine. Keep an eye on Plan B, and use capture if necessary. Izuku answered, teeth gritted in concentration. Hatsum, could we just hover for 5 solid minutes? Izuku asked, eyes watching the 3 groups carefully. No, we'd need to touch down twice a minute. My babies can't make long flights like that. She said it so excitedly, Izuku just nodded in acceptance. We stay down then. None of them are facing us, so it should be fine. As long as they don't turn around. With only a few minutes left, Todoroki's team is stuck in the blocked-off section Todoroki himself created. Mike yelled, Team Shinso has managed to keep the Millions headband this whole time. Will his and the 3 Class B teams be the top 4 to move on to the next round? Mick's voice rang through the speakers. 4th place isn't really all that bad. Izuku heard from the blonde he'd zapped say, having come a little nearer. It means 3 Class B teams move to the final round. Anyway, we need to focus on keeping that spot. 1 more down and we're out. Wait! Izuku's head whipped at Kirishima's shout, Kaken's team having apparently moved to run straight for the blonde team. I said wait. Geez, so persistent. The blonde muttered, turning around slowly. As a hero, not to mention as a person, that persistence will Sabaraba. The blonde cut off his sentence in a panic as Kaken launched into the air, palms lit with anger. Don't act on your own, Bakugu! Kirishima yelled, but then caught sight of Izuku's team and froze. Izuku turned back to see Kaken slam into a wall of what looked like solid air. Izuku resisted a giggle at the sight. Then the boy, Tsubaraba, got cocky and turned away with his team. Big mistake. Kaken shattered the solid air, a hand grasping at the single headband the Class B team held, the one they'd stolen from Kaken. Ciro's tape then snagged Kaken, leaving the Class B team with no points and Kaken back in 3rd. Bakugo seized his headband back and moved back into 3rd place. The rankings are changing in the final stages. It's the passion of youth. Mike was screaming with enthusiasm, and Izuku suddenly remembered there were more threats than Kaken's team. Yeah. A girl with horns and a green boy on her back charged, as did a dark-haired girl riding someone with an oddly yellow head with holes in it. Brace! Shinso shot them into the air, and the blonde girl with horns slammed right into the ice behind where they'd been. In the air, Izuku noticed Kaken landing on top of his team, and Kirishima pointed upwards, right at Izuku. Kaken made eye contact with him, and Izuku waved. 1 minute left. Mike screamed. Kaken blasted into the air and Izuku flicked his stick open, sighing. Kaken flew up, but this time he stayed a distance away. Midoriya! He screamed, I warned you not to compete with me. I need to win this. Izuku yelled back, I promised I would. Kaken was over 24 feet away, out of Izuku's staff's range, but as he reached their height, Kaken grinned. Shinso, drop us. Izuku shrieked. Shinso tensed. What? Shinso screamed in his ear. Do it now. Izuku ordered. Kaken raised an arm, and Shinso pressed the button. Izuku and his team hung in the air, the same height yet 24 feet from Kaken's hand, before Uraraka's weight and the equipment started being dragged downwards with gravity. I will be the indisputable number one. Kaken screamed, and lit his palm. A massive explosion went off, and Izuku threw his arms up to cover his face. Heat seared his arms, fabric of his undershirt burning, and shrieked in pain even though he'd been barely grazed by it. Midoriya! Uraraka screamed. Shinso, turn it back on now. Uraraka, control our landing but prepare for impact. Izuku yelled, ignoring the pain he felt. Shinso pressed the button and Izuku gasped as the jetpack jerked and sputtered, but didn't start up fully. It just whirred badly and they were still falling. No. My baby! Hatsum shrieked. The ground was getting closer and closer, faster and faster, until suddenly it stopped. Everything slowed, their whole team hung just a few feet above the ground. What? Shinso breathed. Sorry, I couldn't reach the jetpack at first. Uraraka said, voice a little wobbly. We need to land without Shinso touching the floor. Uraraka floated herself down, and then pulled Hatsum and Izuku after her. Once they were all in place, she put her fingers together and said, release. Shinso fell suddenly, her quirk releasing everything, and Izuku caught him. He and Hatsum stumbled slightly as well, their own weights returning to normal. Get on my back. If Kaken can get away with it, so can we. Shinso nodded and shifted from the space he'd been caught between Izuku and Hatsum, wrapping his legs around Izuku's middle like he was getting a piggyback ride. Hatsum put a hand on Shinso's shoulder, and Uraraka mimicked her more slowly. Izuku adjusted Shinso on his back, the burns on his arms screaming in pain. I pushed my quirk too hard, sorry Midoriya. Uraraka admitted, putting a hand over her mouth. I thought you'd already made us weightless? Shinso asked confusedly. She smiled ruefully. Yeah, you all were. But the heavy equipment was dragging us downwards. She explained, face green. I needed to get the jetpack in both my boots before I could stabilize us, since I was the last thing that had weight still. Don't worry about it, it's practically over, anyway. To prove Izuku's point, Mick's voice made an appearance. Time's just about up. Start the countdown. Mike shrieked. A huge horn blared, and a 10-second ticking timer appeared in the huge board behind midnight. To Izuku's right the glacier wall cracked, and then exploded, Todoroki's team appearing in the newly made hole. Yaoyorozu looked worse for wear, panting and holding what looked like a huge power drill. Todoroki just looked annoyed. Kaken had been caught by Zero already, and was also charging for Izuku and his team. 7. Oh shit, Plan D. Shinso exclaimed, whipping his head between both Todoroki and Kaken. I don't have free hands. It's fine. Izuku reassured. I can dodge and it'll be easier with just you with me. Hatsum, Uraraka. If you can dodge as well. I'll take care of Shinso. Izuku waited, hoping for the perfect moment where both teams would be on the collision course, but noticed 7111 was seemingly revving up for something. What was he? The capture gun is my baby. Hatsum exclaimed angrily and passionately from behind Izuku, I'm not letting it go to waste. Suddenly, a red net went flying past Izuku and headed right for Todoroki's team. It slammed into Todoroki's chest, knocking the boy clean off his team and sending him tumbling to the ground with a shout. How heavy was that FNG net? Midoriya Izuku. Kaken screamed as he got closer and closer, only for him to also get smashing into the face by an apparently very heavy red net. Kaken toppled as well, but stayed mostly on top of his team only because Zero was restraining Kaken with his tape and a determined expression. Kaken screamed and thrashed against the net, not making Siro's job any easier. Izuku didn't dare move, and the alarm finally blared. Time's up. Chapter 14. Time's up. There was a single beat of silence before the stadium exploded. Screaming and cheering surrounded Izuku and his group as he let Shinso down gently. That's the end of the second round, the cavalry battle. Mike yelled. Now, let's take a look at the top 4 teams right away. In first place, Team Shinso. Izuku looked at his team, Shinso smirking so hard it was nearly a grin, Hatsum frowning and tinkering with something, and Uraraka cheering in place even though she looked quite green. Izuku sighed in relief as he realized he'd done it. They'd done it. In second place, Team Tetsu. Izuku saw the 1B Kirishima grinning, standing with a girl with huge vines for hair, a boy with spiky dark hair and a bandana, and a boy who had exposed teeth sort of like a skeleton. They were laughing, and Izuku couldn't help but stare at the scene. In third place, Team Bakugo. Izuku glanced at Kaken's team and winced. Kaken was growling and thrashing on the ground, trying to blow up the net covering him, but only successfully caught Ishido, Kirishima, and Siro in his explosions instead. In fourth place, Team Riha? It's Team Monoma? When did that happen? Monoma was standing with his arms crossed and smiling softly, triumphant, almost. He stood with his team, the air boy, a person made completely out of shadow with a shocking head of purely white hair, plus a plain-looking boy with dark hair. Izuku wondered what the rest of their quirks were. These 4 teams will advance to the final round. Izuku couldn't help but notice Todoroki standing where he had fallen, his team looking dejected and shocked around him, and he was staring at his right hand intently as if it was to blame. Izuku wondered why the boy never used his left, if he was so frustrated at his right. Being ambidextrous would probably be useful with a powerful quirk like his. Izuku then rounded on his pink-haired menace of a teammate in confused and slightly awed surprise. Hatsum! What's with those nets? He exclaimed. You said they were just capture nets to tangle up our opponents. Hatsum just patted the net launcher with a triumphant grin. They're exactly as I said. The nets contract as they make impact to better capture their target, and they're very unpleasant to be smacked with at high speeds. It's amazing. It can fire up to 5 cartridges without needing to be reloaded. She grinned, removing her goggles to reveal wide and excited yellow eyes. Also, there's metal at all the joints, which is why that one boy was knocked off his team from the force of it. Didn't you love it? Yes. Izuku assured her with a relieved smile. Yes, I loved them. He then winced as he moved an arm and it felt like he was on fire. Izuku looked down at his arms to see the sleeves of his undershirt smoking slightly from the explosion, leaving little melted holes in the fabric with red skin underneath. He'd need to cut away the fabric and bandage the burns. They were mostly first degree, which wasn't that bad, and even the second degree ones under the fabric would probably be mild, so he really didn't need to bother Recovery Girl. His gym shirt seemed intact, but it was slightly blackened. He'd need to change. Now, we'll be taking an hour break for lunch before we start the afternoon festivities. Yeah. Are you gonna get checked out by Recovery Girl? Izuku looked up from his arms to see Shinso watching him, hands nonchalantly stuck in his pockets. Oh, Shinso. Izuku blinked. You did great. Good job with the jetpack. Shinso grinned at him, all teeth. Thanks for keeping your promise. Shinso said, but then he looked Izuku up and down suspiciously. Seriously, you can't go into the next round injured like that. Good thing I have lunch to fix myself up, then. Izuku dismissed him. It's just a few burns, mostly superficial. I'll need to cut the fabric away, of course, and remove any melted fabric remaining stuck to my skin or in the burns themselves. But then I can wrap it up, no problem. Shinso looked partway astonished and halfway horrified. Are you qualified to be doing that to yourself? Shinso said tightly. Izuku nodded absently. Of course, my mom didn't ever think I could be a hero because of my quirk. Izuku's posture wilted a little, and Shinso tensed. She raised me to be a healer instead, so, yeah, I have the knowledge and the experience, with and without my quirk. Izuku smiled ruefully behind his mask. I broke records in both the written and practical healer exams. Perfect scores. What? Seriously? Shinso exclaimed. I mean, yeah. Izuku blinked. I got all 150 questions on the written correct in 1 hour and 22 minutes. He tapped his chin in thought. In the practical, they had me treating robot patients during a mock villain fight. I kept all of them alive, and after 12 hours they ran out of robots to give me. He shrugged. What the F dash dot? Izuku looked at Shinso to see the boy's lips parted with shock, eyes wide. That's amazing. Yeah, but I'm not a healer. Izuku defended with a frown. I never will be, so it doesn't matter if I'm amazing at it. You'd be an invaluable resource to heroes if you became a healer. Shinso frowned as well. It seems a waste, honestly. Izuku clenched his hands into fists. Drop it, Shinso. Izuku glared. Mind your own business for once, okay? I don't know why you're being so sensitive. Shinso rolled his eyes. It's a compliment. I'm just saying you'd make a good healer. I'm not a healer, I'm going to be a hero. Izuku repeated firmly, so shut your mouth. Shinso looked bewildered and slightly annoyed. But you could save so many more people as a healer. Shinso stressed. I mean, as a hero you'd be wasting your queer? Have you? Izuku interrupted as he glared at him defiantly, and he matched the anger on Shinso's face. I'm going to be a hero, whether assholes like you believe in me or not. Izuku then brushed by Shinso a bit forcefully, and stalked off towards the waiting room he'd been in with his class before the festival. His backpack would be there, which had extensive medical supplies. Healer or not, carrying around a first aid kit was a must. It could save a life. As he walked, Izuku's fists shook with unease and his arms ached with emotion. Why couldn't Shinso just understand? And why did Izuku even care? Shinso's opinion shouldn't matter anyway, they weren't friends. Izuku had just gotten distracted by how well they worked together as a team. Of course, Shinso never believed in him, they were just using each other to advance in the festival. That was all. Izuku had known that, damn it. So why did it hurt so much? He shoved the waiting room door open and it banged against the wall with the force. He headed for his black bag and snatched it roughly before heading for a bathroom. Izuku didn't really care about the door, but he tried to be more gentle as he shut it on his way out. Izuku stalked down the halls of the stadium, trying to calm his thoughts. What people thought didn't matter. Class A was on his side, and he didn't need some random guy to support him. If Shinso joined the class, Izuku would deal with it then. Worrying about things that might never happen was pointless. Like wondering what his mother would do if she knew he was injured, or wondering why Kaken was acting so weird. Izuku just needed to push all that anxiety away and shove it far beneath the surface. That'd work. Izuku pushed the bathroom door open and set his bag down next to the wall before opening it and pulling out the red bag tucked inside. Unzipping the first aid kit, he took out an unopened package of bandages, trauma shears, tweezers, a bottle of aloe, adhesive squares, and then stood. He left both bags on the floor and headed to the sink. Izuku set all his items on the shelf under the mirror and pulled off his gym shirt. He let it fall to the floor, ignoring it as he examined the damage to his undershirt. Most of it could probably be removed easily, but a small amount would need to be pulled out with tweezers. He sighed and pulled off his mask to focus, and Izuku then removed his gloves, washed his hands, and set to work. He started the process by picking up the trauma shears, which were scissors specifically for medical situations and had a small bend in them to give medics and doctors better angles to work with. Izuku cut around the burns, freeing the fabric, and then let the cut part of the sleeve follow his gym shirt into the floor. Izuku then cut directly down his chest from his collar to the bottom of the shirt so the shirt would fall completely off. He didn't need to be distracted by excess fabric, and he had a spare undershirt in his bag anyway. Izuku started with his left arm and set down the shears so he could grab the tweezers, but a hand was already reaching for them. Izuku gasped and pulled back, spotting Todoroki standing behind him with his hand outstretched for the tweezers. "Oh, I'm sorry, did you need to use the sink?" Izuku blinked with surprise. "No," the boy said curtly. Todoroki was staring at him, eyes raking in the scene with intense eyes. Izuku was shirtless, but still had bits of his shirt sparsely covering both arms where the majority of the burns were sticking to the black fabric. Izuku waited, wondering what the boy was looking for. Todoroki then slowly picked up the tweezers and reached for a paper towel. "Give me your arm." Izuku blinked. "What?" Todoroki frowned at him. "Those are first-degree burns, most likely with areas of second degree where the fabric melted into your skin." The boy's voice was so blank it took Izuku a second to register what he'd said. "Oh, yeah. I'm going to remove the fabric and then let a cold compress sit on it for a while to cool some of the heat." He gestured to his supplies. "I also have aloe to put a thin layer under the bandages." He nodded to Todoroki. "I got it." The boy frowned. "Give me your arm." He repeated. Izuku squinted suspiciously, but he held out his left arm anyway. Todoroki reached out a paper towel-covered left hand and put it under Izuku's elbow surprisingly gently as he leaned in with the tweezers in with right. For the next several minutes, Izuku just watched peacefully as Todoroki carefully removed all the remaining fabric, even using the shears expertly to cut through larger sections of the sleeve. He worked slowly and carefully, so differently from the way Izuku acted quickly as a medic to save lives. Todoroki worked as if he had all the time in the world, his face displaying an almost sad or resigned expression. When he finally set down his tools, Todoroki grabbed 4 paper towels, ran them under cold water, folded them, and laid them gently on Izuku's arm. He scrutinized it for a moment, and then nodded. "Other arm." Izuku was silent as he did as he was told. As he watched, Izuku found himself considering why Todoroki would know so much about burns until he finally solidified his best guess. Todoroki had heterochromia, 2 different eye colors, but it was more than that. It was like his body was completely split into 2 different people. One side with a gray eye and white hair, the other with red hair and a blue eye. Todoroki only ever attacked with the right side of his body, and it was more than a dominant versus non-dominant reason. It was a choice. Izuku had never really considered it before, but the most reasonable conclusion would be that Todoroki had a dual quirk split completely down the middle, with one side freezing ice and other a roaring fire. If Todoroki had a fire quirk, it's possible he'd burned his ice side over and over in his childhood, resulting in an oppression of his fire side. However, Izuku didn't know if it was his place to pry. "Why are you helping me?" Izuku asked instead. "I could have done it myself. You know that." Todoroki paused briefly, pausing momentarily as he retrieved the paper towels for Izuku's right arm, but soon continuing his methodical work. "I know what it's like to treat my own burns, and I often wish there was someone to help me," Todoroki said softly as he covered Izuku's arm with the damp paper towel. Offering help seemed like something a hero would do. Izuku looked down at his 2 arms, perfectly treated through the first 2 steps, and he smiled softly. "Thank you. You'll be a wonderful hero." Izuku's smile changed to confusion as Todoroki's hands clenched at his sides. "Did you?" Todoroki glared past Izuku at the wall. "Did you mean what you said that day in the classroom? When you were talking about your quirk? About being a hero despite it?" Izuku clarified. Todoroki shook his head. "No. About it being your choice if you use it or not." Izuku blinked, understanding dawning. Todoroki must be referring to his own quirk, comparing their situations, almost. "My entire life, people tried to force me to use my quirk," Izuku told the boy quietly. "People in primary school used to grab me between lessons, trying to heal broken bones in casts, concussions, or even just inconvenient scrapes on their knees. For a while, I hated my quirk actually." Todoroki remained still, eyes seemingly looking straight into Izuku's soul. "My mom always wanted me to be a healer. She didn't even ask me, she paid for all this training, extensive learning courses, textbooks, extra classes. I even went on several practice medic training trips. But I never wanted any of it. When it was time to come to you, I finally made a deal with her. If I tried my best on the healer exam, she'd let me take the hero exam, too. When I was accepted for both, she let me go." Izuku tilted his head as he looked at Todoroki. "I'm gonna be a hero, Todoroki. Because I get to choose how I use my quirk. Those people who forced me, my mom who only ever saw my potential as a healer, none of it matters. It's my quirk, and I'm going to use it however I want. Nobody can force me. Izuku looked down at his injured arms, and he smiled. If I wanted to, I could refuse to heal a single person, even if it meant they'd die. But that won't help me become a hero. Someday, I'm going to be saving someone, and the healers and medics will be too far away. My quirk could save them, and I've accepted that my quirk is a good one. One I can use to help people, not as a healer, but as a hero. Izuku looked carefully at Todoroki as he finished, and then fell silent as he let the boy think. Todoroki didn't move, face blank but eyes burning as he simply stood in front of Izuku. His hands had unclenched at some point, settling at his sides, and Izuku couldn't help but see stubborn sadness in his posture. "Endeavor's my old man. I'm sure you know he's been stuck as the number 2 hero forever," the boy said suddenly, looking away from Izuku. "My old man has a strong desire to rise in the world. As a hero, he made a name for himself with his crushing force. Because of that, the living legend, All Might, is a great eyesore to him. Since he couldn't surpass All Might, he moved on to his next plan." Izuku tilted his head slightly in confusion. Todoroki's eyes swept back to him, darkness lingering in them. "You've heard of quirk marriages, right?" Izuku recoiled slightly. "Yes. It became a problem for the second and third generation after superpowers appeared. Choosing a spouse based only on strengthening your own quirk and passing it on to your children, forcing people into marriage." Todoroki glared at the floor. The old-fashioned way of thinking brought back by a lack of ethics. He is a man with many accomplishments and money. He won over my mother's relatives and got a hold of my mother's quirk. He is trying to fulfill his own desire by raising me to be a hero to surpass All Might. It's so annoying. I won't become the tool of scum like that." Todoroki spat. He paused before beginning again more softly. "In my memory, my mother is always crying." Todoroki looked at his left hand, taking it from his pocket, and reached up to cover his burned left eye and forehead. "Your left side is unsightly," my mother said as she poured boiling water on my face. Immediately after, she realized what she'd done and tried to fix it by pressing her quirk into my face. "The scar isn't from the water, it's from her ice burning my skin until it was too damaged by frostbite to heal." Izuku pressed a shaking hand to his mouth in horror, eyes wide, ignoring the pain as his burns stretched with the movement. Todoroki lowered his hand. "During your speech, I hated that you said how you using your quirk was a choice. I thought you were being naive, and didn't understand how it felt to be forced without a choice." Todoroki shut his eyes and took a deep breath, before opening them and continuing. "For the sports festival, I thought, I'll reject my father completely by winning first place without it. I thought my mother's ice would be strong enough to beat the competition, but I failed." Todoroki raised his right hand along with his left, staring at his hands intensely. "Neither was strong enough, and I'm doubting whether or not I'm meant to be a hero at all. I was born to be a hero. Created to be." He looked up, surprised, feeling Izuku's hand pressed into the shoulder of his uniform. "My mother always told me I was born to be a healer." Izuku said, eyes seriously. "Whatever you want, as long as you remember healing is what you were born to do. She said that to me when I told her I was going to be a hero student at UA, and I think she was wrong. I think your father is wrong too." Izuku released Todoroki, taking a step back. "I don't think anybody is born to do anything. If I'd been born the same way, the same time, the same day, but I was given your quirk instead of a healing one, I bet everyone would have told me I was born to be a hero. From the way you've described Endeavor, he'd likely have thrown you away if you'd had a healing quirk, no matter how powerful it was." Todoroki nodded, face a little bit darker, and Izuku wondered if Todoroki had siblings. Siblings deemed useless. It's not about how we're born or about our quirks, it's about who we are and what we choose. I chose to be a hero. You can choose to be a hero too, your own kind of hero, one who makes a name for himself by saving instead of crushing. And if you don't want to be a hero, that's okay too." Izuku smiled at the boy and waited. Todoroki said nothing, seemingly frozen. "I want to be a hero." He whispered finally, eyes wide and staring at the floor. I think you'll be a wonderful hero. Izuku said, repeating what he'd said at the start of their conversation. But I also think you need to accept yourself first. Todoroki nodded, but didn't say anything else. Izuku sighed and removed both of the paper towels on his arms. He needed to finish his first aid. Izuku picked up the aloe gel and put a dollop on 2 of his left fingers, and spread a thin layer to cover the parts of his arm that were burned. Todoroki had been right, of course, just like Izuku had guessed as well. Izuku had first-degree burns all the way down the inner side of both arms, but second-degree burns decorated the back of his arms. Sparsely, where Kaken's huge explosion had grazed him. I think you'll be a great hero too. Izuku paused as he looked up at Todoroki's words, blinking in surprise at the softness in his expression. Thank you. Izuku smiled, and washed the remaining aloe smears off his fingertips before repeating the process on the other side and rewashing his hands once more. Here, give me your arm. Izuku turned at the familiar words that were spoken more softly than before, and he watched as Todoroki picked up the package of bandages on the counter, holding out a paper towel-covered hand. Izuku just sighed, a soft warmth spreading through him. Okay. Izuku headed out to lunch alone, Todoroki having wandered off after finishing wrapping both of Izuku's arms, but Izuku still felt a warm affection inside. Todoroki was his favorite classmate, after all. It was lucky Izuku had spare clothes in his backpack, otherwise he'd have been walking around shirtless as well as covered in bandages until he found replacements. His spare undershirt was blue, and it matched his gym shirt a little too well and yet remained just a couple shades off. He didn't particularly like it. Izuku headed for Kaminari, who he'd grown used to eating lunch with, but he seemed to be approaching Yaoyorozu and Jairu. Mineta was with him? Yaoyorozu. Jairu. Kaminari called, hands in his pockets. HM? Did you need something? Yaoyorozu asked, turning. Mineta answered her. Well, I'm sure you already know since you're a class rep and all, but they said everyone has to wear those clothes because you'll be doing a cheer battle in the afternoon. Mineta turned and pointed to the side, right at a group of American cheerleaders in tacky orange uniforms. Izuku frowned. That wasn't true. I didn't hear anything about an event like that though. Yaoyorozu said calmly over Jairu's extremely surprised and indignant exclamation of surprise. I didn't either. Izuku interrupted as he stood next to Yaoyorozu. They're doing whole group recreational games for anyone who wants to play, partly to make the disqualified feel better. Then they're doing the 3rd round without delay. He put his hands on his hips and raised an eyebrow. The class had gotten better at reading his expression despite the mask, and both boys paled a little. Mineta laughed nervously. You don't have to believe me, but we heard from Aizawa-sensei. I thought maybe you'd forgotten, so I'd tell you just in case. Kaminari was nodding along with Mineta's words, but both boys seemed to be sweating under Izuku's suspicious gaze. All right then. Izuku said boredly. We still have about 20 minutes. I'll go and ask Aizawa-sensei really quickly then. Izuku was calling their bluff as he turned to leave, but was prepared to actually ask Eraserhead if he needed to. He didn't, however. Wait. Izuku looked over his shoulder at Kaminari, who had taken a single step and reached a hand toward him in panic. We must have misremembered, sorry. Our bad. Why? No need to bother Aizawa-sensei. Mineta added quickly. Izuku turned back and walked over to stand directly in front of both of them. He crouched, picked Mineta up by the front of his uniform, and then stood with the boy dangling from his fist. Mineta squirmed uselessly. Both of you, pay attention. Izuku said quietly, holding Mineta high enough he could look both boys in the eye. I'm saying this is not only class rep, but as a hero student. If you ever try something like this again, I'll watch as the girls kick your butt, and then destroy whatever they leave behind. Izuku then dropped Mineta, who landed with a small shriek, and stepped back with a pretty smile they couldn't see but seemed to understand anyway. But I'm sure that won't be necessary, right? Kaminari nodded immediately and backed up with a nervous laugh, then sprinted away. Mineta followed as he ran away, and Izuku couldn't quite tell if the small boy was crying or not. Thanks Midoriya. He turned to face the girls at Jairu's words, and noticed the purple-haired girl was shaking a little. I didn't think you liked me enough to stand up for us. Even if I don't approve of bullies, nobody deserves to be treated like an object or made a spectacle of. Izuku shrugged. Besides, I was out of line that day when I insulted you. Sorry. You probably thought your comments about Kaminari were harmless, right? She nodded stiffly. I figured, don't worry about it. Just don't do it again. Even if he is a pervert. He made a disgusted face and Jairu snorted, relaxing a little. Thank you, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu nodded to him. I really was considering that I'd missed something. She smiled a little wobbly and Izuku paused. You did well in the second round, he said, tilting his head. Her eyes flashed with an emotion he couldn't catch, but she nodded. Thank you, Midoriya. You as well. It was clipped, so Izuku merely waved and headed off. Maybe he was wrong about her. Now that lunch is over, it's finally time to reveal the last game. Mike yelled enthusiastically. But before that, there's good news for all of you who didn't make it to the finals. This is a sports festival. So we've prepared recreational games that everyone can participate in, too. We've even brought real cheerleaders from America to liven things up. Izuku briefly wondered if fake cheerleaders existed, since the ones in awful orange uniforms were apparently real cheerleaders. Alright, everyone. Let's have fun competing in the recreational games. Izuku then heard the board ding and looked up. It was a sort of diagram? The top had a crown and a line that had a perpendicular one running below it. Each end of that one split off into another perpendicular line with another 2 lines on each end. At the bottom it had 16 lines matched into pairs. Izuku tilted his head and decided it looked sort of like building blocks. 8 blocks on bottom which connected to 4 on top, which led to 2 and then 1. Attached to the crown. When that's over, the 16 from the 4 teams that made it to the final round will duke it out tournament style, 1-on-1. Pink stars appeared on the ends of each line at the bottom of the diagram, 16 in total. Alternatively, the bottom corners of every one of the 8 building blocks on the bottom level, still 16 total. Each pink star then changed to be a little gray person icon with a question mark as he squinted up at the board. The last round is a tournament where we fight 1-on-1, huh? Kirishima beamed at the board, particularly glowing. I'm gonna stand on the stage I watch every year on TV. Was it a tournament last year? Mina asked behind him. It's different every year, but there's always a 1-on-1 competition. Siro answered. Last year it was a sports chamber match. Why can't we whack each other with inflatable sticks this year? Izuku complained quietly, sighing. Now, let's draw lots to determine the bracket, Midnight said, calling everyone's attention. Once the bracket is decided, we'll have the recreational games and then start. The 16 finalists can choose whether or not to participate in the recreation. I'm sure some of you want to rest or save your strength. She snapped her whip, and the drawing of lots started. Izuku squinted up at the board that should seriously be bigger, or have the font larger at the very least, and nearly laughed aloud. He might actually have a chance to win. Kirishima, Ishido, Midoriya, Tetsu, Bakugo, Tensu, Minoma, Sir, Ibara, Kaibara, Uraraka, Hananuki, Subaraba, Boys, Patsum. Ishido ran up to him for a high five with a huge grin. Midoriya, don't think I'll go easy on you, 'cause of your quirk. Don't think I'll go easy on you either. Izuku obliged her high five, nodding. She then ran off towards Kirishima, who was trying to get the person made out of shadow to talk to him. It didn't seem to be working. Alright, let's leave the tournament aside for a momentary interlude. Mike screamed. Let's have fun with the recreation. Chapter 15. Izuku didn't particularly want to waste energy on the recreational games that didn't really matter, so he just sat in the waiting room until it was over. Nobody bothered him, and that was exactly what Izuku wanted. So, Izuku sat in a waiting room, alone, legs shaking up and down in anticipation. Second to go, second to win. That's all he needed to do. Beat Ishido. Hey guys, are you ready? Mike shrieked, and the crowd cheered loudly in response. A lot's happened, but it's now come to this. A serious battle. You can only depend on yourself. Izuku wondered why the first one wasn't a battle. He'd called round 2 a bloody battle, and the third one a serious battle, so why was the first left out? Even if you're not a hero, you'll face lots of situations like that. You get it, right? Heart, skill, body, wisdom, and knowledge. Use all of that to rise up. If Izuku won his match, he'd be up against Kirishima. Or a boy named Kuwaro. Izuku presumed he was the one made of shadow. If Izuku went up against Kirishima, he'd need to be quick on his feet and not get hit even once. Izuku could take a hit or 5 from Ishido, but Kirishima's hardening was too much of a threat. His best bet would be to dodge over and over and get Kirishima to charge out of bounds. It would be a risky plan, and Izuku might not win, but he could try. If Shadow Boy got through, Izuku needed to observe the boy's quirk and movements really carefully before attacking. Caution was best with the unknown, even if it was unnecessary at times. Better safe than sorry. Audience, the finals you've all been waiting for are finally starting. Match 1. A shot of Kuwaro appeared on one side of the screen, divided from Kirishima on the other side by a harsh squiggly line labeled with a large VS on it as Mike continued. Dark and mysterious. From the hero course, it's Kuwaro Shirhai versus manly and passionate hardening. From the hero course, it's Kirishima Izuku. The rules are simple. Force your opponent out of bounds, or immobilize them. You can also win by making your opponent say, "I give up." Bring on the injuries, because we've got our very own recovery girl on standby. Put your morals and ethics aside for a moment. But of course, anything life-threatening is crap. It's not allowed. Heroes should only use their fists to catch villains. We live in a world of superpowers. Who uses fists anymore? Izuku muttered to himself sarcastically. Besides, Kaken's fists are life-threatening. Ready? Mike yelled, "Start." Anxiously, Izuku stood and made his way to the tunnel. When the match ended, they would call the start of the next match and he'd need to walk out of the tunnel and up onto the stage. Easy peasy. And it's over with a single punch. What a decisive first match. Mike screamed. Izuku looked up in surprise and straightened as he looked down the tunnel. Someone had won already? It was probably Kirishima just punching the boy and sending him flying. The Shadow Boy had looked thin. Kirishima advances to the next round. Midnight announced, throwing out her whip dramatically. The crowd cheered enthusiastically, and Izuku shut his eyes, trying to focus. He took several deep breaths and blew them out slowly. He needed to win. He was a hero student and not a healer. Izuku curled his hands into fists, feeling the extra layer of fabric there. Izuku could beat Ishido. Okay, let's move on to the second match. Next up we have, Izuku walked out into the sunlight, beaming. The healer of Class A. From the hero course, it's Midoriya Izuku. It took everything Izuku had to keep walking, but he couldn't resist the flinch. Be polite. Be polite. It didn't matter. Versus, is something going to come out of those horns? From the hero course, Ishido Mina. Izuku clenched his teeth. Be polite. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. Ishido stretched in place, grinning. Izuku growled and raised his hand high in the air. Being polite, it did matter. Present Mike. He yelled upwards to the commentary box. I am not a healer. I am in the hero course and I'm going to stay in the hero course, and you saying I'm a healer is an insult to all of my abilities beyond my quirk. He glared upwards, hoping the camera didn't see the pure anger in his expression. I'm sorry. Present Mike said over the speaker. Izuku nodded, put his hand down, and shut his eyes to breathe. However, even with an apology, his insides simmered. Everyone knew about his quirk now, and he would forever be judged for it. Izuku gritted his teeth, opened his eyes, and glared across the ring at Ishido, but she was bouncing in place with a grin. He needed to prove himself, otherwise everyone watching would write him off as nothing but the healer of Class A. Anyway, start. Ishido immediately started forwards, and Izuku ran forward only a few steps before stopping and bending his knees slightly to lower his center of gravity. He slid his right foot back and turned his body a little sideways as she headed right for him. She was a close ranger fighter, probably good with hand-to-hand combat, and during the fitness test she was extremely flexible. I won't go easy on you, so I'll finish this quickly. Ishido yelled with a grin. Her right hand wound back as she approached, and Izuku stepped forward and to her left as she threw his punch. He grabbed Ishido's waist with his right hand and her right shoulder with his left, and then flipped her up and around before slamming her back into the ground. His bandaged arms burned with pain as he did so, and he gritted his teeth as he released her. Ishido cried out as her back smacked against the concrete, but she managed to cover her arm in her acid and flick some in his direction. Izuku jumped back a dozen steps to avoid it, grinning. Smart of her. What the heck, Midoriya? She coughed out as she climbed to her feet and readied herself again. How'd you do that? I have an advantage above all of you. Izuku called back. I won my battle training with stealth, so none of you know anything about my fighting capabilities. She raced for him, this time acid gliding under her feet and speeding her up. Izuku rushed forward as she did and met her in the middle. Ishido threw acid at eye level and Izuku ducked, kicking out at her ankles. She jumped, Izuku's leg swiping open air. Izuku popped back up, jumping back a few steps. With a yell, Ishido punched forward with her left hand and Izuku blocked, throwing up his right arm, and she slammed into it. He resisted, crying out as she directly hit his second-degree burns. Izuku then whipped out his left and punched her directly in the face. Ow! Ishido cried, stumbling backwards with one hand pressed to her face. Izuku ignored his throbbing arm and advanced. Running forward and grabbing her outstretched arm, he kicked out her right foot and slammed her face first into the ground as she lost balance. Izuku then pinned her hand behind her back and set one knee on top of her, leaning his weight onto her spine. Ishido shrieked and squirmed, but he held firm. Ishido, can you move? Midnight's voice came from Izuku's right, but he didn't let up. Not until he won. Acid came out of her pinned arm, but all it could touch were Izuku's 2 layers of gloves he'd worn specifically in preparation. He pressed his knee into her back harder. Oh, no. She seemed to be pouting, and Izuku held his breath as he waited for Midnight's declaration. Ishido has been immobilized. Midnight snapped her whip. Midoriya advances to the second round. Izuku immediately released Ishido, sighing in relief as he removed his knee and stood, then offered her a hand as she rolled over with a groan. The crowd cheered, yelling and screaming, and Izuku gave them all a wave as he helped Ishido up. Geez, Midoriya. Ishido whined, taking his offered hand. That hurt. Izuku sighed as he pulled her to his feet. I said I wouldn't go easy on you, didn't I? Her pout became a grin, and she pumped a fist. Midoriya pinned Ishido and pulled out some super cool fighting moves. Mike yelled through the speakers. A great win for Midoriya. You were so cool. I'll definitely beat you next time. Mina had a hand over her nose, which was bleeding, but she was bouncing and grinning. Sure. Izuku said, shrugging. I'll look forward to it. She gave him a wicked grin. You'd better. She exclaimed with a happy jump. Come on, you should see Recovery Girl for your face. Izuku eyed her nose with heavy scrutiny. He'd definitely broken it. Ishido pouted but nodded, and he followed her out of the stadium as she skipped in front of him. Izuku absent-mindedly walked as he removed his thicker gloves, keeping the tighter ones he'd been wearing the whole festival firmly in place, and grimaced. The acid wasn't powerful, it was a skin irritant that could barely cause the lightest of burns. However, there was no chance of it washing out of his gloves. He'd have to toss them. How annoying. Moving on to our third match. Mick's voice rang out. This isn't the face of a regular person. From the hero course, Bakugo Katsuki versus the manly and passionate steel. Tetsu 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 Tetsu. Izuku frowned at his glove. Would putting it in a trash can ruin the can? Was that allowed? How did Ishido usually get rid of her extra acid? Did she just leave it lying around? That didn't seem right. Third match, start. Izuku tried to ignore the explosions. Thanks for walking me, Midoriya. He looked up to see Ishido grinning at him, leaning forward in a pose with her hands tucked behind her back. He blinked. Oh yeah, of course. Izuku looked back at his ruined gloves. How should I get rid of these? I don't want to ruin anything with the acid. She laughed. Give them to me. I got it. Izuku dutifully handed them over, and then left her under the doorway labeled Recovery Girls Temporary Nurses. Office in very happy-looking lettering on a bright pink sign. Izuku headed for his class viewing booth after, and stepped up before freezing as Kirishima spotted him and jumped to his feet. Oh, Midoriya's here! Kirishima yelled, bringing all of Class A's eyes to him. Good work! As expected of the top scorer on the entrance exam. Zero exclaimed. You were far from elegant, but... You totally crushed Ishido. Kaminari exclaimed. Izuku sighed fondly and smiled at them. Ishido was a really good opponent. Izuku said as he came further in to take a seat, although, I sorta had an advantage from the beginning. She underestimated me. The class nodded their agreement, and Izuku smiled. I can't believe Present Mike-sensei called you a healer. Yayorozu said solemnly. It was most unacceptable. Izuku's smile slipped, but he gave her a grateful nod. Thanks. She smiled at him, and Izuku realized then that he'd never seen her smile before. It suited her, honestly. Izuku then turned sharply as Kaken started screaming, not pain screaming, but more like angry screaming as his explosions doubled. Leaning forward, Izuku realized he couldn't even see Kaken's opponent anymore. The boy was completely engulfed in explosions, and Kaken was screaming with determination, apparently. Izuku frowned. If he kept it up, Kaken would probably injure his wrists. The finishing blow. Kaken wound up and screamed, Die! With one final explosion, a boy fell out of the smoke, completely passed out and covered in ash and scrapes. Poor Class B Kirishima. Tetsu is immobilized. Bakugo wins. Midnight declared, pointing her whip at him. The crowd exploded in cheers, and a few bots came to take Tetsu 1B Kirishima away. With that vicious carpet bombing, Bakugo moves on to the second round. Mike declared. Izuku sighed. That was Kaken all right. Vicious and victorious. Yeah. It's time for the fourth match. It's the star of the second round. From General Studies, it's Shinso Hitoshi. Izuku saw Shinso walk up with his hands in his pockets, seemingly bored, but his shoulders were tight with anxiety. Virus. The copycat of Class B. From the hero course, Minoma Nito. Izuku watched the blonde with his head tilted. Copycat? A copy quirk then. Izuku wondered how it was activated. Let's get this started. Mike yelled. You were the one who stole Bakugo's points. Shinso said boredly as the blonde ran at him. You good at anything besides sneak attacks? You'll see just what I'm capable of. The blonde, Minoma, grinned crazily, but then he froze. He stood completely still, almost lifelessly, and Izuku blinked. What was that? I win. Shinso grinned. Hey, what's the matter? Mike exclaimed. The match just started, and Minoma is completely frozen. Turn around and walk out of bounds. Shinso ordered in a bored voice. To Izuku's surprise, Minoma did exactly that. He turned around and started just walking away. Huh? Nick's voice was a confused whisper, before he was once again shouting. What? Minoma's being so obedient. Has this match been decided without a single punch being thrown? The audience was exploding, screaming and cheering for Shinso the closer Minoma got to the edge. It took nearly a full minute for Minoma to make his way all the way to the line of the ring, but he did as Shinso said and walked completely out of bounds. Once he had both feet over the white line, he seemed to sag and blink in confusion. Minoma is out of bounds. Shinso advances to the second round. Midnight announced, throwing her whip out. What? Minoma yelled, sputtering. What kind of a quirk is that? Shinso just grinned and walked away, hands in his pockets once again. Izuku couldn't help but feel angry. Really angry. Shinso had some kind of control quirk, something that made people obedient. It was powerful, but Izuku was 100% positive Shinso was bullied for it growing up. He was probably told it was a villain's quirk, and that he'd make a shitty hero or no hero at all. Out of all the people, Izuku would never have expected to be discriminated against by someone like that. Shinso had no excuse. With first-hand experience being told you'd never be a hero, Izuku could have thought they'd be on the same page, determined to become a hero no matter what other people said. Instead, Shinso was apparently the biggest hypocrite in the universe, and Izuku was said. Suddenly Izuku wanted Shinso to beat Kaken in their upcoming fight, just so Izuku would get the chance to fight him and beat the ever-living shit out of him for his hypocrisy. Like seriously, what the F dash? The world around Izuku continued, even though he was barely paying attention, and the next round was already starting. He's good, but what's with that plainness he just can't seem to get rid of? From the hero course, Shiro Hanta versus the assassin of 1B. Pretty things have thorns, you know. From the hero course, Shiozaki Ibara. Pushing down his immense anger, Izuku tuned back in and leaned forward. Shiro's opponent was the girl with some kind of plant life on her head, and she slowly raised one hand, frowning at Mick's introduction. Please excuse the interruption. She called hesitantly, what do you mean by assassin? I have only come here to find victory, not to take my opponent's life. Great job, Mike. It seemed like he offended another student with his stupid announcements. Sorry, Mike exclaimed, but the girl wasn't done. In the first place, I wish to enter UA High School not for wicked reasons, but for the salvation of others. She shut her eyes and clasped her hands as if in prayer. I said I was sorry, my bad, okay? Mike yelled, making the girl smile slightly. I thank you for your understanding, she said with a little bow. The girl turned back to face Shiro, who grinned as he stretched. Anyway, start, Mike announced. Shiro immediately threw out his tape, but the girl created a massive hedge for it to slam uselessly into as she turned around with her hands once again clasped together. The ground cracked as if something was moving underneath the concrete in a straight line for Shiro, and the boy wobbled and cried out. Suddenly vines shot out of the ground in a massive twist and caught the boy by the waist. Shiro's arms were pinned as he struggled fruitlessly in her grasp, and his face looked panicked. What is this stuff? Shiro exclaimed, completely unable to move even as he struggled. It was decided in an instant. I'll say it once more. An instant. Mike cheered. Shiro is immobilized. Shiozaki advances to the second round. Midnight called with her signature whip crack. Oh, I was able to make the most of the opportunity one was given. The girl hummed as she moved away from the wall of vines, and she seemed to be praying again, her hands clasped together as her closed eyes tilted towards the sky. Yeah. Good job, Shiozaki. A yell came from the wall to Izuku's left. 1B Kirishima? Izuku turned to glance at the half-wall, only to see Monoma peeking over and making a crazed expression. What's that? She defeated him so quickly. Class A is supposed to be better than Class B, so isn't that weird? He started laughing maniacally and Izuku frowned. Who said Class A was better? Monoma froze and glanced over at Izuku in surprise. Seriously, who said that? It's pretty obvious the classes are chosen based on what quirks the students have. Izawa-sensei gets the more dangerous quirks because he can erase them. I don't know much about Vlad, but he gets his students for their abilities more outside their quirks. Both classes are equally fit to be heroes. The blonde stared at him in shock, before grinning. Oh, a member of Class A complimenting Class B. Is that wrong? Izuku raised an eyebrow, though he wasn't sure if Monoma could read his expression due to the mask. Here I was being so nice, and you make it seem like we're meant to be enemies just because we have different homeroom teachers. Monoma seemed torn between triumph and confusion, and seemed to avoid responding by disappearing behind the half-wall. Izuku shrugged. Okay then. On to the next match. Match 6. The board lit up, showing Uraraka on one side and the bored-looking boy with dark hair on the other. We have the strong girl from Class A. From the hero course, it's Uraraka Ochako. Versus the power drill of Class B. From the hero course, it's Kaibara Sin. Izuku had no idea who that was, but his quirk probably involved drills. Mike seemed to enjoy announcing quirks like that. Idiotic really. Uraraka was glaring with determination, and the Class B boy just looked bored. Not in the tired way Shinso did, but in an arrogant way that screamed superiority. Izuku frowned. Shizuki seemed to think her win was destined, Monoma was cocky, and this boy seemed a touch arrogant. Why was that? Get ready and start. Mike screamed into the mic. The boy charged forward at the same time as Uraraka, so he was most likely a short-range fighter, same as her. Izuku hadn't seen her fight, but she needed her hands for her quirk to work. Her opponent grinned, and Kaibara's hands started to spin, soon just sharp blurs which looked like drills. All right. Uraraka seemed taken aback by this, but still charged nonetheless. She was low to the ground as she ran, probably hoping to swipe his ankles with her quirk. However, the boy kicked out at her as she approached and his foot started spinning. Kaibara caught her shoulder as she dodged to the side, and Uraraka went careening into the ground. Izuku winced as she rolled across the concrete, but she got back up with a determined face. She sprinted at him again and he readied himself. Uraraka went for it again, reaching out with her hands at chest level, but Kaibara punched her elbow away with a spinning arm. She jumped back, holding her elbow and panting. Uraraka was still glaring in determination, and Kaibara shifted with a grin. Izuku watched as Kaibara was the one who charged. He threw a punch that Uraraka tried to dodge, but then he rapidly switched to a kick that slammed into her back and sent her to the ground again at the last second. Kaibara ran after her, grinning triumphantly, and punched her in the stomach as she went to stand. Uraraka fell to the ground again, rolling as she did, and slid backwards onto her feet with a pained expression. "You can't escape me!" Kaibara yelled as she charged her again. She charged as well, grimacing, and threw a punch that Kaibara blocked with his forearms. Her fingers made contact with his arms, and he was suddenly weightless. Kaibara gasped, but he was close enough that he snatched her wrists. She cried out as he grinned, even as he floated, and he spun both of his legs. With the momentum, he kicked her in the chest with both legs and released her wrists as she went spinning away and out of bounds. She landed a mere half-foot outside of the line, but it was enough. Uraraka is out of bounds. Midnight yelled. Kaibara moves on to the second round. Kaibara grinned, even as he fell to the ground in a heap. He just stood calmly, shoved his hands back in his pockets, and walked away. Uraraka stood shakily, face pale, and walked away as well. She looked seriously upset. Defeated, almost. Izuku knew it SCKED to lose, but she's shown skill during the match, and she should be proud of that. Kaibara totally smashed Uraraka in that match. Mike exclaimed. Now, moving on, we have the 7th match coming up. Izuku leaned back in his seat with a sigh. There were no more people from 1A left in the next 2 rounds. There were 3 people in 1B, and then Hatsum. This one is full of air. From the hero course, Tsuburaba Kozai. Versus. He's another one who entered through recommendations, and he's shown his skills in the previous rounds. From the hero course, Hananuki Juzo. Izuku pushed out of his seat and decided to check his bandages. His arms were killing him after his match with Ishido, and he hadn't actually checked to make sure he hadn't injured himself more. Oh well, better late than never. When Izuku arrived back at the booth, all patched up with his arms rewrapped, his classmates seemed to be chatting excitedly about the next set of matches. Oi, Midoriya, our match is in a few minutes. Kirishima grinned sharply at him as Izuku appeared in the doorway. Don't think I'll go easy on you just because I saved you in the first round. Wouldn't dream of it. Izuku replied dryly. Who won the last 2 matches? Hananuki Juzo and Hatsum May won their respective matches. Yaoyorozu informed him. Oh, Hatsum won? Izuku blinked. Her opponent, Awaze, gave up. Kaminari grinned widely. Hatsum was using him as an advertising tool, and he said he'd rather be out than used like that. Hatsum wasn't too put out by the loss. She started cackling about more exposure for her babies. That actually sounds like her. Izuku sighed in response. Are we first, then Kirishima? You said our match was next. I'm gonna head to my player waiting room. Kirishima bounced to his feet and gave Izuku a fist bump on his way out. The interaction made Izuku blink in surprise, but in a fond way. What do the brackets look like currently? Izuku asked, stepping forward to squint at the small chart on screen. You and Kirishima, Bakugo and Shinso, Shiozaki and Kaibara, and then Hananuki against Hatsum. Yaoyorozu hummed. Do you have any guesses on who will win? Azui asked, tilting her head. It's a toss-up for me and Kirishima, honestly, but he's more likely to win in the end. I'm already injured, so if he gets a hardcore hit in I'll probably drop. My best bet would be avoiding him and finding a way to get him immobilized or out of bounds. Izuku hummed. That Shinso a-hole could win against Kaken if he uses that quirk of his, but Kaken'll win for sure if he avoids it. I don't know the 1B guys well enough to really have a guess for their match, and the last one will probably go to Hatsum. I bet she'd win if she really wanted to. That's really insightful. Ashido blinked. I like analysis. Izuku shrugged. I'd better go, I need to be on the field any minute now. He descended the steps and headed down the halls, making his way down the levels looking for the tunnels to the field. He could do this. It was just Kirishima. Just Kirishima. Kirishima. Oh, he was totally screwed, wasn't he? Chapter 16. The first match of the second round. Present Mike yelled enthusiastically. Izuku picked up the pace as he jogged to his entrance. We have Midoriya versus Kirishima. Walking out into the sunlight with a wave, Izuku saw Kirishima grinning as they both made their way to the center of the field. Kirishima's confidence made Izuku frustrated for some reason. He had every reason to be confident, really, but Izuku still felt like Kirishima didn't think he was a real threat. Again, against Kirishima, maybe he wasn't a threat after all. Now, start. Kirishima ran forwards with a defiant yell, and Izuku immediately jumped to the side and rolled out of the way. Kirishima skidded to a stop and spun to where Izuku popped up, and he ran forward again. Izuku stayed still until the last possible moment, and then he spun to the side and jumped as far backwards as he could towards the center of the stage. Kirishima stumbled as his charge ended, and he turned around with his sharp teeth bared in frustration. Running away isn't very manly. Kirishima yelled, running forward with an arm out to punch. Izuku ducked the punch and grabbed Kirishima, executing the same move he had with Ashido and then jumping back and away again. Kirishima had slammed into the ground, hardened with his quirk so well he actually dented the concrete, and stood with a defiant glare. He ran forward and used punch after punch, one side and then the other, and Izuku slowly backed up step by step, caged in by the moves but ducking out of the way of each. Izuku stumbled a little and fell backwards, but he rolled in between Kirishima's legs and popped back up with only a slight wobble. With all his strength, Izuku shoved Kirishima as he turned around, and Kirishima stumbled sideways. He was mid-turn, so his balance was completely screwed. Before he could recover, Izuku did it again, shoving him with his teeth gritted and wincing as hardened skin cut through one of his gloves. Shoving one last time as Kirishima shouted in surprise, Izuku shoved the other boy out of bounds. Izuku stood half a foot from the line, panting, as Kirishima stabilized himself just on the other side of it. Izuku looked expectantly back at Midnight, who snapped her whip. Kirishima is out of bounds. Midoriya moves on, she declared, and Izuku laughed breathlessly in relief. Aw man, I was sure I had you with those last few punches. Kirishima groaned. Good match, Izuku said tiredly. Kirishima bounced off, much like Ashido had, and Izuku followed more slowly. So much dodging had winded Izuku, but all he could focus on was how glad he was that he'd avoided Kirishima's attacks. He wasn't in any shape to tank that. Izuku frowned at the slice he noticed in his glove. No doubt one of Kirishima's hardened bits caught on it at some point, and he headed for the waiting room instead of the booth. When Izuku opened the door to grab his bag, he froze when he spotted Todoroki sitting at a table. The boy looked up at him blankly, and then tilted his head. Sorry, is this your waiting room? Todoroki asked. I picked a random one to sit in. Oh no, I'm here for a new glove. Izuku replied, heading for his bag and unzipping it. What happened to your other one? Kirishima ripped it during our match. Izuku hummed, pulling on the new glove. He frowned at the mismatching textures and traded his other glove as well so they matched. Who are you up against next? Todoroki asked as Izuku stood after, zipping his bag back up. Either Shinso or Kaken. Izuku turned to look at Todoroki, who was watching him. Which would you prefer to win between them? That depends on how petty I want to be. Izuku ground his teeth. If Kaken wins, I'm out. He'll beat me for sure, and I'll place third. But if Shinso wins against Kaken, I'd beat him. He doesn't have any muscle, it'd be an easy win. What about being petty? Todoroki tilted his head, face still blank. If I was being petty, I'd want Kaken to win. If Kaken wins, I'll place third. But if Shinso wins, he'll place on the podium no matter what I do. Even if he loses to me, worst he'll get is third. Izuku clenched his hands into fists. If I was being petty, I'd want him to fail knowing he was so very close to getting there. He's everything I hate wrapped into a single person, and I don't want someone like him standing next to me on the podium. He insulted your quirk. Todoroki remembered. He insulted my place in the hero course. Izuku corrected. He doesn't think I deserve to be here just because I have a healing quirk. He says it's a waste. I see. Todoroki nodded. It seems you have a dilemma. Quite. Izuku huffed. Do you think you can win? Todoroki asked suddenly. The festival. I'm definitely going to try. Izuku sighed. It depends on who I'll face if I move on really. Luck of the draw. What the good luck? Todoroki said, after a moment's hesitation, if I can't win, I'd rather it be you. Thanks. Izuku smiled softly. He waved to Todoroki as he walked out, and then headed for the 1A booth. He wondered if Shinso and Kaken's match had started yet. Izuku got his answer as he walked into the booth, and all of his classmates were sitting in stunned silence. What's up? He asked uncertainly, taking a seat. Shinso beat Bakugo the exact same way he beat Minoma. Tokoyami said solemnly, there is apparent usefulness in being shrouded in mystery. Bakugo had to be knocked out by midnight. Yayorozu frowned. He tried to attack Shinso after the match was already over. It was very unsportsmanlike. That doesn't sound like him. Izuku frowned as well. I wonder why. Start. Izuku completely missed who was even fighting, so he leaned down to see it was Drill Boy and Vine Girl. Kaibara and Shiozaki? Sure, that sounded right. Izuku sat down with his class to watch the fight. Vines were thrown out, the girl once again standing as if in prayer, and the boy grinned ferally as he charged with whirring hands. It was a disappointing match for the crowd, due to Kaibara just destroying the vines and then slowly driving Shiozaki out of bounds. They both showed off wonderfully though, so Izuku was confident they'd get offers. Shiozaki, out of bounds? Midnight yelled finally. Kaibara wins. The crowd screamed some more, and Izuku sighed. The third and final match of the second round begins. Mike announced soon after, from the support course, Hatsum versus. From the hero course, Hananuki Juzo. Hatsum was completely decked out in gear, grinning madly, and Hananuki looked insanely anxious. It made Izuku lean forward in interest, especially as his classmates all sighed. Start. Hananuki pressed a hand to the ground and Izuku watched with interest as it seemed to collapse in on itself. I'm back everyone. Izuku blinked in shock as Hatsum's voice rang through the speakers, but his classmates didn't seem surprised. Rather, they looked more resigned than anything. Hananuki placed a hand in the ground and seemed to liquefy it, creating a wave of earth that flowed towards Hatsum at high speed. When it seemed near impossible for her to dodge, suddenly she shot up into the air and remained suspended there easily. She wasn't wearing the jetpack though, which was interesting. What do you think of this lightness, everyone? I didn't get to finish explaining last round. These electro shoes are responsible and reliable. They use electromagnetic induction on both feet to allow for instant evasive movement. Hatsum grinned as she landed in an unaffected part of the ground before popping right back up. Hananuki grimaced, but he continued spreading his quirk farther and farther. But that's not all the electro shoes do. Hatsum laughed. Just watch how easily I walk over my opponent's quirk. The ground is completely non-solid, and the electro shoes detect this. Hananuki's quirk reached her, and she stepped into it without issue as her boots whirred loudly. Walking on mud, water, slime, anything is possible with my electro shoes. Who made these? Me, of course. Hatsume. Hatsume. I give up. Hananuki cried as Hatsum spun in circles. I give up. His hand connected with the ground again, and Izuku watched it solidify again. Again? Hatsum's voice rang out, indignant. Hananuki gives up. Midnight snapped her whip. Hatsum wins. Hananuki exited the field, slumped and defeated, and Hatsum sighed in defeat as well as she walked off too. That was interesting. Izuku muttered. That's about what happened the first time, but longer. Yayorozu sighed. I almost feel bad for the 1B students caught up in that. Well, I already knew Hatsum from the second round, so I'm not really surprised. Izuku shrugged and then blinked. Oh crap, I'm next, right? Against Shinso. Yeah, you and Shinso. Uraraka nodded excitedly. Do your best. Will do. Izuku nodded, then he left to once again jog down the halls and head down the stairs 2 at a time to avoid missing his own match. Izuku came to a stop near his tunnel and once again took a deep breath to stabilize himself and prepare. Shinsu's quirk was some kind of control quirk, obedience quirk, or something of the sort. Izuku didn't know how it was activated. When Shinso was fighting with Monoma, they'd exchanged a few words before Monoma had completely frozen. Izuku decided Shinsu's quirk couldn't be touch-based, mostly because he never would have touched Kaken and won, but also because Monoma hadn't gotten close enough for Shinso to touch him either. So, it must be something else. Izuku desperately hoped it wasn't a siren kind of quirk that affected anyone who could hear it. Up next we have, from the hero course, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku blinked himself out of his thoughts and stepped out of the tunnel and onto the field. Versus. From General Studies, it's Shinso Hitoshi. Izuku soon found himself standing across from Shinso, who was leaning back with his hands in his pockets. I'm going to beat you. Shinso said as they met in the middle, you'll only ever be a healer. Don't forget that. And you'll only ever be a villain. Izuku smugly watched his words land, Shinso recoiling with a sharp inhale. Izuku relished the reaction, though he didn't particularly mean the words. He just wanted to hurt him. Start. Izuku ran forward and threw a punch at Shinsu's face, which was dodged, and then slammed his knee into Shinsu's side. The boy doubled over, stumbling backwards. You're just a healer. You'll never be a hero. Winning won't prove anything. Shinso yelled at him, but Izuku just kicked him in the chest to knock him down. Demen it. Say something. Shinso snapped as he climbed to his feet, and Izuku paused in realization. His quirk was call-and-response based. Izuku grinned, satisfied knowing Shinsu's quirk was entirely avoidable. Izuku darted forward again and swept his leg out to trip him, but Shinso jumped backwards. He landed badly, showing his inexperience, but he did successfully dodge. Shinso stood, and his eyes were panicked as Izuku ran for him again. Why did it have to be you of all people? Shinso shouted angrily. Izuku grabbed the boy's arm and twisted it, pinning it behind Shinsu's back and twisting him around. Shinso cried out, but he yanked away with a heavy panting gasp. Izuku paused, assessing, and Shinso took the time to catch his breath for real. The audience was screaming and Mike was yelling, but Izuku tried to block it out. It was white noise beneath his racing heartbeat and steady breathing. Shinso yelled a sort of battle cry as he charged forward suddenly, and Izuku spun to the side to avoid it. As he did, Izuku grabbed Shinsu's outstretched arm and swung him around, tripping Shinso and slammed him into the ground using the same pinning move he'd used on Ishido. Just say something, idiot, anything. Shinso exclaimed as he wiggled uselessly under Izuku. Shinso, can you move? Midnight called. Shinso struggled for another moment, but he finally gritted his teeth and answered. No. I can't. Shinso has been immobilized. She declared, Midoriya is the winner. Izuku shoved off Shinso roughly, kicking him slightly as he did, and stormed off the field. Midoriya. Izuku ignored the shout from behind him. Midoriya, wait. Izuku then very suddenly cried out in pain as someone grabbed him by the arm, and it felt like he'd been set on fire. Immediately Shinso released him, but Izuku whipped around and clutched his arm to his chest. Every twitch felt like his skin was flaking off beneath the bandages. Get the F away from me. Izuku snarled, glaring daggers at Shinso. Look, I'm sorry, I said if off. Izuku snapped, and he relished the way Shinso wilted. I don't give a damn what you have to say. I don't like you. Because of my quirk? Izuku paused at the pain in Shinso's eyes and scowled. Unlike you, I'm not a quirkist. I couldn't care less about what your quirk is. Izuku corrected angrily, it's your personality that I can't stand, that and your bigotry. So get the F away from me. I'm not a... Oh, so you're fine with me being a hero? Izuku interrupted coldly, you'd be fine if I decided to become a plumber? A hero tuber? What about a gardener? Or would that be a waste of my quirk just like being a hero? Well. Shinso was stunned silent, and Izuku shook his head in disgust as he turned away. Leave me alone. Izuku stalked off, but he'd only turned 2 corners before the immense pain in his arms became too much to ignore. Damn it. Shinso was practically sabotaging him at this point. Gritting his teeth, Izuku unhappily made his way to Recovery Girl's temporary nurse's office. What happened? Recovery Girl gave him her full attention as soon as he slid the door open. Your match didn't seem too violent. It wasn't my last match. Izuku shook his head, it was back in the second round from Kaken. Recovery Girl frowned as Izuku removed his gym shirt, but then her eyes widened as he shimmied out of his undershirt. You bandaged them yourself? Recovery Girl fussed, examining his well-wrapped arms. Yes. Close enough. He'd wrapped them himself the second time, but Todoroki wrapped it for him the first time. He didn't mention that, because that would mean admitting he'd been avoiding her for a hot minute. You should have come to me immediately. She scolded. What happened? Kaken caught me in that huge explosion near the end. Izuku relayed, beginning to unwrap the burns. I prefer to heal naturally, but in this case it's too painful to be practical. I can see why. Recovery examined his arms carefully, without touching, and eventually she sighed. You realize my quirk requires skin contact? I do. Izuku confirmed, as long as you're not injured, or missing any limbs or something, it should be fine for a moment of contact. All right. Recovery Girl nodded, and quickly kissed his forehead with that odd quirk of hers. The way her lips stretched was immensely creepy, in Izuku's opinion. The pain in his arms faded, the weeping skin soon replaced by healthy layers, but exhaustion tugged on him uncomfortably. It was different from the crashing waves of energy loss he experienced from healing people. It was more reminiscent of pulling an all-nighter that left his eyes hurting and his limbs heavy. Unpleasant, but manageable. His own quirk. Drawback hit a moment later, but it wasn't too bad. The heaviness in his eyes grew a bit worse, but, again, manageable. It had only been half a second or so, a full second at most, which wasn't so bad. Definitely could have been worse. Thanks. Izuku said, quickly replacing his layers and covering his exposed skin. You'd better get going, your next match is coming up. Recovery Girl said, nodding at the little TV in the corner of the room. It seemed Hatsum had narrowly won the match between her and Kaibara, which made Izuku's life so much easier. Excellent. Izuku couldn't help but grin, and he didn't say another word before he was sprinting off down the hallways headed for the stadium. He was going to win. It's finally the last battle of the first year UA Sports Festival. Mike screamed, the top of the first years will be decided with this one match. It's the finals. From the hero course, Midoriya Izuku versus. From the support course, Hatsune. Izuku walked onto the field and grinned brightly at the pink-haired menace across from him. Hey! Izuku yelled, cupping either side of his mouth. If you let me win in the end, I'll let you advertise whatever you want for as long as you want. 10 million, I love that idea. Hatsune cackled. Let's get advertising. Start. Before he knew it, Izuku was alone in the ring with Hatsum smugly satisfied on the other side of the white line. They both won in their own ways. Really, Izuku had no idea how he'd pulled it off, to be honest. Hatsum is out of bounds. Midnight said, clearly done with Hatsum Mei in every way. To be fair, they'd been showing off her various inventions for over 20 minutes. Midoriya Izuku is the winner of this year's first-year sports festival. The crowd's cheers were less than enthusiastic after Hatsum's prolonged performance, but Izuku was ecstatic either way. He gave Hatsum a high five as they left the field, and Izuku sighed in relief. He'd done it. First place, and as a heroic student no less. This was proof he was more than just a healer. As Izuku stood on his podium, Hatsum on his right, both Shinso and Kaibara on his left, he beamed out at the crowd and truly smiled for the first time in years. He barely heard Midnight's words, only halfway processing them as she introduced All Might. All Might handed out the medals one by one. Young Kaibara, excellent work. You showed skill with physical aspects as well as with your quirk. All Might placed the medal over the grinning boy's head. Keep up the good work. Thank you, All Might. Kaibara smirked. The hero moved on to face Shinso, who was staring at him blandly. Young Shinso, congratulations. All Might declared as he offered the medal. You will make a fine hero once you've trained your body as well as you've trained your quirk. I'm glad you think so. Shinso said blankly, cupping the medal where it hung from his neck. All Might then moved to Hatsum, who was busy tinkering away with something on the second-place podium. Young Hatsum, congratulations. All Might hesitated to give her the medal when she didn't look up, but after a moment she snatched it up and shoved it in her pocket. Your inventions will be invaluable to the future of heroics and support both. Thanks. I have lots of work to do. She grinned. Maybe I'll put the medal into one of my babies. All Might laughed nervously and cleared his throat as he moved on hurriedly. And young Midoriya. All Might said as he approached, congratulations on your win. Thank you, All Might. Izuku said, accepting the medal with a smile behind his mask. You've shown that maybe one day you'll grow to be a good hero, almost as good as you would have been as a healer. All Might meant well, positively beaming at Izuku, but it felt like he'd dumped ice water on Izuku's head without warning. You're going to save a lot of people, and I'm confident you'll find a way to use that quirk of yours to make up for choosing not to be a healer. I hope you've made the right choice in career, young Midoriya. Good work today. Oh yeah, Izuku was supposed to be a healer. He was going against nature to be a hero, of course. Maybe one day he'll save enough people to make up for it. As the hero withdrew to make another speech, Izuku took the medal off and clutched it in his hand at his side. He squeezed his eyes shut and pushed back the sting of tears. Izuku was fine. Really, he was. He felt his head pound and his lungs burn, and his eyes stung as he opened them to see cameras flashing. Being on the podium no longer felt like an accomplishment. It was just more of a burden. All he could do was stare at All Might's back as those words echoed in his head on loop. Izuku was accepted into UA's hero course? The whatever. Izuku ended up class representative of 1A? That's hardly an accomplishment. Oh, Izuku won the sports festival? That meant nothing, obviously. It made Izuku sick. Apparently, all his win did was give them hope that one day he'd save half as many people as he should have. They all still hoped he'd eventually see the light and use his quirk properly to save people as a healer would. It didn't matter what he wanted, all he'd ever do in their eyes would be making up for choosing his own goddamn future. As Izuku left, dismissed by Eraserhead after they'd meandered back to the classroom, Izuku couldn't help hating himself a little bit more. Maybe something was wrong with him. Even with a medal in his pocket and a win proving his worth, Izuku felt further from his goal than he ever had before. Chapter 17. Hey, are you listening? No, he very much was not. Izuku, baby, you can't argue with me. We both know I'm right. Yeah, that was a FING lie. I'll be late for school. Izuku tugged on his shoes and snagged his bag, pulling it over one shoulder. Bye. Izuku. He paused. Turning only slightly, he tiredly met his mother's eyes. They were firm, stubborn, and angry. You should know by now that I was right all along. You were badly injured during the sports festival, all because you were playing hero. I got first place, Izuku said dully. Even though he should have been proud, it had been weighing on his mind heavily the days that followed his win, and not in a particularly good way. That's true, but that doesn't mean you'll be a good hero. Inko put her hands on her hips. You're wasting your time. You could be learning how to be a healer right now, but instead you're playing at an impossible fantasy that won't do you any good in the future. Bye, Mom, Izuku muttered, turning away. I'll see you after school. He didn't bother acknowledging her offended scoff, merely shutting the door between them and walking away from the apartment with even steps. They'd been rehashing the same song and dance every day since the festival, which meant he hadn't been resting like the days off were supposed to give him. Though, Izuku wasn't particularly surprised. His mother hadn't ever been subtle or shy with her opinions. Taking the train to school, Izuku clung to a pole and shied away from the crowd that brushed his covered skin. He was safe, but it was still uncomfortable. It also reminded him of the panic that happened in the hallway that one time before the USJ, which had been a total nightmare. Hey, excuse me. Excuse me? Midoriya Izuku from the hero course. Izuku turned at that, eyes wide. It was a man, smiling happily at him. You were amazing at the sports festival. Congratulations on your win. Oh, Midoriya? Another person perked up. He got first place. Isn't he a healer? You were so cool fighting. Was it a mistake, announcing him as hero course? I'm pretty sure he'd be in the healer course. You did so well. He's so amazing. Izuku was overwhelmed by the fuss, all eyes on him as people muttered to their neighbors or enthused loudly directly at him. Some of it was a jab to his heart, but the side comments about his quirk were smothered by the happy encouragement. Izuku was surprised and pleased. Do your best, hero, a few people said to him, beaming. I'll try. Izuku smiled wobbly, thank you. Soon enough his stop arrived, and Izuku fled the praise and fuss and muffled whispers to make his way to UA for class. It was strange being so recognized, especially for something like heroics. Despite the rain cloud that had been smothering him the last few days, Izuku found himself smiling softly as he reached the school. Maybe it wasn't such a burden, if people could look past his quirk to see his accomplishments. Maybe, ironically, it was just the heroes that couldn't stand his choices. Though Eraserhead seemed fine with it. Along with Izuku's metaphorical rain cloud, it was actually raining too. Splashes hit his dark umbrella as he walked, and he avoided large puddles as he made his way down the pavement. Despite the dreariness, a smile remained on his face. Midoriya. Izuku turned to see 7111 running towards him. More like sprinting, wearing a neon yellow rain poncho with matching boots. Why are you walking so slowly? You'll be late. Ida admonished him as he sprinted by. No, I won't, Izuku said, calling after him. We still have 5 minutes. He would have had more, but the crowded train had delayed him a bit. You students should always arrive 10 minutes early, Ida said firmly as Izuku jogged to keep up with him. Rain splashed onto his shoes as he did. Let's go. Izuku couldn't keep up with Ida, mostly because he was cheating by using his quirk, but neither of them ended up being late even with Izuku taking the time to shake the rain out of his umbrella and hang it on a rack. When he arrived at the classroom, everyone was chattering happily and lounging around, the majority not in their seats despite the first bell approaching. It seemed they'd all had exciting mornings as well, which didn't surprise Izuku. They'd all done really well, and he was glad they were all recognized for their efforts. Izuku imagined 1B was getting lots of attention too. It was funny, in the top 4 there'd been a student from every department, apart from the business track that barely even participated. Shinso from Gen Ed, the a-hole, Hatsum from support, Izuku himself from 1A, and Kaibara from 1B. It was a great selection spread out between departments and classes. When the door slid open, everyone jumped in their seats and straightened with composure as Aizawa appeared in the doorway. Morning. He grunted. Good morning. The class acknowledged brightly. All right. Aizawa sighed when he reached the podium. Today we'll be having a special hero informatics class. The class tensed at the long pause he added. Code names. You'll be coming up with code names. Oh, exciting. Finally. Hero names. We're doing something exciting. The clamor of enthusiasm, with several students jumping out of their seats even, was immediately cut off when Aizawa flashed his quirk at them in warning. His hair floated around his head ominously as his eyes went gold, sparking brightly. Izuku smiled at the sudden and complete silence from his classmates. This is related to the pro-hero draft picks I mentioned the other day. Aizawa continued, closing his eyes for a moment and shutting off his quirk. These drafts begin in earnest for the second and third years, once students have gained experience and can be reliable assets to the pros. In other words, for them to extend offers to first years like you shows they're interested in your future potential. However, these offers can be cancelled if that interest dies down by graduation. Adults are so selfish. Mineta muttered, dropping a fist on his desk roughly. So, basically, we have to prove ourselves even after we're picked? Gloves asked. Izuku could have sworn she had a name, but it constantly evaded him. Considering it was several weeks into the semester already, Izuku wondered if it would seem insulting to ask. That's right. Aizawa confirmed, so, here are the totals for those with offers. He clicked a button on a small remote, which activated some kind of board that showed stats and bars with names and numbers. Midoriya 3,478. Bakugo 3,167. Todoroki 2,675. Kirishima 310. Uraraka 280. Siro 140. Yaoyorozu 96. Tokoyami 82. Ida 74. Kaminari 62. In previous years it's been more spread out, but it seems everyone noticed these three in particular. Aizawa gestured vaguely towards the board. What? Kaminari exclaimed, slamming his hands on his desk. But Todoroki didn't even make it to the third round. That's so weird. Jairu raised an eyebrow. Bakugo wasn't on the podium, but he got so many offers. Kirishima added, tilting his head. They seem really focused on the flashier quirks. Siro muttered. Oh, I got offers. Uraraka clasped her hands together in delight, tears in her wide brown eyes. Midoriya, you got so many. Mineta tapped his shoulder, even though you didn't show off your quirk at all. Izuku nodded, distracted. He had a bit of a bad feeling, though he didn't know why. Keeping these results in mind, whether you received offers or not, everyone will be participating in an internship with a pro. Aizawa said. Internships? Siro perked up. Yeah. Aizawa nodded tiredly. Because of the USJ, you have already experienced combat with real villains, but it will still be meaningful training for you to see pros at work firsthand. That explains the hero names. Sada burst out. Wow. Uraraka beamed. Things are suddenly getting a lot more fun. Well, these hero names are still temporary. Aizawa said, but if you're not serious about it, you'll have hell to pay later. The door slammed open, revealing Midnight in the doorway, hands folded over her head with her chest puffed out dramatically. Because a lot of hero names used by students become recognized in society, they end up becoming professional hero names. Well yeah, that's how it is. Aizawa agreed a bit lamely, so, Midnight will be making sure your names are okay. I don't do stuff like that. He bent down to snag his awful yellow sleeping bag. When you give yourself a name, you develop a more concrete image of what you want to be in the future, and you can get closer to it. That's what it means when they say, names and natures do often agree. Like All Might, for example. All right. Pass these out. Get to it. With that, Aizawa's little speech ended and Gloves passed back a set of boards for their row to Kaken, who in turn passed them to Izuku, and so on. For a while Izuku simply stared at his board, unsure and doubtful. He needed a name that would show everyone he was meant to be a hero, not a healer. Something that would firmly cement him on one side of the line more than the other. He didn't want to be remembered as a healer. He wasn't a healer. All right. Midnight called their attention. Let's start presenting names, starting with anyone who's ready. Izuku barely paid attention as his classmates went up, one by one declaring their names. Some of them were rejected by midnight, while others were thoroughly approved with a happy wiggle or a laugh. Izuku just stared at his blank board in frustration. A hero name was supposed to illustrate what a hero stood for, what they wanted to achieve. It was the first step to showing the world what they could do. Izuku had to choose well so people saw past his quirk, or he'd fail before they could notice his real potential. The pressure building in his chest made it hard to breathe as Izuku remained staring at his board. His classmates chose their names in a whirlwind of excitement, one after the next. Froppy, Red Riot, Tentacle, Cellophane. Everyone else seemed to know what they wanted, but not Izuku. What represented him? What did he want to be remembered for? Who was he beneath the surface, under his suffocating quirk? Izuku bit his lip, lifting his marker to write with trembling hands. Midoriya? Midnight called his attention. He looked up with a blink, realizing he was all that was left to present. Are you ready? Yeah. Izuku stood and made his way to the front, clutching his board to his chest as he took deep breaths. Well, no going back now. Go on. Midnight smiled encouragingly. Izuku flipped around his board quickly, before he could doubt his choice. Valor. Izuku said, my hero name is Valor. Valor, to be valorous is to hold a sense of personal strength, shunting oppression and facing looming danger with courage. Izuku wanted to be brave, to be just, to be great. He wanted to be a hero. Interesting choice. Midnight hummed, I like it. Approved. Izuku blew out a relieved breath and headed back to his seat. It seemed he wasn't the last one. Kaken was stuck because he wanted to include murder in his name, and Midnight wasn't willing to let that slide. He remained the only one without a name when the bell chimed, signaling their time was up. All right. Aizawa stood up, though didn't step out of his sleeping bag completely and remained swamped in it from the hips down, and leveled them with a serious gaze. Now that everyone's decided on their hero names, we'll address internships again. Your internships will last a week. As for where you'll have them, those who have offers from pros will be given their own lists to choose from for themselves. Aizawa shuffled the papers he held in hand, tapping them against the podium. As for those who didn't receive offers, they will choose from the available 40 agencies around the country that will be accepting interns. They all work in different places and have different specialties. For example, 13 would be more focused on rescues from accidents and disasters, rather than fighting villains. Midnight chimed in. Think carefully before you choose. Aizawa stepped forward and started passing out papers and packets to the class before adding, turn in your choices before the weekend and make your decision efficiently. Dismissed. With that, Midnight and Aizawa left with parting waves. When lunch arrived, again nobody seemed inclined to rush their way out of the classroom. Instead they lingered to socialize. Izuku remained in his seat, not wanting to chat with his classmates but also unwilling to leave by himself. Even though he knew they probably wouldn't care, Izuku hated the thought of drawing unnecessary attention to himself. Have you decided where you'll be interning with yet? Ashido asked the room, slumped over her desk. I'm going to Empty Lady. Mineta declared brightly. Mineta, you're thinking about something perverted, aren't you? Azui asked, blank and unimpressed. Of course not. Mineta defended, but it wasn't very believable. Ashido, you made it into the third round. Ajiru said conversationally. For some reason he had his tail slung over his shoulder, petting the end of it softly. It's weird that you didn't get any offers. I know. Ashido agreed miserably, it's no fair. Hey Midoriya, have you decided yet? Uraraka turned to him, smiling warmly. You received so many. Actually, I haven't looked at them yet. Izuku held the packet in hand, but he hadn't dared open it. His stomach felt like jumping into his throat. What about you? Oh, I've already decided. Uraraka said, firm determination clear in her voice. Really? Ashido perked up. Where? Ajiru asked. The battle hero, Gunhead's agency. Uraraka enthused. Huh. Izuku blinked. Gunhead's a heavy combat hero. I didn't expect you'd go for that. She seemed a more rescue-inclined person to Izuku. I got an offer from them. Uraraka said brightly, grinning. Ultimately, I want to be a rescue hero one day, but fighting in the sports festival made me think. The stronger I get, the more possibilities I have. She struck a pose, one fist held out like she was either punching someone very gently or aggressively asking for a fist bump. If I only do what I want, I'll have a much narrower perspective. That's why I have to branch out. That is really insightful. Izuku said, surprised. Thanks. Uraraka laughed. I hope you find an agency that suits you. Good luck. Izuku nodded, looking down at his packet thoughtfully. So many people asked for him, sending him offers because they believed in him. So why did it feel so wrong? After a moment, Izuku just shoved the packet in his bag with a sigh. Eventually, the class slowly meandered their way to lunch. Izuku ended up with Uraraka, Ashido, and Ajuru, which he didn't mind. It took his thoughts off the packet, which he'd open the moment he got home. It couldn't be that bad, right? No matter what his gut was telling him. Maybe he was just being anxious for no reason. Well, he'd know soon enough. Chapter 18. Izuku was in his room, flopped down on his bed, just staring up at the ceiling. He'd left the packet of hero drafts and offers on his desk, closed and ignored ever since he first opened it. Izuku read all 3,478 of them. As it turned out, his bad feeling had been right. His chest ached with every breath he took. Healers didn't exactly have agencies, so healers spread themselves out between three main designations. First, there were organizational bureaus that healers joined to be given official government-esque assignments, then told where they were needed. They were called healing boards, composed of dedicated healers who were willing to be sent all around the world for emergencies. There were 4 of them across Japan, all led by the best healers. They were each on the same level as Recovery Girl in terms of skill. There were also healers who ran their own healing businesses, keeping their numbers small and advertising themselves to ordinary civilians for hire. Some people preferred healers to licensed doctors, which was odd to Izuku, but he didn't judge. Healers who worked at those smaller places didn't make much money, but to people who saw healing as their calling, that didn't matter at all. Lastly, there were healers that worked for hero agencies directly. They remained on constant standby, maintaining medical supplies and hiring medics to support the agency, managing everything medical and healing adjacent. They did field work when necessary, as well as any work in clinic at the agency, mostly training accidents. Pretty much every popular hero agency had at least 2 healers. Having even one personal healer within an agency was a sign that they were big shots, important enough to have a healer or 2 all to themselves. Even knowing there were so many healers and boards and businesses, Izuku had previously held out hope underneath all his doubts that even a single hero wanted him. What were the odds they'd all be from healers, right? But as soon as he opened the packet, his hope failed and his spirits plummeted. Izuku got an offer from almost every hero agency across Japan, but underneath each offer was a summary as to why. They all had a small note mentioning their interest in his healing career, offering him an internship in their healing clinic. Not a single one wanted him for his fighting skills, his intellect, his potential beyond his quirk. They only cared about his healing prospects, how they might benefit from it by bringing him to their side. And they hadn't even seen his quirk. It wasn't until he reached the very end of the list, where Recovery Girl's offer was, that he finally understood. She sent him an invitation to work with her, and left a substantially longer note with her offer than any of the others. The contents of her note revealed why Izuku had really gotten so many offers, and he hated her a little bit more for it. Midoriya Izuku, I have told a wide number of my contacts in the healing community about the wonders of your quirk, and of your record-breaking scores on your entrance exam. I know as a result you'll have received perhaps hundreds of other offers from my fellow healers, but I entreat you to consider my offer above the others. I'd very much like you to intern with me, despite your unorthodox placement in the hero course, seeing as I can offer you what my fellow healers cannot. As a renowned healer and staff member of UA High School, I have the ability to travel from agency to agency to inspect their medical wards and clinics to observe their proficiency. I haven't done so in the past 7 or so years, but I think it would prove a fine opportunity for you to see the possibilities available to you in the healing community. I don't know why you chose to go into heroics instead of healing, But I ask you give it a chance, if only to humor me. I've not had a student like you in a long time, and I believe with the proper training you could become the best healer we've seen in generations. Recovery girl. Choshizenji. No matter how many times Izuku read it the night before, the anger never abated and the dread never remitted. It seemed to him whenever he looked at the list that he'd done all he could to show everyone he was a hero, yet the world still shunted him without even bothering to look at his potential when it was shoved in their faces. Hey, breakfast is... His mother opened his bedroom door halfway before freezing in her tracks. Izuku, what did you do? I cleaned my room. Izuku said dully, still staring up at the ceiling. That was an understatement, but he didn't offer any further explanation. He stayed up all night cleaning, which only added to his overall exhaustion. All the posters of healers, especially Recovery Girl, were gone. He'd torn them off his wall. All the textbooks he'd grown up memorizing were missing too. He planned to sell them online, so he'd packed them in a box and shoved it under his bed until then. All the toys and action figures and doctor kits he'd never bothered to throw away were absent. Izuku threw them in a dumpster 2 streets down and never looked back. Lastly, Izuku had balled up his sheets and blankets, every one of them depicting medical paraphernalia, and dropped them off at a homeless shelter across town. He redressed his bed afterwards with extra sheets in the linen closet that were seldom used. His room was a blank slate, no personality at all aside from his Eraserhead poster, Night Eye action figure, and Crimson Riot stuffed animal. The 3 things he'd been allowed as a child, the only bits he'd left untouched when he tore through his room and discarded every trace of his upbringing, reminders of the destiny his mother laid at his feet. Now that all reminders of his past were gone, he didn't know what to do anymore. He felt just as exhausted as before, just as lost. Oh Izuku, those textbooks were expensive. Inko put her hands on her hips, scrutinizing his empty bookshelf. Where'd they go? They're in a box under my bed. Izuku told her, I've memorized them. There's no justifiable reason to merely have them on display. What about all your other things? I've gotten too old for the toys and baby doctor playthings I had as a kid. Izuku sighed, I just needed a change, that's all. What's this you've left out? Izuku looked over as Inko stepped into his room, reaching for the thick packet of offers on his desk. Oh, it's nothing. He sat up quickly, it's just homework for school. I see. Inko hummed. She picked it up and flipped it open before Izuku could say another word. Izuku held his breath and prepared himself for whatever it was she'd say. What are these? Applications for jobs? I'm going on an internship soon. Izuku said quietly. Oh Izuku, this is wonderful. Inko turned to him with a bright smile, delight painted across her face. All these healers want you? How wonderful. You will be studying healing over this internship, won't you? Healers would be excellent teachers for you. Yes. Izuku looked away from her, clenching his hands into fists. I knew you'd come around, you know I'm always right. His mother dropped the packet back on his desk and reached forward to ruffle his hair. Izuku flinched. You're going to be so great as a healer, sweetheart. Inko laughed, then pressed a kiss to the top of his curls. Even though he'd tried so hard, Izuku was just ending up as a healer despite him choosing to enroll in the hero course. Why couldn't they see it wasn't what he wanted? Why couldn't the healers or heroes or even his mother see that? Anyway, I came in to say breakfast is nearly ready. Inko straightened with a sweet smile. I'm looking forward to your choice. You'll let me know when you've chosen, won't you? Sure. Izuku replied dully. You're going to be such a great healer. The very best. With that, his mother left and shut the door behind her with a winning smile. Izuku fell back onto his bed, blowing out a pained breath. He didn't know what to do. Aizawa made it clear everyone was going on an internship, which meant he had to choose and endure one of the 3,500 healers that wanted him. Izuku always wanted to be a hero, he still did, but with every failure and every obstacle that dream fluctuated. One day he felt like spitting on every person who ever doubted him by climbing up the hero rankings and being the best hero he could be. The next Izuku wanted to throw in the towel and find some other thing to do that was neither heroics nor healing. It would drive people like Shinso completely nuts if he wasted His quirk becoming a gardener or something. His mind an utter mess. It was all Izuku could do to get up and get ready for school. A part of him was glad to go to UA for class, to be surrounded by his classmates that really believed in him, but another part of him just felt so defeated, harshly reminded that quite possibly half the school believed akin to his mother or Shinso. He hated that possibility. Going through the motions of getting dressed, eating breakfast, and leaving the house were a chore that left him drained before. He even reached the train. When he finally got to school, Izuku felt he'd walked a marathon and back despite the actual journey of it, which was quite short, and school itself was a chore to endure as well. He didn't mean to bring his bad mood with him, to spread it through the classroom, but it was unavoidable. He hoped his classmates wouldn't ask, but the subject of internships was apparently unavoidable. "I've decided to intern with Death Arms," Jiraiya said, looking over at Uraraka. "What you said yesterday about learning to fight and getting stronger made a lot of sense to me, so—" "The punching hero, Death Arms. That's awesome." Uraraka enthused. "We'll have to compare moves when we get back." Jiraiya seemed a bit nervous in the face of Uraraka's excited face, which was understandable. Uraraka did look terrifying when she was determined. "Did you have a chance to look over your list yet, Midoriya?" Todoroki asked. "You got the most out of the class." "Yeah." Izuku looked away, down at his bowl of katsudon that he'd only half-heartedly been eating. "And?" Todoroki prompted. "They're all from healers." Saying the words aloud made him cringe. "Not a single hero asked for me." "What?" "Huh. What the F?" "It's fine." Izuku lied. He avoided looking at Todoroki's confusion, Jiraiya's concern, and Uraraka's indignant anger. "I'm not surprised." "That's unacceptable," Uraraka exclaimed, flushed with anger. "They can't do that. You're in the hero course. Does this mean you won't go on an internship?" Jiraiya asked, eyes wide. "No, I'm going." Izuku sighed. "I'm just interning with a healer. Recovery girl, to be precise." "She sent you an offer?" Todoroki frowned. "But she works here." "Yeah, apparently she wants me to intern with her so she can show me around like a prize to a whole handful of agencies nearby." Izuku said dully, "It's better than nothing, though." "Can't you tell Aizawa-sensei?" Uraraka said. "Can't he do anything?" "I don't think so." Izuku shook his head. "It's not like he can ask other heroes to ask for me. I just wasn't picked." He got first place, and yet not a single hero thought him good enough to send an offer to. "But you got first place," Uraraka exclaimed, agreeing with Izuku's unspoken thoughts. "That's not right of them. You won fair square, and without your quirk too. There's really nothing we can do." Izuku said quietly. "Let's just talk about something else." The rest of lunch was mellow, Izuku's bad mood dragging everyone else down. It only made Izuku feel worse, even though he knew they just wanted the best for him, and they were upset on his behalf. By the end of the day, Izuku was twice as exhausted than he'd been when he arrived, despite the fact that they'd done no physical training. When the bell rang, Izuku was torn between glad the day was over and dread that he had to go home. "Oh, Midoriya." Izuku had just slung his backpack over his shoulder when Aizawa called his attention. "Yes, sensei?" Izuku looked up in surprise. He padded over to where his teacher was leaning against the chalkboard. "What is it?" "Your hero costume has been modified." Aizawa told him. "The medical symbol on the back has been removed. You'll be able to take it with you on your internship." "Thank you." Izuku smiled, though it was shaky. "But I won't get to wear it any." "Why is that?" Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Izuku took a deep breath before he was able to answer. "I didn't get any offers from heroes." Izuku admitted. He hoped he didn't sound as miserable as he felt. "I'll have to intern with a healer, so I'll be wearing the medic's uniform the entire time." "I see." Aizawa nodded, a tiny frown on his face. "All of your offers were healers?" "Yeah, all 3,478 of them." Izuku said dully. "A lot of them were just individual healers reaching out from the same healer board, probably hoping I'd choose them specifically instead of accepting the offer I received by the healers board as a whole." "Have you chosen where you'll be yet?" "Probably Recovery Girl." Izuku hated himself for choosing her, but it was the best option he had available to him. She offered to take me around to tour the medical wards of several nearby agencies, which is better than nothing. It'll be focused around healing, but I'll at least get to see a few different agencies and their general environments. Aizawa nodded. It's a good choice under your circumstances, Aizawa said, though, for what it's worth, I am sorry you're being forced into a role you have little to no interest in. I appreciate that, Izuku said quietly. It wasn't much, but the fact that Aizawa had done what he'd asked to fix his hero costume meant more to Izuku than he could express. Bye, sensei. Izuku walked with his friends to the station, listening as they chatted to each other, trying and failing to find a positive side to the situation. He was left only with crippling disappointment. Was he even meant to be a hero? Sometimes he didn't know anymore. Chapter 19. I think I got everything? Uraraka pulled on the straps of her bag a bit anxiously, fidgeting in place. Oh shoot, I bet I'm forgetting something. Oh, I absolutely forgot something, Ashido said brightly. However, I won't know what it is until I get there. Nothing I can do about it now. That seems backwards, Tokoyami told her. Ashido just shrugged. I'm so excited. Glove squealed. We're finally getting the chance to work with real pros. Izuku was 90% sure her name was Hagakure now, but not completely certain. Aizawa-sensei is a real pro. Yaoyorozu reminded her, so are all of our teachers. You know what I mean. Hagakure huffed. It's just, we're finally being allowed out and about. And in our hero costumes no less. No offense, but you don't really have a costume, Ajuru said, rubbing his neck sheepishly. Oh, mean. Izuku silently watched his classmates bustle about, all waiting for Aizawa to tell them it was time to load onto the bus. The class gathered in the classroom beforehand, per Aizawa's request. They knew it was because he wanted a proper headcount to make sure everyone was ready before taking a bus to the station. They were going as a class. All but Izuku. He was staying behind. Ida, are you excited for the internship? Uraraka asked 7111 excitedly. You've been kinda quiet lately. I'm looking forward to it, 7111 said tightly. He then turned away and went about methodically taking everything out of his bag to reorganize it. Uraraka took this as a cue to leave him be, which seemed to be exactly 7111's goal. Sue, is it true you're working with an aquatic hero? Jiro asked. The sea rescue hero, Selkie? Yes, Karo. Ashui confirmed, smiling. I'm grateful for the opportunity to learn from him. Oi Bakugu, where are you going? Kirishima turned to Kaken. Best genist. Kaken answered, grinning. Wow. The number 4 hero asked for you? Kaminari almost fell off the desk he was sitting on. Of course he did. Kaken scoffed. He recognizes that I'm the best here. You weren't on the podium at the sports festival. Ashui reminded him, you were taken out by that Gen Ed student. You wanna go, you fucking frog? Ashui looked completely unaffected by Kaken's attitude, which, honestly, props to her. Wow, Bakugu, chill out. Kirishima laughed. She's right though, you must be really powerful to have caught the number 4 hero's attention so easily. Teased obviously. The praise seemed to mildly placate Kaken as always. Izuku sighed. Where did you decide to go? Yaoyorozu approached Todoroki, who was sitting quietly at his desk. I'm interning with my old man. Todoroki said plainly, I need to learn more about using the fire side of my quirk, and he's my best resource. I see. Yaoyorozu smiled. I'm interning with the snake hero, Iwabami. She's one of the heroes who asked for me. Tokoyami, what about you? Sata asked. You got some offers. I was surprised to see that Hawks asked for me, despite my poor showing at the sports festival. Tokoyami said, crossing his arms as he leaned against his desk. I plan to do my best to show him he was not misjudging my potential. I'm sure you'll do great. Sata laughed. Dark Shadow is so awesome. Izuku looked out the window, tuning out the excitement he had no right to intrude upon. He could see students wandering around, probably Gen Ed or business students, hanging out in little groups. He wondered if that might have been him if he was born with a different quirk, If he'd been born luckier. All right, everyone. Half the class jumped or shrieked in surprise as Aizawa, in his yellow caterpillar form, crawled out from under his desk at the front of the room. Time to go. How long were you under there? Kaminari exclaimed, pointing accusingly at him. Irrelevant. Aizawa grunted. Get moving, the bus is waiting for us. That got the class going. Everyone scrambled for their bags and counted their things before heading to the door in a large crowd of chatting, happy students. A few of them turned to wave at him, but Izuku didn't have enough energy to do more than nod back. Izuku just leaned on his desk and stayed where he was. Walking with them to the bus area would only make him more sick to his stomach than he already was. The thought of watching his classmates leave, going places he was dying to go, would make it 10 times worse. There was no point pretending he was the same as them because he wasn't, and there was nothing he could do about it. Midoriya. Izuku looked up tiredly at his teacher. Recovery girl is in the nurse's office. Head on down when you're ready. Thanks, sensei. Izuku said, though he knew he sounded miserable. Aizawa paused, but said nothing and turned away to follow 1A out the door. Izuku sat in the classroom for maybe 10 minutes, silent and trying not to cry, before he dredged up the energy to stand and make his way to the nurse's office. Every step the irons on his feet were heavier, the chains around him more solid than ever. His mother was getting exactly what she wanted. Izuku was going to be trained directly by one of the best healers in Japan. That was her dream for him. Her dream. Knocking lightly, Izuku slid the door open and looked around as he stepped in. Recovery girl, sitting at her desk, looked up with a bright smile upon seeing him. Midoriya. Good, I was waiting for you. She stood, pushing off her freaky syringe cane. Sorry to keep you waiting. Izuku said softly, though he wasn't at all. Oh, it doesn't matter, now we can get started. Recovery girl bustled over and led him to a desk with a large packet and a pencil laying on it. This is the written entrance exam. I'd like for you to take it again. Why? Izuku frowned behind his mask. To see if you can do it as quickly as you did before? She said simply, some might believe your record-breaking scores to be luck or some other nonsense, so you'll be repeating the exam here to double-check your skills. Izuku sighed. Fine. So he sat and started the exam. The extremely boring exam he could do in his sleep. The first time he read through all the questions, then went backwards through the packet. This time he just opened it and started from the beginning. There are 11 essential body systems that all do separate things, such as the endocrine system that balances hormones. There are 7 cervical vertebrae, 12 thoracic vertebrae, 5 lumbar vertebrae, and 4 sacral vertebrae that were fused together to form the sacrum. The first step to treating a bullet wound is to first call the emergency line, followed by attempting to stop the bleeding. Never put ice directly on a burn. Over and over Izuku wrote boring facts and filled in obvious bubbles, scribbling answers he knew were correct without even really using his brain. Even the essay questions he needed to explain step-by-step treatments for injuries or illnesses without it. Quirk took him less than a minute. Izuku knew he was even faster than the first time, but he didn't have any energy left to care. Done. Izuku set down his pencil. Usually he'd flip through to read back his answers, but he decided it didn't matter all that much. It wasn't like he'd gotten any wrong. Excellent. Recovery girl took the paper from him with wide eyes. Izuku looked away and stared down at his desk. How long do you estimate you spent on it this time? Roughly. Give it your best guess. An hour. 53 minutes. Recovery girl's voice was full of pride and awe, the kind that little kids expressed when they watched their favorite heroes on TV. Izuku shut his eyes and sighed. Almost exactly a half hour faster than your original time. That's what I figured. He said. You must do a lot of studying to remember all of that. I can't imagine any other healer knowing so much at your age. You're a true prodigy. I hope your mother knows she's done an exceptional job in raising you. Izuku flinched. Yeah. He said, I'll let her know. Yeah, absolutely fing not. Well, since that went by so quickly, I have other things for you to do as well. Recovery girl, thankfully, changed her focus. Today we'll remain here, But for every other day you'll be expected to make your way here by 6 in the morning so we can travel around to different agencies. At the end of today I'll have the list, which you can go over on your own. Okay. Izuku nodded. He was kind of looking forward to seeing them, even if it was just the medical wards. So, now we'll start with a verbal test where I describe a scenario, and you play the role of the medical professional during the exercise. When Izuku went home that day, his chest hurt way more than his brain did. He knew some people would have a headache from how much thinking he did and how many times Recovery Girl asked him to elaborate his ideas or expand on his answers, but none of that mattered to him. His chest hurt because with every minute he spent playing doctor with her was a pull in the wrong direction. Every second dedicated to learning under her was directly working against his goals and aspirations. He bitterly wondered if this was a new trend that would only continue until his only option was to become the thing he hated most in the world. At that, Izuku froze in place. Hold on, what? Izuku didn't hate healers. In fact, he respected healers. They were needed, and they helped so many people. Izuku didn't hate them at all, he just didn't want to be one. Sure, he now had a real reason to resent Recovery Girl, but healers in general? No, of course not. Izuku didn't hate healers, that would be ridiculous. Sighing, he pulled out the packet he'd been given and flipped through it, scanning the agencies they'd be visiting. It was only a week-long internship, so Izuku was surprised to see Recovery Girl had packed in 5 different agencies. The packet said they'd be first visiting Fat Gum's agency in Esaha City. They had a single healer, who specialized in nutrition and anatomy. Recovery Girl noted that it could be beneficial to learn from an expert in that area. Well, at least it would give the opportunity for Izuku to maybe meet Fat Gum. Second on the list was the Endeavor Agency, which made Izuku pause. Upside, Todoroki would be there. Downside, there were 2 healers there, both of which asked for Izuku, and Recovery Girl planned to introduce Izuku and show off his quirk. It said he'd be doing practical work centered around training his quirk, which was code for, you know you're gonna have to use your healing and everyone is gonna watch. Wonderful. Idaiton was third, which momentarily confused him. Ingenium, the leading hero at that agency, had been recently hospitalized after he was attacked by the hero killer, Stain. His parents, the previous leading heroes, were both retired, leaving the sidekicks to run the place. Personally, Izuku wondered if the Idaiton agency was going to fail if Ingenium didn't recover. Next up would be Nitai's agency. He was an intelligence and surveillance hero, which meant they didn't even have a healer. In the notes, Recovery Girl said it would be an opportunity to see a medical ward that didn't have access to a healer. The last one was a surprise to Izuku, the Purple Revolution Agency. According to her notes, His Purple Highness had both Eraserhead and Midnight as interns when they were at UA. He was on the cusp of retirement, so it was unlikely Izuku would even meet him, but he decided it would be nice to see the place Aizawa trained. After looking over the summary and finishing up the reading, Izuku was almost home and significantly calmer. Sure, he was being forced to do what he didn't want to, and yet he was going to be showed off like a goddamn trophy, but at least he would get to see new cities and experience being at different agencies. Bright side. Bright side. That's what he needed to remember. Izuku, welcome home. The moment he opened the door to their apartment, his mother stepped into the hallway to greet him. How was your first day? Fine. Izuku took off his shoes and avoided her eyes. Recovery Girl gave me the schedule for this week. Oh, tell me all about it. Inko beckoned him to the living room, but he shook his head. I'm tired. Izuku said, I just want to go to my room. But we have so much to talk about. Inko crossed her arms. I want to make sure you're getting the experience and education you need, baby, that's all. We'll talk about it later. Izuku slowly moved around her, still avoiding her eyes. Fine. Inko stepped aside and let him pass, much to his relief. We'll talk about your day at dinner, all right? Sure. Izuku reached his room, shut the door, and blew out a heavy breath. Right, this is fine. Internships had barely started and already he was exhausted. Izuku decided he was going to flop down into bed and get some sleep. Hopefully that would clear his head. Chapter 20. Izuku sat, leaning against the UA barrier, knees to his chest, looking up at the sky as it changed colors. He'd arrived at UA an hour early for 2 reasons. First, to avoid his mother, and second, to watch the sunrise above the forest surrounding the school. It was beautiful. For once, Izuku woke up and decided he wanted to look on the bright side. He decided today he was going to stay positive. Izuku tried to build a bit of excitement at the thought of heading to Esaha City, a place he'd only been once or twice. Izuku used to take field trips during medic classes as a child, touring hospitals and clinics around the country, and a handful were in Esaha City. But he'd never seen Fat Gum's agency, which is what he was trying to be excited for. There was anticipation, of course, but also worry. Izuku had absolutely no idea what to expect with Recovery Girl as a variable, which mildly terrified him, but he was determined to make it work. Were the circumstances ideal? Far from it, in fact, but Izuku couldn't let that stop him. He wanted to be a hero, he always had, and he had to start somewhere. If that somewhere happened to be barely skating by while constantly being tugged in the wrong direction, so be it. As long as he became a hero in the end, that would make everything else worth it. Right? Either way, that was what Izuku was telling himself. Maybe it was a tiny bit delusional, but if he got where he needed to be to become a hero, Izuku didn't mind deluding himself a little to get where he needed to go. Mind calmer and more determined than it had been since the festival, Izuku made his way through the barrier and up to the front door. He then paused when he found Recovery Girl waiting for him on the steps. "Hello." Izuku greeted her as neutrally as possible. "Midoriya." Perfectly on time, down to the minute. The delight on her face had Izuku considering walking in a few minutes late next time just to see what she'd do. "Let's get started then, shall we? Lots to do." Sure." And with that, Recovery Girl was off, babbling about healing and healers and all the things she wanted to show him as they walked to the train station together. Izuku barely listened, only putting in the correct amount of effort to nod when necessary or when prompted. It was just a little bit funny that Recovery Girl never questioned the attitude he was giving her, or seemed to notice it at all. The train ride to Esaha City was peaceful, thankfully. Recovery Girl finally stopped chattering about whatever it was that spewed from her aged lips so they could ride quietly, which gave Izuku time to breathe and hype his morale as much as possible. The closer they got, the easier it was for Izuku to look forward to their arrival. It was the first real hero agency Izuku was going to see up close. Though he was often brought to hospitals and clinics for field trips or training, Izuku hadn't ever been inside a hero agency. Upon arrival, Izuku found a car waiting outside the train station. Recovery Girl clambered into it and beckoned him. "Come on. It's a ways away, and I don't fancy walking the whole way with this back of mine." "Yeah." Izuku climbed in, sitting across from her. It was laid out not dissimilar to a limo, long and slender with 2 booths facing each other, the 2 front seats separated from the back by a window. "Now, today the agenda will be to tour the Fat Gum Agency and introduce you to the resident healer there, Healer Mikuso," Recovery Girl said as the car started. His quirk allows him to rearrange the fat in a person's body, moving it like a liquid inside their muscles and organs. Izuku's jaw dropped. "That's incredible." He sputtered. That could be used both offensively and defensively. Shifting fat around in an opponent or attacker would throw them off, and maybe it could even manipulate their limbs to the user's advantage. And defensively, it could be used similarly to Fat Gum's quirk, on a much smaller scale, of course, absorbing impacts slightly in unprotected areas. But as a healer, I imagine he uses it to staunch bleeding and cover wounds by cushioning them with fat, right? Recovery Girl just stared at him for a moment, eyes wide with curious surprise. "I didn't know you did analyses," she said finally. "Oh, right." Izuku sighed. "Well, really, it's just a hobby." That was exceptionally well reasoned. Recovery Girl told him, rediscovering her wits. "Healer Mikuso would probably be quite interested to hear about your thoughts and deductions regarding his quirk." Huh. It was Izuku's turn to be confused. Doesn't he already know all that? "Not as far as I'm aware, which makes it even more fascinating." Recovery Girl grinned. He uses his quirk for weight loss purposes, moving stubborn fat collections around the body to spots more easily targeted by either exercise or an altered dietary plan. Oh, now I remember. Disappointment set in quickly for Izuku. He's the nutrition specialist, isn't he? Figures. No FING creativity. Recovery Girl continued offering Izuku trivial information about healer Mikuso and his clinic that Izuku didn't really care enough about to listen to anymore. He just watched out the tinted windows as they were driven through the tight streets of Esuha City and to the doorstep of Fat Gum's agency. Izuku couldn't help the smile dawning on his face as he stepped out and looked upon it with his own eyes. It was a rather odd structure, a bulging building shoved between two much larger buildings, domed and round as it mimicked Fat Gum, even sporting his black mask and grinning smile as a callback to his iconic costume. It was silly and fun, which was exactly Fat Gum's intent. And Izuku loved it. Led inside by Recovery Girl, Izuku soaked in as much as he could. He saw heroes bustling around, sidekicks suited up for their shifts and ready to go out patrolling. Ashua City was relatively peaceful, the only real threats being low-life criminals and drag dealers, but nevertheless each hero took their work seriously. Izuku really admired that. The healer ward is this way, Recovery Girl said, beckoning Izuku from the lobby filled with heroes. They keep it on the ground floor to ensure easy access in case of emergencies. Practical of them. Izuku refrained from adding, that's standard practice and people who don't know that are morons or simply uneducated. Chio! A man with hot pink hair and solid white eyes appeared, popping out from a red door down the hall. Welcome. It's been too long. Asahi. Recovery Girl smiled warmly, taking his hands as he excitedly approached. So good to see you. How's the clinic? All good, all good. The man said brightly. If you've come for an inspection, I'm afraid there's not much for you to do. I keep a tight ship around here. I'm here more for educational purposes, though I am obligated to inspect while I'm here. Recovery Girl then turned to Izuku, gesturing to him with her syringe cane. This is Midoriya Izuku. He's interning with me, and I'm escorting him to a variety of agencies to set expectations for what he might expect in future. Midoriya, this is healer Asahi Mikuso. The Midoriya Izuku? Mikuso gasped, eyes huge. The one with the miracle quirk you've been telling us about? Immediately his eyes snapped to Izuku, raking in the image of him with awe. He did look slightly confused by the mask and long sleeves and complete skin coverage, but he clearly dismissed it as Recovery Girl replied. The very same. Recovery Girl confirmed. Oh my, it's a pleasure. Mikuso practically jumped forward, moving his hand out for Izuku to shake. I asked for you as an intern myself, but it only makes sense you'd come with Recovery Girl. She's an excellent resource for budding healers. Izuku cringed inwardly, but shook his hand firmly. I'm not a healer. Izuku said blandly. I am in the hero course, and I plan to become a full-time hero once I'm licensed. Mikuso blinked, uncomprehending. A hero? Mikuso echoed. With a quirk like yours? Yes. Izuku's hands balled into fists. I'm in Class 1A, learning under Eraserhead. That's interesting. Mikuso looked distinctly uncomfortable as he glanced at Recovery Girl, who was watching with a set mouth and sharp eyes. Anyway, why don't we head to the clinic for a tour? Let's. Recovery Girl said with a nod. Izuku followed along behind as Mikuso led them through the clinic, drawing their attention to the many beds, sinks, medical supplies, monitors, and anything else they may need. Some of it looked interesting, like the robot that could administer CPR without needing to rest and deliver defibrillator shocks when necessary. An invention like that would save so many lives, but none of it was what Izuku really cared about. Despite the mildly interesting bits, Izuku couldn't find the enthusiasm Recovery Girl clearly expected. Not that Izuku really cared what she thought when he was only using her internship to see hero agencies, but still. But Izuku followed dutifully, listening and acknowledging all while waiting for a moment to slip away. He needed to talk to a hero, Fat Gum specifically, if Izuku was lucky. Meeting a hero in the field or at an agency would give Izuku the hope he was looking for. Hope that all this wasn't in vain. Midoriya, what if I may, why are you in the hero course? Mikuso broke Izuku from his thoughts. With your potential as a healer and your current skill set of a qualified field medic, why throw it away for heroics? Because I don't see it as throwing away anything. Izuku said calmly. I've wanted to be a hero my entire life and I'm not letting anything get in my way. Especially something as silly as my healing quirk, which can only be an asset. People have told me many times before that I'm wasting my potential, my skill, my quirk, but I've never seen it that way. I'm choosing to use those skills and experiences to become a hero who saves those in need. I want to be out there first, saving people before they have a chance to be hurt, before they need a healer at all. I want to prevent patients and casualties with all I have, which means becoming the best hero I can be. Well said. Izuku turned in surprise to meet joyful eyes in a round face, a wide grinning smile full of teeth. Izuku was shocked, completely still. Fat gum, sir. Mikuso straightened immediately, beaming at the hero. This is Midoriya Izuku. I remember you, of course. You placed first in the sports festival. Fat Gum laughed, unexpectedly stepping forward to pull Izuku into a snug hug. Izuku blinked, but after a moment he melted into it. You did great, kid. Thank you, Fat Gum. Izuku said, slightly squished by glowing with happiness. It's an honor to meet you. You know, if Healer Mikuso there hadn't sent you an offer on behalf of my agency, I would have asked for you myself. Fat Gum laughed as he set Izuku down, tousling green curls. But it seems you ended up here regardless. I presume you're interning under Recovery Girl, then? An odd choice for a hero student. Ah, she offered to show me around different agencies to see different professional environments. Izuku said, deciding not to mention her underhanded intention of swaying Izuku into changing courses. But if you'd sent me an offer, I'd happily come here instead. Seems it wasn't meant to be. Fat Gum said with a grin and a shrug. But welcome. Will you and your mentor be staying here for the night? No, thank you, we've a hotel booked down the street. Recovery Girl told him, smiling tightly. But thank you for your generosity. Of course. Any aspiring hero is welcome in my agency. Fat Gum announced. If you ever want to kick off your career as a sidekick, I'm always taking kids from UA. I'll definitely remember that. Izuku felt as though his chest would burst, gratitude and awe bleeding from him thickly. Thank you so much. I remember when people told me that. My quirk wasn't for heroics either. Fat Gum said, large smile softening. But I proved them all wrong by becoming a ranked hero right under their noses. I may only be number 58 on the charts, but that's more than enough for me so long as I'm protecting this city with all I have. That's exactly what I want too. Izuku whispered, starry-eyed in the presence of a hero who believed in him. And I'm working hard to get there. Keep it up and you'll be there before you know it. Fat Gum winked. No. I'd better be going, I've got patrol to get back to. I was just stopping in. Are your patrols typically uninterrupted? This area is nicer than last I was here. Izuku couldn't help but ask. The streets had been cleaned up too, I noticed. And Izuku didn't mean literally. He meant the low-lifes that felt like poisoning the city with illicit and often experimental drags. These days they're pretty slow, but that's for the better. Fat Gum told him. It means we're doing our job ambiently, simply our presence is enough to deter whatever or whoever might have threatened the city under different circumstances. We help just by being here. That's amazing. Izuku breathed. Thank you for taking the time to stop by. Nothing I love more than encouraging aspiring heroes. Fat Gum laughed. Especially ones who really need it, like you and my newest addition, Sun Eater. If you're ever here again, you'll have to meet him. I'd love that. Izuku nodded quickly. Then we'll have to set up a time. Fat Gum grinned. I'm sure we'll see each other again, He raised an eyebrow with a wide grin. Have you got a hero name? Valor. Izuku felt like his chest might burst with happiness. My name is Valor. Well then, until we meet again, Valor. With that as a goodbye, Fat Gum turned away, offering one more grinning smile before disappearing down the hall. Izuku's heart was beating very fast as he was left with Recovery Girl and Mikuso, a sudden determination filling him. If Fat Gum believed in Izuku and his ability, then just maybe others out there agreed with him. Maybe only the healing community tied to Recovery Girl supported her notion for Izuku to switch courses. That meant Izuku had a real chance in front of him, a faint piece of proof that took his breath away and offering him the smallest spark of hope he was looking for. It was enough. Let's get back to it, shall we? Recovery Girl prompted then. You haven't shown us the intense care room just yet. Of course. Mikuso perked up. Right this way. We are fully stocked for any emergency, from internal bleeding to severed limbs to nutrition deficits that send the body into recovery mode. As Izuku trailed along for the rest of the day, all through the healing ward and then to the hotel 3 blocks away, his heart remained full and hopeful as his positive mood flourished. Maybe things would work out after all.